Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Federal Trade Commission's workshop on consumer injuries and benefits in the data-driven economy. My name's David Walko. I'm attorney in the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection, and I'm one of the moderators and organizers for today's workshop. Thank you all for joining us, both in person and virtually. I'd like to start by thanking a few groups of people. First, thank you to the panelists and moderators for participating in today's event. Next, I'd like to thank all the staff in the Bureau of Consumer Protection, the Bureau of Economics, and the Office of Public Affairs for their contributions to today's event. And last, but certainly most not least, thank you to Bruce Jennings and the FTC event staff, without whom today's event would not be possible. I have a few administrative announcements to make before we begin. So as you'll see on the agenda, we have a morning break at 10:45 a.m. and a lunch break at 12 p.m. The cafeteria, which is located around the corner, is open until 11 a.m. and then reopens from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's also restaurants and other places in the vicinity. That said, only water is permitted in the auditorium. No other food or drink is allowed. Please silence any electronic devices. And for our guests, please be aware that if you leave the Constitution Center building for any reason, you will need to go through security again to re-enter. Finally, if an emergency occurs that requires us to leave the auditorium, follow the instructions that are provided over the PA system. Now, let's begin. We will start with remarks from the chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Andrew Ferguson. Unfortunately, he could not make it with us today, but he recorded a video for us to watch together.
Greetings to all of you participating in today's workshop, which is a combined effort of the Bureaus of Consumer Protection and Economics. The Federal Trade Commission regularly hosts workshops like this to gain a better understanding of emerging antitrust and consumer protection issues. By learning from policymakers, advocates, experts, and industry leaders, these workshops help us identify the proper way to apply our traditional enforcement authority to new challenges. Today's workshop focuses on measuring consumer benefits and harms in a data-driven economy. Measuring benefits and harms to consumers is always a difficult task, but it is most difficult in emerging markets fueled by rapid technological innovations. In the context of Section 5 violations involving the unlawful use or disclosure of a consumer's data, we must answer very difficult questions. For example, how should we value data? How do we ascertain what counts as a harm to a consumer's privacy when most consumers do not fully grasp the mechanisms by which their data are acquired, shared, stored, protected, and monetized for advertising purposes? How can we make enforcement decisions that will survive judicial review if we don't have a solid understanding of how to measure the potential benefits and costs of behavioral advertising to consumers? We've invited you here today to help us think through such questions, and the insights you share will undoubtedly inform future work of the FTC in these areas. Now, the specific task of this workshop should not be seen in isolation from the Commission's wider purpose, which is to promote a vibrant economy fueled by fair competition and an empowered, informed public. In other words, our goal in consumer protection is to promote consumer choice, and our purpose in promoting consumer choice is to promote a vibrant economy. That means we don't need to assume a priori that there is a necessary conflict between consumer choice and technological innovation that drives economic growth. So too, we need not assume a priori that there is a conflict between consumer privacy and technological innovation in a data-driven economy. In an ideal world, without any trade-offs, we would want to maximize both things. But ours is not the ideal world, and we must be clear-eyed about the costs of trading off some goods for others. At times, obeying Congress's command to protect consumers from unfair or deceptive acts and practices may conflict, on the margins, with technological innovation. But that is not because Section 5 is an obstacle to innovation per se. It's not. Instead, it's because Section 5 codifies the sound and just policy of promoting innovation consistent with human flourishing. The purpose of today's workshop is to help the Commission grapple with what exactly that means in the context involving consumer data. We are calling upon your expertise to inform us of the best method of acquiring, as well as evaluating, evidence of harms and benefits to consumer privacy in a data-driven economy. So on behalf of my fellow Commissioner Mark Metter and the staff of the Commission, I want to thank all of you once again for participating in today's workshop.
Thank you. We are a bit ahead of schedule. The first panel is scheduled to begin at 9:45 a.m. If everyone is here, I'll welcome them to the stage, but if not, sit tight until 9:45 a.m. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. All right, I turned it off. Thank you all for coming, and thanks everyone who is online for watching. I'm going to pass it off to my colleague Dan Wood in a second. My name is Ben Wiseman. I am the Associate Director of the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection here at the FTC. I wanted to thank Chairman Ferguson for his remarks. Also wanted to thank the people who really made this happen and put this together. There was an incredible amount of work to put this workshop together. To our colleagues in the Bureau of Economics, Dan Wood, Laura Hoskin, Ben Smith, Doug Smith, and Eric Sperlino, my colleagues in the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection, David Walko, Eric Jones, and Mark Eichhorn, to the folks on the events team, Bruce Jennings, James Murray, and Eliza Pierce, and Juliana Henderson from our Office of Public Affairs. Thank you all for putting this on, and again, thank you for coming. Dan?
Thanks, Ben. Okay. So I'm Dan Wood. I'm a Deputy Assistant Director in the Bureau of Economics. And thank you all for coming. I think we have a great workshop and hope you'll agree at the end of the day. Just to set the context for this panel, in 2017, the FTC held a workshop on informational injury. And this panel is primarily designed as a follow-on to a particular panel from that workshop, which was on evaluating potential factors in assessing injury. We're going to explore developments in experts' understanding of injuries since then in the data-driven economy and discuss potential for future research. The next panel is going to serve as a counterpart to this one, so it will explore the benefit side of the data-driven economy, whereas we're exploring potential privacy harms. We're going to begin with brief presentations from each panelist on some of their research in this area. And following that, we'll have Q&A, questions that Ben and I have developed, both on the presentations and on privacy injuries more generally. So a last administrative thing before we start. Catherine Tucker was supposed to be one of the panelists on this panel, but unfortunately, because of travel disruptions from the snowstorm on Sunday, she's unable to make it. Her slides, however, are going to be made available on the workshop website after today's workshop. So without further ado, I'll turn it back to Ben, who can introduce the first panelist.
Thanks, Dan. Excited to introduce Avi Kallas, who is an assistant professor at the Heinz College of Information Systems and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon University. His research focuses on the economics of digitization, focusing on measuring welfare gains from digital goods. Avi?
Thanks, Ben, and thanks, Dan, for having me on the panel. So today I'm going to talk about some of my various research projects, focusing more on the injuries side of the equation. So I'm going to cover briefly results from 3 different projects. I also have other work on the benefit side, but I think other panels are going to dig more deeper into the benefit side. So I'm going to first talk about a project where we quantified the disutility users get from seeing ads on social media platforms. Then I'm going to talk about some work about how much users value their data on social media platforms, and if these valuations are impacted by information interventions, informing them about data breach settlements. And finally, I'm going to talk about a work in progress where we are starting to think about data brokers. And if, do users, are they aware of data brokers? And if we make them more aware of them, do they start, demanding privacy from these data brokers? So all of these projects are joint with various co-authors, including several, who are presenting today as well. So the first project is trying to measure the disutility from targeted online ads on social media platforms. More specifically, this is a collaboration with Meta. So we look more specifically at Facebook. So what we do in this project is, we wanted to measure like how much disutility ads generate to users. And when we were looking at the data, we stumbled upon this experiment which Meta was running in the background, which kind of made it very easy for us to answer this question. So Meta has this internal A/B testing tool when they have a holdout group as part of this tool. And if users are in this holdout group, then they never see ads for the entire duration of their Facebook experience. So we have this clean experiment where we have 0.5% of random users of all Facebook who never see ads, and then rest of the population on Facebook sees the usual number of ads with the whatever current targeting they use. So this is like an extreme scenario. So either you see the current number of ads at whatever the targeting there is right now, or you don't see any ads at all. So what we do in this project is we recruit representative samples of users from the ads group and the no ads group, and then solicit their valuations of Facebook, and then look at differences in their Facebook valuations between the ads group and the no ads group. The only thing where they differ, these two groups, is whether they see ads or not. Otherwise, they get the same Facebook experience. So this difference should reflect the disutility in dollars users may get from seeing ads in this context. So what we find is, users in the ads group do spend less time, so around 9% less time. Part of the reason could be, that they see the ad, they click on the ad and exit the platform, or it could also be they just get annoyed and, spend less time. So we are not able to dig deeper into that mechanism here. But they do seem to spend a little bit less time. But when we look at the valuations themselves, there was no significant difference in valuation between the ads group and the no ads group. When we try to do a minimum detectable effect calculation, which our sample is powered to detect, what we find is the potential disutility from these ads is of the order of $3 a month or less. So this is like, the on Facebook with the usual amount of targeting and the current ad load, potential disutility is of the order of around 10% of the total value they get from Facebook or less than that. So the caveat here, of course, is that, this result is for this specific context. And I know we're going to talk more about it perhaps later in the panel, but we cannot generalize this to other contexts. If we did the same experiment for YouTube, for example, I am sure we would have found a much bigger, disutility. But this is what we find in the case of Facebook. So next, we in this other project, what we're trying to do is, like how much users value their data on social media platforms. And if we provide users with information about data breach settlements, because possibly they are not aware of the potential injuries, which this data may cause. If we make users aware of these data breach settlements, do they update their valuations or not? So to answer this question and other questions of this sort, what we do is we kind of create a data marketplace where we buy people's data from them. So a lot of these platforms allow you to export your data as a file. So we essentially make them export their data and upload it to us in exchange for cash. So kind of create a data marketplace. So this is how the baseline valuations look like for Facebook data. So there are some interesting results here. But one thing I want to point out is, these baseline valuations are, of course, heavily context dependent, right? So this is what we find in our context. What we are more interested in is how these valuations change once we provide them with information treatments. So I think this goes back against to the point that all of these valuations are context dependent, but perhaps we can learn something about how these valuations shift when we provide them with randomized interventions. So when we provide users, a randomly selected subset of users with this intervention, where we inform them about legal settlement involving Facebook's data breach in Illinois, where the court ordered Facebook to pay around $400 to the average Facebook user in the state of Illinois, we see what do users do once we provide them with this information treatment. What we find is there is a significant updating of valuations. So majority of the users, like 55% of them, update their valuations. And more interestingly, all of this updating only happens in one direction. So essentially, lower valuation individuals in the baseline case update their valuation upwards towards this $400 figure, which the courts deemed Facebook to pay. So so we did a smaller follow-up study trying to understand why this is happening. And one thing we found is there isn't a lot of awareness among users about these lawsuits. Even users who are eligible to get paid in Illinois, many of them weren't even aware that this lawsuit happened and they could go and sign up at a website and get cash. So, because of this uncertainty, our information intervention, informing them about these lawsuits seemed to shift their valuations. And finally, I'm going to briefly talk about some ongoing work with Joy Wu and Ananya Sen, where we are trying to look deeper into data brokers. So what we found when we were looking at this topic is there isn't really any rich or good data on data brokers. When we were trying to look at previous research, one of the best research report actually we found was from the FTC in 2014, a very detailed report on data brokers. And since then, we haven't really seen a lot of academic research, especially empirical research with data on data brokers. So we're trying to, dig deeper into this and understand, are people even aware of these data brokers? If we provide information treatments, making them more aware of them, are they willing to, actually put money to protect their data from data brokers? So what we do in this experiment is essentially, first we, solicit their, awareness about data brokers. Then we inform them about, how these data brokers work. So we created an information treatment using the FTC report, and inform users about the data broker ecosystem. And then we measure users' willingness to pay for tools which allow you to delete your data from data brokers. So there are a number of tools out there which, these are subscription services where you can pay them and they scan your data across all the major data brokers and periodically delete it. So we see, if our users willing to pay for these services. So what we find is, that 40% of Americans, when we make them aware of these services, are willing to pay some amounts. On average, around $25 for a year of these tools, which let them delete their data from data brokers. But when we provide them with this information treatment about how these brokers work, that doesn't really seem to shift their willingness to pay. And we are still trying to understand the mechanism behind it. But one reason could be this helplessness, right? That your data is already out there. And even if you paid for these services and it deletes it from the known data brokers, there are still all these other data sources where it may not be very effective. So we're still trying to dig deeper into this. But to conclude, so these are some examples of studies we have done where we are trying to quantify the injuries and the benefits by running experiments, sometimes partnering with platforms, sometimes doing it with online samples. So one thing, again, I want to mention is that, all of these dollar figures, which we find in our studies are heavily context dependent. But by comparing these valuations, let's say across different groups or across a group which gets an intervention versus a group which doesn't get an intervention, that may allow us to, dig further deeper into putting causal estimates of potential harms and injuries. So I'm going to stop here. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Avi. Next up is Alessandro Acquisti. He's the T. Wilson Professor of Management at MIT Sloan and has previously served as the Trustees Professor of Information Technology and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon University, Heinz College. He studies the economics and behavioral science of privacy, and his research has advanced the understanding of digital privacy, personal data disclosure, and online behavior by combining economics, behavioral research, and data science. He directs the Privacy Economics Experiments Lab, is an inaugural Andrew Carnegie Fellow, and has advised policymakers and testified before US congressional committees on privacy policy. So thank you, Alessandro.
Well, thank you. And in fact, first of all, I would like to thank the FTC for organizing this event. I was at the originally 2017 conference, and I'm so delighted and by the number of voices you have invited here today. So first of all, thank you. In my view, the economic privacy debate around privacy, the economic debate around privacy has created somewhat of an equation where on the one side of the equation there are these intangible cost of privacy invasions, creepiness, for instance. And they are intangible, but on the other side of the equation there are instead the tangible benefits that consumers accrue from their data being collected and used in various ways. My research in the last few years has focused not on the intangible side of the question, but on the tangible economic side. Essentially, I'm questioning whether those economic benefits are really there. I'm trying to understand when they're there, when they're not, when those benefits, in fact, may be harm. Behavior advertising is one of the scenarios, one of the contexts in which I'm trying to do this research, because in behavior advertising, we really see this dichotomy, this equation at work. Many consumers may find behavior advertising creepy, but data industry and some scholars point out the benefits that consumers accrue from behaviorally targeted ads. The most direct and obvious benefits claimed is the fact that behaviorally targeted ads, by virtue of matching consumers with vendors and products, reduce search cost. And that reduction of search cost is an increase in net utility from a transaction. In one of my studies with Idrissa Jorid and Eduardo Mustri, we have been trying to investigate these economic benefit from behaviorally targeted ads. And we had to find a way to study that which was different from what a few other recent experiments have done. Because in the last few years, after for a long time, the consumer side of this picture had been ignored, in the last few years, there have been experiments on the consumer side of behavior targeted ads. Avi just mentioned one. Some of these experiments are indeed conducted with platforms, and they have access to very, very large data sets. And they tend to focus on a very specific matrix, advertising effectiveness, essentially experiments which demonstrate that consumers, when presented with targeted ads as opposed to contextual ads or random ads, they tend to click the former at much higher rates than the latter. Conversions are much higher in the former case than in the latter, and this is taken as evidence that indeed these ads reduce search costs, provide utility. But I believe that this is at best a incomplete analysis, and at worst a erroneous analysis, when you consider the fact that search costs are only one factor in the utility function of a consumer. There are other factors that economists are very familiar with, but somehow are rarely part of the conversation, which are the price a consumer would end up paying for a product when she bought the product through a targeted ad, and the quality of the product and the quality of the vendor that consumer would end up buying from if she click on the ad. Large platform experiments are not designed to capture that. So we had to think about a very different type of design that would try to get at what we call a counterfactual analysis. Essentially, the research question would become, had a consumer click on a targeted ad, how much she would have paid for a product compared to the price she would have paid for an identical product or a competitor product found, for instance, in search results. And had the consumer click on the ad and paid and bought the product from the ad and from the vendor which purchased the ad, what kind of quality of product and what kind of quality of vendor this consumer would have end up doing transaction with compared to the quality of product and the quality of vendor which she could have found by searching. We ran this study, and actually we ran this study twice because the first time we ran it, the results were so striking that we wanted to make sure that we could replicate the results and be comfortable that they were correct. In each study, we had roughly 500 participants. I stress this because 500 is a number which nowadays may sound almost quaint compared to the enormous sample sizes that platform experiments can command. But again, there are trade-offs, right, in every experimental design. We are trading off sample size, although our sample size is enough to find statistically significant results, as I'm about to show you in a moment. We trade it off for something that platform experiments cannot do, because we created this counterfactual. We look at the prices and quality of vendors that consumers would have found in search results. And what we found, like I said, was striking. In both studies, we found that the prices associated with the products in ads that had been behaviorally targeted to our participants were, on average, 10% higher than the prices that the consumer would have paid for an identical or a competitor product found in organic search results. Similarly, for quality, we found that the quality of vendors in the behaviorally targeted ads was significantly lower than the quality of the vendors that the consumer would have found in search results. In fact, there was a very significant prevalence of F-rated vendors using Better Business Bureau ratings in the behaviorally targeted ads vendors as opposed to organic search results. And by the way, we also look at relevance. And when we compare relevance of the targeted ads to the relevance of randomly picked ads which had been shown to other participants in the experiment, and therefore, from the perspective of the focal participants, were completely random because they had not been targeted to that specific participant, we found, of course, that our participants scored the targeted ads much more relevant. Makes sense. So far, so good. The tracking, the targeting is working. However, once we control for another factor, we ask our participants, had you been searching before seeing this ad for a similar product? And once we control for that, the difference in relevance actually goes away, suggesting that the higher relevance of the targeted ads depend in part on a sample of 500 times 2, 1,000 subjects on the fact that consumers were already searching for the type of product, which kind of recontextualize a little bit the claim about behaviorally targeted ads significantly reducing consumer search cost. So I will admit that what we found is not what traditionally an economist would consider harm or cost, because traditionally the way we are trained to think is that if a consumer is willingly and rationally clicking on an ad and buying from that ad, well, the consumer is exhibiting rational behavior, is completing an economic transaction, which is ipso facto, in and of itself, welfare increasing. And here is my point. I believe that looking at what happens with privacy harm from purely that angle misses much of what is really interesting. The fact that our counterfactual experiment exposes that behavior targeted ads are correlated with higher prices, lower quality vendors, and may not necessarily reduce search costs that much is, I believe, something that we have to contend with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. Ginger Jin is currently the Neil Moskowitz Professor of Economics at the University of Maryland, College Park, and Research Associate of the National Bureau of Economic Research. Most of her research focuses on information asymmetry among economic agents and how to provide information to overcome the information problem, with publications in leading economics management and marketing journals and financial support from the National Science Foundation, the Net Institute, and the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, and the Washington Center for Equitable Growth. She served as director of the FTC's Bureau of Economics from January 2016 to July 2017, and Amazon scholar and senior principal economist at Amazon from January 2019 to May 2020. Thank you for joining us, Ginger.
Thank you, Ben. I want to thank the conference organizer for including me in the program. It's great to come back and revisit the important issues on information injury. I would like to take this opportunity to share an opinion piece I wrote about surveillance pricing jointly with Professor Liad Wagman at RPI and my former student, Meng Yizhou. The full article is in July 2025 issue of the CPI Antitrust Chronicle. Is also available on my website. And here I just briefly summarize the main points. The term surveillance pricing was first introduced actually by FTC in July 2024 when it started the 6B study on this topic. It refers to the use of advanced algorithms, artificial intelligence, and the personal information such as location, demographics, and browsing and shopping history to categorize individuals and set targeted price. The key feature of this phenomena is the combination of technology and the personal identifiable information. In that sense, this is different from the traditional differential pricing. We all experience that airline may charge different prices for weekday versus weekend flights, or movie theater may offer student discount. These traditional practices tend to focus on crude, observable, categorical variables, while surveillance pricing may use individualized data profiles. So the first question we asked in that article is, do we really observe surveillance pricing in reality? We highlight several examples in which firms were accused of using personal information to customize price. However, most time firms rarely admitting doing so. A prime example occurred in 2000 when Amazon was accused of using cookies and prior shopping history to charge different DVD prices to different cookies. When customers discovered the practice and they complained, and negative media coverage followed, and Amazon discontinued that strategy. So this highlighted a dilemma facing by firms. They could use data-driven price discrimination, potentially increase their profit. However, this practice can also create perception of unfairness and therefore alienate customers. Well, you may say, okay, explicit admission of surveillance pricing are rare, but FTC staff report on this topic released in January 2025 actually documented extensive use of personal data in pricing decisions. And this is drawn on 8 data intermediaries like MasterCard, JP Morgan Chase, and McKinsey. So the contrast between the regulatory findings and the consumer's limited direct experience may reflect several market factors. For example, firms may personalize coupons and discount, although they keep the common list price the same for everyone. They may also rely more heavily on personalized search ranks, personalized recommendations, or personalized advertising, as Alexandra has mentioned, rather than explicit price changes. And by shaping exactly what products appear first, which promotion got displayed in the face of consumers, non-price personalization can strongly influence the final purchase decision, even if the baseline price algorithm does not use personal identifiers. So in light of this, we identify 3 categories of potential consumer harm. The first is that surveillance price may allow firms to charge price very close to each consumer's willingness to pay. In the extreme case of what economists would call first-degree price discrimination, then firms can extract almost all consumer surplus. This is very different from traditional form of price discrimination, because in the traditional form, some consumers may benefit from discount, some may end up facing higher prices, so the welfare implication typically is ambiguous. But in this close to first-degree price discrimination, we could get into a situation that everybody could be worse off because of this. More importantly, the harm does not need to really require we reach that extreme of theoretical possibility. For example, research by Professor Aaron Kay in Boston University shows that third-party sellers on Expedia could use personalized search rank to strategically set price, and that eventually hurt consumers because the consumers come to their product are more targeted. They may have a higher willingness to pay for this product, and they end up encourage firms to charge a higher price, which could be a counteract against whatever the benefits they could get from such personalized ranking or personalized recommendation. So in short, more effective price discrimination will be the first potential harm from surveillance pricing. The second one is the issue of privacy. To the extent that a consumer's utility may decline if they perceive more of their personal information become available to other parties, they would have a sense of losing their privacy control. And this could happen to consumers. This could happen to consumers even if they attempt to opt out of tracking. Okay, we have seen that when Apple introduced the ATT device for mobile apps, many people choose do not track. However, firms can still use fingerprinting, cohort tracking, or probabilistic attribution to try to guess what type of the consumers you might be. And this could create a perception that consumers still lose control on their personal information. And this feeling could also occur to the consumers who voluntarily share the data because they may underestimate the extent to which the firms use the data across all users, across all activities, and drawing correlation between them. So that's the second potential harm from surveillance pricing. The third one is probably more subtle because surveillance pricing can interact with strategic competition in the data market. My co-author, Professor Wegman, has a previous study shows that data brokers may have incentive to sell data exclusively to one downstream firm because that can soften the competition in the downstream, and therefore they're more willing to pay more for the data to the data broker. So this incentive could exist even if the data market itself is competitive rather than monopolized. So asymmetric access to consumer data can therefore distort the competition in the downstream product market and therefore amplify the harm I just mentioned, personalized pricing. And I would end by also mentioning the possibility of algorithm collusion. We have seen in a growing body of literature that's when firms share granular data. This is not necessarily personal data, but I guess personal data could be a possibility. When they share granular data and use the same pricing algorithm, it could generate a super competitive price, even if they do not explicitly communicate with each other. And the recent settlement between DOJ and RealPage also underscored the policy relevance of such pricing tools that could facilitate coordinated outcome. Okay, so just in short, when we combine advanced technology with personal information, surveillance pricing or similar personalization practice could generate harm from more effective price discrimination, more privacy loss, and strategic behavior in the data markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ginger, and thank you all for those excellent presentations. I'm going to start with a general, sort of broad question, and then we have some specific questions for each of you. Please feel free to just chime in whenever, but why don't we start on this broad general question with you, Avi, and then we can go down the line. You know, as Dan mentioned, this panel is meant as a follow-up to the 2017 panel on quantifying injuries and benefits. Obviously, a lot has changed since 2017 in terms of technology has evolved, and in many cases, there's been an increased collection and use and different uses of consumers' information. What have you seen in sort of the past near decade since the last workshop in how the research on quantifying injuries has changed? And how would you like to see that research evolve into the future?
I'll start. I don't know if I'm the most qualified to answer this question because I was still early on in my PhD when that previous workshop happened. But my sense, looking at the literature, is since then we have had more examples of causal studies with experiments quantifying these injuries and benefits. We have seen more collaborations with some of these platforms doing field experiments, but we have also seen more like independent audit studies of researchers, including like Alessandro's ongoing study and some other work where we have experimental variation with samples of users, and that allows us to do like more credibly claim causal estimates for some of these benefits and injuries. But having said that, I think there is still, we still have a long way to go. Like, I personally would love to have even more collaborations with platforms. We have very limited, actual data from platforms. Like I have some work with Meta, some others have work with Pandora. Like, there are some other papers out there, but I think, this space is changing so much. For example, there's so many new platforms out there since the previous panel workshop happened. So I think we need more academia platform collaboration to do even more field experiments. That's the first thing. The second thing where I would love to see more research moving forward is what I mentioned towards the end of my talk. So more focus on data brokers and the data broker ecosystem and empirical work on the topic. We have all these data brokers out there collecting all sorts of data, but there is very limited empirical data on data brokers. So I think I would love to see more research shedding light into that ecosystem. Yeah.
Okay, I agree with Avi. Since 2017, to me, the biggest change has been rigorous causal, empirical research, and there were good reasons, right? Just 1 year after our first event, there was the GDPR, which was in that. And GDPR really was a catalyst for an explosion almost of rigorous empirical research. And the economics of privacy, which had been the domain of a few scholars, really opened up, right? And more scholars started coming to the field and started doing great work. So, and then other natural experiments, Apple enacting ATT, which again attracted lots of empirical rigorous attention, Apple stopping third-party tracking on Safari. So all of these created opportunities for great research. Where would I like things to go? One is in connecting to the research that has been spurred by these natural experiments, such as GDPR, ATT, etc. One is that I would like to see more long-term downstream analysis. What I mean is the following. Much of the research I've seen about the GDPR or ATT, as good as it is, and it is undeniably good, so I'm absolutely not bashing that research. I think it has added so much to our understanding about privacy trade-offs. But much of that research is what I would call short-term, few months, a couple of years, and what I would call, for lack of a better term, perhaps there is a technical term, upstream variables. So variables obviously, clearly, immediately impacted by regulation, such as advertising effectiveness. Of course, if you enact something like the GDPR and you're looking whether reducing data flows impacts advertising effectiveness for the subset of population affected, yeah, of course, you're going to find that. And that's good, but I would like to see more long-term analysis so that we can differentiate the mere shock of the reaction to the regulation. Essentially, the ecosystem is under shock, quote unquote, and has to find a way to adapt. And we would like to separate the cost of that shock, short term, from potential long-term systemic costs in equilibrium. Maybe there are also those costs long-term in equilibrium. I'm not so sure that current research allows us to conclude that's the case. And rather than lots of upstream research, I would like to see more downstream research. By downstream, I'm focusing on aggregate impact on consumer welfare, aggregate impact on aggregate producer welfare, because otherwise the risk is that when we look at the upstream variables, we may be just detecting a kind of like a reshuffling of cards in the marketplace. Regulation always creates winners and losers. One of the fathers of this very field of research, Richard Posner, over 40 years ago, wrote in a seminal influential papers that privacy protection is redistributive. He shuffles around costs and benefits, and of course he was correct. What he didn't mention is that also the lack of privacy protection is redistributive, because depending on how you choose to regulate, depending on whether you decide to regulate or not regulate data flows, there will be winners, there will be losers. And that's interesting. So research on that is valuable. But what matters to me most is, aside from these winners and losers, which may simply represent some type of firms do better, some type of firms do worse, what are the true downstream implications for consumers in the aggregate and for producers in the aggregate?
Okay, I'm really glad that FTC is revisiting this issue again after 9 years, and I hope the renewed attention will become a regular part of the conversation, not just after another 9 years. I agree with what Avi and Alexandra has highlighted, and here I just want to maybe add other 3 changes that I view are quite important. The first is, I feel like the algorithms and automation are now everywhere. If we look back 9 or 10 years ago, maybe a few high-tech companies are using algorithms already, but that was exception at that time. But now I feel like algorithm and automation have been used by many industries, even some traditional industries like agriculture. And as a result, the personal data is also collected almost everywhere, and access to data has expanded through more developed data market. And I really glad to see a growing body of research documenting how these data-driven and algorithm decisions have been adopted by what type of business and what's the effect they have, both long run and short run, as Alexandra has highlighted. So that's the first change. The second change, I feel like behavioral bias play a much bigger role than we used to recognize. We have probably all been aware of the Google search case that remind us how powerful default setting is. Consumers often stick with a default, and firms can use that tendency to steer traffic and strengthen their own market power. And more broadly, research have started to show that firms can nudge consumers through what we now call dark patterns. And that could be just highlighting certain options, could be adding hidden fees through drip pricing, could be bearing automatic renewal in some fine print, and so on and so forth. So I think more research on behavioral bias and how that got linked to the benefits and injury of information, I think that will be important research area to explore by future researchers. And the third one I want to highlight is, I feel like the line between competition policy and consumer protection has become blur over time. If we take junk fees as example, I think it was typical consumer protection issue because the firms may hide fees from consumers, and that can trick consumers in what they see, what they buy, and the probability they're going to make any purchase and so forth. But at the same time, it also encouraged firms not to compete by lowering the price, but they compete by how to cleverly hide fees. And similarly for fake reviews, right? It's not only an issue between consumer and firms in terms of information interface, it could also generate a lemons market where the honest firms that rely on genuine reviews would appear less competitive as compared to the firms that rely on fake reviews. So this could have dire competition consequence if we combine these consumer issues with the competition issues. So I would encourage more people to do more research in the intersection of those 2 areas. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for all of those insights. They were very welcome. We're going to turn to questions for particular panelists, sort of directed towards what they talked about. But of course, they're somewhat general as well. So if any of you want to jump in, just, I guess, raise your hand and signal that. So we'll start with a question for Ginger. Ginger, you spoke about some of the injuries or harms from surveillance pricing. As you know, at the FTC, we have dual competition and consumer protection mandates. Is this an area where you could see competition mitigate or resolve some of the potential harms you've identified?
That's a very good question. Let's imagine a world close to first-degree price discrimination. At least the firms would have capacity to do that. Then, in theory, competition is supposed to be the guardrail. If you're thinking the very standard, stylized Bertrand competition, okay, maybe two firms know my exact willingness to pay for a bottle of water, but they compete against each other, and they will have incentive to undercut each other until it reached the marginal cost of selling this bottle of water to me. So in that sense, it could probably alleviate or even eliminate the potential harm I just mentioned through the first-degree price discrimination. However, the problem is that this desirable outcome where the competition could automatically address harms from surveillance price actually depends critically on market conditions. So first, the competition can weaken when markets are not fully covered or when consumers have strong product preference. Recent models have shown that personalized pricing can harm consumers, especially those who strongly prefer one product. So they're sort of in the pocket that firms can monopolize because of their preference. So in that sense, competition may have a limited role to reduce harm on them. And the second is, I think I already mentioned this, we could have a situation where firms have asymmetric access to data, and asymmetric access to data could soften the competition downstream and magnify the harm of personalized pricing. And the third one is that personalization can also interact with switching cost. So you can imagine a situation that firms have verified data profile on consumers. They can selectively underprice to attract new consumers, to learn about their willingness to pay, and then raise price once their customers are logged in. So we have seen loyalty programs, targeted discount, coupled with personalized offers, or even personalized switching costs if you want to end the contract early. All these can increase the switching costs and therefore could reduce the competition between firms. And if you're thinking this in a dynamic way, as more and more people get logged in, because the firm have very intensive data on them, you have fewer contestable consumers. And then in the long run, the average price would increase, and then the market will become less competitive. So the broader lesson is that I don't think surveillance price would eliminate competition, but it actually can change competition, change the nature of competition. And firms may compete for superior data access rather than in lowering the price. They may compete on more effective targeting or more refined lock-in strategy rather than lower price to attract consumers. And this weakening of competition could happen when the data access is asymmetric, when switch cost is endogenous, and when algorithm could align incentive of competitors through potential collusion.
Okay, thank you. Our next question is for Avi. So we heard in You mentioned that how people value privacy is very context specific. Can you explain either for your paper where subjects were asked to share information with researchers, or more generally, to what extent evidence about the value of privacy can be generalized from one context to another context?
Thanks, Dan. So the first question was about, like, if the value of data, like, does it matter if it's researchers collecting it versus companies collecting it? So again, as you mentioned, right, we know from a large body of prior literature, including work, by authors in this panel, showing that value of privacy, value of data is extremely context specific. So in our context, we as researchers were like creating this data marketplace and purchasing data from subjects, In that context, when we experimentally manipulated what we do with the data, like whether we use it for research or sell it to potential third-party data brokers, that didn't seem to impact the evaluation of the data. But that's just in that specific context where the subjects knew that we were researchers, so perhaps they trust us more, that we wouldn't do something really bad with their data. So I think this creates a challenge, right? Like that we have these interesting results, but it's all context specific. But I think at the same time, I think if the context is something widely happening in the field, there is still some value to be learned. To give you the example of my Facebook experiment where we analyzed what is the distillacy from the current level of ad load with the current targeting technologies. That's again the valuation we came up with, potential distillacy of up to $3 a month. That's very context specific, but still a useful number. How does that value, generalize to other platforms? Of course, it's not going to generalize, but it would be interesting to measure that in other contexts as well. Like for example, that number would be higher for YouTube. How does that distillacy, compare with, let's say, large language models, right? Like where users have been sharing, their deepest, darkest secrets for several years now, without expecting there would be ads. But now that OpenAI is going to roll out ads, how do we quantify the injury from that potential distillacy from seeing ads on ChatGPT, with targeting data from your previous chats, perhaps? So that would be another different number, right? Which I don't think I can generalize from my previous study, but would still be an interesting exercise. I think the challenge we as academics face is there's always this push to come up with something very general, which is applicable in many contexts to get published in top journals. But I think from an empirical point of view, from a policy point of view, there is a lot of value in measuring these context-specific estimates as well.
Thank you. Our final targeted question is towards Alessandro. In your remarks, you focused on the relationship between behavioral ads and consumer prices, as well as the quality of the vendors they're buying from. Are there any other types of costs or harms that, in your view, we should be paying more attention to?
Sure, thank you. I will start from the observation that indeed, in the context of the study I was presenting, the counterfactual results I showed may not be considered under traditional frameworks harm, but I believe they do suggest that there are at least doubts over whether consumers benefit from an economic perspective from behaviorally targeted ads. And in the same vein, I would make the point that when we are thinking about privacy harm, not always in my view, the traditional doctrine of economic cost and harm are the best framework. To me, the better fitting framework is that of externalities. Many goods, economists have studied many goods that exhibit positive and negative externalities. However, I would argue that privacy is not like any other economic good. And here I am paraphrasing Joe Farrell, who was, of course, chief economist here at the FTC some years back, and wrote this delightful little paper in which he asked the question, is privacy like any other good? And in my view, it's absolutely not. Privacy, when we focus on informational privacy and therefore control over personal data, can give rise to essentially an endless array of both positive and negative externalities. It can be used for fantastically beneficial things for individuals and for society. It could be used for significant harm, individual and society. And in traditional markets, consumers have some ways to protect themselves from the negative externalities and enjoy the positive ones, or if they can't, regulators step in. In the privacy market, I don't believe that there are the tools there for consumers to be able to reduce the negative externalities and enjoy the positive ones. I believe that there is a very large body of research that Ginger was alluding to earlier, demonstrating the informational, behavioral, economic barriers that essentially deny consumers the ability to make truly informed choices when it comes to privacy in the marketplace. Because we are talking so much about behavior advertising, I will just give an example related to online tracking. Tracking started in the late 1990s when browsers started using cookies. Some consumers didn't like cookies and started deleting cookies from their browsers. And the industry came up then with a counter response, which was flash cookies, which couldn't be managed by browsers. They would come back every single time. And then some consumers started using some more powerful cookie managers that would be able to do that. And then industry responded by switching from cookies to other ways of tracking users, maybe device fingerprinting, deep packet inspection. And some users started using things like VPNs or Tor to avoid being tracked. And then the industry found, and then it's a cat and mouse game, right? Even when regulation steps in, for instance, GDPR, making it harder to use third-party cookies, here is the answer by industry, starting leveraging first-party rather than third-party cookies for tracking. So it's absolutely untenable to expect the consumer, any of us, can manage the privacy online. It would be a full-time job, and it would be ultimately fruitless. But let's then go back to the externalities. I believe that the point is that when it comes to privacy, they can take all possible shapes and forms. So the problem of privacy harm is not that it's not there. The problem is it's everywhere, but it is hard to quantify. And the reason why it is hard to quantify is that it can take all these possible forms. It's diffusive, pervasive, ubiquitous, but it's also highly context-dependent, highly heterogeneous, changes dramatically from person to person, highly differentiated. Some of it is tangible, some of it is not tangible. I can go from very minor harm, which is highly likely, everyone experiences every single day when they go online. The fact that when you go online, the website you're trying to access will load a little slower because it has to load in the background the trackers. Very small cost for each person, each page. But if you consider all the pages you visit in a day, all the consumers visiting all pages in a day, those become a substantial aggregate costs. That's an example of a minimum cost per transaction, high likelihood of occurrence. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we have incredibly high costs with very low likelihood of occurrence, such as catastrophic medical identity theft or physical harm based on some stalker getting your information from data brokers and coming to your home. In between these very extremes, we have a myriad of tangible and intangible costs. And some are individual, some are even societal. The example that some have used to refer to the societal costs are, for instance, what happened with privacy and Myanmar and Facebook. Facebook, some years ago, commissioned to an independent third party a report on whether Facebook algorithms played any role in genocidal violence in Myanmar. The conclusion of the independent third-party report was that yes, the algorithms played a role by essentially promoting posts which increase ethnic hatred, which culminated in genocidal violence. Now, of course, it's not like the Facebook engineers had ever meant that to happen, not at all. But this is a privacy story nevertheless, not just because these platforms make money out of personal data, but because these algorithms use information, precisely personal data, precisely to foster engagement, interaction. And sometimes this interaction means clicking on an ad, sometimes it can have very extreme negative unintended consequences for society at all. So the problem here, to conclude, is not that we don't have harm, but we have harm differentiated in so many shapes and forms that we don't have a neat, single, unitary function to say, okay, we can aggregate all these costs, and the cost of privacy invasions in the United States in 2025 was X billions of dollars. There is no way to do it, and which doesn't mean that the costs are not there. It simply means that our tools are perhaps inadequate, and rather than thinking purely about quantifying harm, I would argue for thinking about the in terms of negative externalities.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is directed to any one of you. And it's again related to the, so we're asking about technology that's really changed since the last workshop. So since the last workshop, we have seen the proliferation of software that manipulates or fabricates entirely videos and photographs of real people in false situations. Deepfakes have become more sophisticated and much less costly to generate, and harmful ones have been used to embarrass or coerce victims. How can we evaluate these harms or reputational harms more generally?
Maybe I can start. I think this is a clear example of harm arising from non-consented use and the manipulation of personal information. Unfortunately, the technology has made that much easier, more accessible to almost everyone, even if the user may not have the intention to create harm, but the harm could be created. And those harm could go beyond just privacy intrusion, could bring direct economic losses and reputation damage. So if we're just thinking, okay, these deepfakes are used for extortion or blackmail, and maybe we can measure the financial loss directly in terms of ransom payment, and legal costs, cybersecurity expenses, and so forth. And if this lead to lost employment opportunity, reduced income, or terminated contracts, diminished business prospects, and so forth, we may have a way to measure that by using the market outcomes or by comparing this victim versus somebody who look very alike, and kind of like event study, if we know the timing of this happens. But I think a more challenging part is maybe those bad things have not happened yet, but the risk of those things happening in the future could be significantly higher, right? How can we quantify that kind of risk? I don't know exactly. I know in the 2017 workshop, people have talked about that potential and how to measure the risk. And maybe in today's world, well, cybersecurity experts have more knowledge and the data market has more sort of maturity to support the estimation of such risk and maybe quantify what's the harm coming out of a higher risk out of it. Maybe Avi and Alexandra would have better insights on that.
No, I feel what you said, Ginger, is exactly right. And to me, the harm of deepfakes is an example of what I was hinting at earlier. The fact that the harm from abuse of personal information can take so many different forms. For one person, the deepfake could be just a reason to laugh and, oh, that was funny and cute. For another person, it could be absolutely catastrophic. For a person, it could imply a loss of job because the employer doesn't really believe that this was a deep fake, really believes that actually that was the real you. For another person, it could be a reputational risk, business risk, societal costs such as distrust. We no longer can trust what is being presented. And once again, how do you quantify this in a single function? I mean, we can try to use things like probabilistic arm, summing different types of arm with the weight of likelihood of occurrence and possible cost, possible damage, conditional occurrence. We can try to use WTA, WTP mechanisms. We can try to look at what the insurance market is going to do, but are they really capturing what is going to happen? To me, again, these type of arms are so diffuse, so diverse, so heterogeneous that they call into question whether policymakers have to rely on a quantification of their harm or whether we have to resort to precautionary principles, rights-based approaches in order to protect ourselves from them.
Yeah, I agree with everything with which the previous panelist said about how hard it is to quantify these harms. But before we even do that, I think we first need like rich, high-quality, descriptive data on how prevalent deepfakes are. I was trying to get numbers on it, and I couldn't really find any good numbers. So, of course, this is changing every month. Like, the technologies get better and better, which makes it even harder to measure it. But I think before we even start quantifying the harms, we need to first understand how big the problem is, how many people are impacted, in what ways. potentially also collect qualitative data, and then, yeah, like, the harms, as was mentioned previously, may not have yet occurred, but may show up in market data in the future. Maybe we'll start seeing, like, wage differentials, like for jobs where there is higher risk of, having a deep fake. Maybe you start demanding more wages. That's just an example, but maybe we'll see some approaches like that moving forward. But I think in the present times, we first need high quality descriptive data first on, like, how prevalent these deep fakes are, who is getting impacted, and in what ways.
I'm just going to follow with what might be our last question. Talking about some of these more high-risk harms, just want to sort of identify one that we talked about in preparing for this panel, which was that, periodically we read stories in the press about people who have suffered acts of violence or stalking. Alessandra, you mentioned it, as a result of people finding out their personal information through lookup sites or data brokers. Thinking about that sort of specific harm, is that something we can quantify? And if it's not, and maybe the answer is the same for as it was for deepfakes, what sort of research would be beneficial for exploring these types of domestic violence, stalking harms?
I can go first. We were discussing earlier before this panel a month back or so, and I was giving this example of one of the projects which I was doing with Joy, Wu, and Ananya Sen, where we were trying to understand data brokers. And when we were collecting qualitative data, we realized that there were some subjects in our sample who mentioned some of these harms. When we were digging deeper into which data, what was the specific data which was being exposed, which caused these harms, what we found is a lot of this data was actually also coming from government sources, not just commercial sources. So far we were discussing data from commercial platforms, but there's also a lot of rich government public data, like whenever you buy or sell a house, whenever you register your marriage, do a USPS change of address, or all sorts of things, data gets exposed. It gets collected by third-party data brokers, which package it and sell it. I'm sure I can look up the address and phone number of everyone in this room by just looking at your name, right? Like, it's available out there almost for free in these lookup websites. So I think this kind of creates this challenge, this trade-off between more open public government data versus the potential costs from getting the data exposed. I haven't seen research on that topic, doing a more careful cost-benefit analysis. I think that is something which we would love to do moving forward.
Earlier, I was using the analogy of the online tracking to highlight the cat and mouse game between industry and consumers, each responding to the other prior move in this long-term dynamic game. In my view, in the data brokers market, we see something similar. We see the data brokers getting data, and then the rise of firms which do data removal. But the problem is that these firms may remove data, and then the data brokers may find more data. So the consumer has to, again, get the help of data removal services, and so on and so forth. So my fear is that we go back to this cat and mouse game. So in a nutshell, it is not obvious to me whether data brokers and data removal services are an example of a well-functioning marketplace where indeed the consumers can find the privacy if they want it, or instead an example of what in EU political policy circles is called consumer responsabilization, which is a term which refers to pushing onto consumers the cost for managing a problem that they didn't create and they cannot fully control.
Just to add to what Avi and Alexandra are saying, I think there's urgent need for us to understand how data brokers access and promote their data, right? And if they get data from USPS, say address change, does USPS ask anything before they get the data, right? I mean, I have no answer to that question, but I assume somebody can answer that question. And there are also some kind of state-level restrictions on data broker or on transparency of data broker, and maybe more research need to be done there to see how effective those restrictions have been in some of the outcomes you mentioned, like stalking, domestic violence, or feeling of loose privacy and other things, right? Like, we all have the feeling that maybe data brokers are playing some role here, but I don't know exactly what role they're playing, like how effective they are creating the harms, or they're sort of helping others to creating the downstream harms, or maybe we're all just over-worried.
Well, thank you all so much. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be returning at 11 a.m. for the second part of this panel, which will be on quantifying benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howard, we may need you.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll get started on panel 2 here. I'm Mark Eichhorn. I'm an assistant director in the privacy division in the Bureau of Consumer Protection. And my co-moderator today is Laura Hoskin from the Bureau of Economics. This panel is the second half of a two-part panel. The first one, as you just heard, is more focused on information harms and injuries, and this panel will be more focused on benefits. I thought it was a great first panel. Avi talked about context, which I think if you work in privacy for 2 minutes, you sort of realize how important context is. And Alessandro talked about, basically questioning the value of behavioral advertising and particularly with respect to reducing search costs. And then Ginger talked about surveillance pricing and the potential that the consumer surplus would be extracted. So we'll be touching on some of these issues from a slightly different perspective, but again, addressing both benefits and harms in different ways. Laura?
So I'd like to, we'll start with presentations from each of our panelists and then move into questions. First up, we have Mike Bay, who is a professor of business economics and public policy at the Kelley School of Business at Indiana University, along with being a former BE director. Mike, would you like to start your presentation?
Sure. Presentation is kind of a high bar, I think, Laura, but have some comments I'd like to share with you. It's great to be back. Appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about my research. And one of the things they wanted me to talk about is a specific type of data, and that's transactions data. And Alessandro mentioned that there's all kinds of ways that privacy can impact people, and I just want to be very clear in my conversation with you for the next few moments that I'm talking about transactions data. I'm talking about data that a platform might collect about the prices and quantities of various products that you might have purchased. I want to talk about whether sharing that kind of data is a good thing or a bad thing, how it impacts social welfare, because we heard the chairman say ultimately the goal is to increase the overall output of the overall economy while protecting consumers. We want to look at those issues. And I really just want to kind of make 3 points. The first thing I want to point out is that when you're looking at data issues, I think it's important to distinguish between data brokers and platforms, because their incentives are very different, okay? In general, platforms operate in multi-sided markets where they have stakeholders that would include consumers that might choose not to participate in the platform if they were not getting sufficient surplus or if they were somehow being exploited. And also various types of merchants, maybe high-cost, low-cost merchants and so forth. And a platform, because its stakeholders consist of a mix of different stakeholders, turns out in many economic environments, it has an incentive to kind of account for those externalities that Alessandro was talking about in the first panel in a way that in some instances may actually maximize social welfare. And I want to share with you some results of a paper that I have with David Sappington that actually generate exactly that result in the context of transactions data. The second thing I want to talk about is this notion of injury versus benefits. And what I want to argue is that it's very difficult to disentangle those, because in many instances, a privacy policy that benefits some types of consumers is going to harm others, and vice versa. And if you don't believe me on that, just think about those cookie disclosures or agree to consent things that we click every time we download an app or visit a new website in some jurisdictions. For those of us that are aware that anything we do may be tracked or shared, it's just a nuisance. But for people that don't know that, it could be a benefit, right? So protecting people that don't know that comes at the cost of adding frictions to people who do. And that may entrench incumbents where people already know the privacy regimes that they have in place, and it might induce them to shy away from more risky platforms that are offering disclosures that they haven't taken the time to read and so forth. And then lastly, I just want to briefly mention that disclosures, opt-in policies, things like that, again, same type of thing hurts. Disclosure policies or opt-in, opt-out policies might be good for some groups of consumers, but actually harm others. So the big picture is in the calculus of thinking about privacy, you've got to pay attention to what type of privacy issues are you talking about, how are the data being managed, and who is the consumer whose welfare you care about, okay? So in the context of just teeing this up with a little toy model, you can think of an environment where you've got a platform that is offering an opportunity for consumers to buy a variety of different types of products. And let's just imagine that there are consumers that have high valuations, high reservation values for a product, and some that are less willing to pay less for a product. And let's imagine that across these different products, consumers' reservation values are correlated, so that if you're a rich lawyer working at the FTC and you're willing to pay a lot for one product, you may be willing to pay more for another product. Or if you're a poor economist, you have a low reservation price for one book on order statistics, you might be willing to pay less for a book on auction theory, okay? So correlated values. And let's imagine an environment where a platform is contemplating whether it wants to share the transactions data. For example, whether Dave Schmidt actually made a purchase on the platform and at what price and how many units he purchased, or Laura Hoskin made a purchase at a website, and share that with the merchants that are also on that website, okay? So the first thing that comes to mind when you think about a data sharing environment like that is you're really sharing, my purchase history with third parties, these other firms that are operating on your platform, right? And that obviously could raise some privacy concerns. So what we want to talk about is the implications of that in the context of not a data broker who might only care about extracting as much surplus as possible from sellers, but from a platform that has to worry about the impact of that policy on merchants that have high costs, merchants that have low costs, consumers that have high reservation values and consumers that have low reservation values. So David and I have a paper that examines that scenario, and what it turns out to be the case, as you might imagine, that consumers that are aware, let's call them sophisticated consumers for lack of a better word, consumers that are sophisticated and recognize that their purchase behavior at one store is going to be shared with another store, they're going to behave strategically because they're going to recognize that if I signal my willingness to pay a high price for this product, that information is going to be shared with another merchant that can use that to my disadvantage and extract a higher price from me. So I'm going to behave strategically. And what we show, in fact, is there's a Bayesian-Nash equilibrium where sophisticated consumers can credibly signal instances in which they have low valuations to take advantage of the fact that by doing so, they'll initiate a low price by that second seller, okay? So in fact, in our model, sophisticated consumers, consumers that aren't myopic, they're taking into account that what they do today on the platform might be shared with another seller tomorrow, okay? Those consumers benefit from data sharing, okay? If you take an unsophisticated consumer, a consumer who's unaware of that, those consumers actually are going to be harmed by data sharing because once you reveal that you're a high valuation type, that information is going to flood to other merchants who are then going to exploit that and extract surplus from you. So it turns out that in that environment, as I suggested, some groups are going to benefit from data sharing. That would be the sophisticated consumers. Some groups are going to be harmed, the unsophisticated consumers, okay? And if you ask the question, okay, what would a profit-maximizing platform do in our little stylized model? Turns out a profit-maximizing platform would adopt the privacy policy that maximizes social welfare, that is, the sum of consumer and producer surpluses. And it turns out that profit-maximizing policy for the platform and the social optimum from the standpoint of society is a policy that allows in which the platform shares transactions data with all merchants on the platform. And intuitively what that does is it effectively increases the number of transactions because absent that, merchants aren't going to know whether they're going to have a less reliable estimate of whether you're a high or a low valuation type. And they're going to, in an attempt to stuff money in their own pocket, they're going to raise price a little bit, and as a result of that, they're going to have more rejected offers. So total transactions increase as a result of that in our model. Okay, and then lastly, you might ask the question: okay, suppose you're a regulator and you've got to decide, you know, how do we nuance these particular issues? Well, the first thing you've got to answer is whose welfare do you care about? Do you care about the sophisticated consumers, the non-sophisticated consumers, or overall welfare? You get different answers depending upon which of those policies, which of those objectives you have as a policymaker. And as you contemplate, you know, opt-in, opt-out policies, banning the sharing of data, as Alessandro said this morning, you're going to be benefits and costs to different groups depending upon which of those that you pursue, and you'll have different outcomes. So I'll stop there, Laura.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Next up, we have Howard Beals, an Emeritus Professor of Strategic Management and Public Policy at George Washington School of Business. Howard?
No, now it's on. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. It's always nice to be back at the FTC in various capacities. I want to talk a lot about a paper I did with Andrew Stivers a little over 2 years ago that looked at the literature on the impact of information restrictions on a variety of things. We called it an information economy without data. And I want to talk about some of those results and then some other points about the benefits of information. I think most important thing to keep in mind is that it's information that funds the internet. The value of advertising depends on knowing something about the user. Some of you look old enough to know, to remember the New Yorker cartoon of the dog at the computer saying the beauty of the internet is nobody knows you're a dog. Nobody wants to advertise to the dog. So information is important. Ad prices, when there is information that's linked to the user, are in the order of 3 times higher than ad prices where there is no link to user information. Google did a randomized experiment where some ads were auctioned off with user-linked information, and in some the user-linked information was suppressed. In that experiment, the average publisher lost 52% of their revenue, half their revenue. The median publisher lost 2/3 of their revenue. All right, so half of publishers lost 60+% of their revenue is an enormous impact on what's available on internet content. Similarly, there's an interesting Facebook experiment that did the same thing of restricting access to outside information. Without outside data, the median customer acquisition cost for advertisers increased about 30%. That revenue produces important and valuable services. There's an online choice experiment that asked people for their willingness to accept how much they'd want to give up a service for a year. It valued free internet content at $32,000 in 2017. That's substantial value that's created by the availability of information. Now, some argue that contextual targeting might help, but it's unlikely to replace revenue losses, particularly of that magnitude. Context is a complement. It's available now for free. You can look at the web page and see what its context is. But participants find it worthwhile to invest in additional information about the user because it enhances effectiveness. There was a study that was done on predicting click-through rates, and it had 3 scenarios: use context only, use context and behavioral information, and use behavioral information only. The combination was about 3 times more effective than context alone. Behavioral information was important. It's more important than context if you just look at context versus behavior, but it's a complement. It raises the value of knowing about context. Isn't all that advertising a negative for consumers? Well, maybe, but advertising can also be a complement to content. Fashion magazines are a clear example. Car magazines are a clear example where the advertising is part of the point of purchasing the product. The question is, how relevant is the advertising to consumers, given that they're interested in that particular content? In the Google experiment I mentioned, consumers were less likely to close ads that were targeted if they were based on individual information. That is, they're more likely to close, the ad's less likely to be relevant if it doesn't use information. And the Facebook experiment you heard about earlier points to the same conclusion. There's no difference in the willingness to pay whether you have advertising or not advertising. And that says to me that the utility of the information that you're getting from the ads is enough to offset any disutility from the ads themselves. More generally, advertising enhances competition. That's something the FTC has known for a long time and has pushed for a long time. It tends to lead to lower prices. It leads to stronger incentives for product improvements. It leads to reduced differences among demographic groups. And online advertising is no different in that regard. The second thing about information is that it helps to fight fraud. Fraud controls depend on comparing a proposed transaction to some baseline and looking for inconsistencies. Is there something weird about this transaction that makes it stand out? That requires knowledge of normal patterns of transactions, which is, or normal uses of the information. And what fraud controls are built around is looking for places where information was used in a different context, in a different way, because that inconsistency may say something's wrong. doesn't necessarily say fraud, but it says this is inconsistent with the way this information appears in other places. Usually, that information was collected for some other reason. Information about financial transactions, for example, is widely used in fraud control models and shared with people who build fraud control models for purposes of fraud control, but that's not why it was collected. It was collected to manage the transactions of the financial institution. It's a secondary use of data that's of enormous importance in reducing costs to the economy as a whole. Third, information enables better risk management. Credit reporting is maybe the clearest example. Risk-based pricing says that people who are at higher risk of default are going to have to pay more for credit. That means credit is more available to them than it would be otherwise, and it means rates are lower for other consumers than they would be otherwise. The availability of better information, increased competition in credit markets, and substantially reduced costs to most consumers. Not everybody, because there are bad risks. And the use of information meant they couldn't hide. Or think about background checks. They're now common in many places and in many contexts. When I coached my kids' soccer teams, everybody was willing to rely on intuition and assumptions that would be okay. Nowadays, you probably need a background check before you can work with other people's kids. It's because the information is more readily accessible. It's reduced costs and expanded use in ways that likely reduce risks that people face. Fourth, I think it's important to recognize that information restrictions tend to entrench established players. And in particular, in today's world, they entrench the big tech companies. Those companies have substantial amounts of first-party data, and that's usually not subject to restrictions because privacy restrictions focus on sharing, not information. Competition for the tech companies depends on smaller players who have to pool information, they have to share it, in order to have a database that can effectively deliver comparable performance to the data that big tech companies have as first-party performers. But the benefits of use depend on the use of the information. They don't change whether the user is a first party or a third party. But restrictions give first parties an artificial advantage. And that's the thrust of what happened in the GDPR, where concentration went up in the tech services markets. Revenue and page views went down for e-commerce sites, an effect that was larger for smaller players. And again, that's consistent with this notion that you need to share information in order to be an effective competitor. Finally, I want to make some general points about the benefits of information. Many key uses of information, and the fraud control I talked about as an example, are secondary uses. They are not why the data was collected. It was collected for some other purpose and used in some other way. If you restrict the ability to share the data, less of that data gets collected in the first place. And that's the second point. Information is collected because it's valuable. Restrictions that reduce value, like restrictions on sale, reduce the incentives to collect information in the first place. If information isn't collected, then it isn't available for secondary uses. If location information can't be used commercially, it may not be collected, and it may not be available to find criminals when we want to find criminals, because the incentive to collect information depends on its value. So thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Howard. Our next presenter is Omri Ben-Shahar. He is the Leo and Eileen Herzl Distinguished Service Professor of Law and Kearney Director of the Coast-Sander Institute for Law and Economics at the University of Chicago Law School. And yes, that is a big mouthful. Omri?
I'm going to show a few slides, so I'm going to stand here. It's okay. Yes. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. It's great to be here. I was here in 2017. A lot changed since. I want to talk about some of the benefits of data technologies, very concrete benefits of very concrete technologies that are subject to the strictest privacy protections, not those wishy-washy cookie consents, just, float some disclosures and then do what you want, but actual bans on collection, sharing, or tracking of people. I'll talk about a couple of them and then kind of maybe end with some more constructive. This is basically, it's about harms, but it's not harms from information, it's harm from privacy laws that I think needs to be taken into account when we think about the scope and the type of regulatory techniques that we are using. I'm a lawyer and economist, but I'm doing this work primarily as with my lawyer hat on, looking at regulatory techniques. So I'm going to talk about two types of data technologies, tracking of drivers by auto insurers and facial recognition in law enforcement. These are areas where privacy concerns are the strictest. It's not just about sharing, what I buy, what this, but this is the kind of sanctum sanctorum of privacy law, especially facial recognition presently is thought to be the most acute. The EU AI Act recognizes it as the unacceptable risk to privacy. When I talk very briefly, I have a lot more to say about them, but these are tracking of drivers through telematics. These are devices that are either in the car or in the app that track how people actually drive and price them accordingly, changing the premium as you go, month to month or depending on the program. Insurers have the data to use the features that they measure: hard braking, unsafe following, excessive speeding, sharp turns, things like that, lane cuts, if there are cameras on the car. They are, you know how to use that for prediction in the prediction models and charge premiums accordingly. It has something like close to a quarter of the market of auto insurance. It's called usage-based insurance. Here is my safety score. It gives you a safety score, and it changes all the time, and it tells you exactly based on what. So that what we see is the most interesting effect here is that it has, both in theory and in practice, has a big safety effect. The big safety effect is that people are rewarded for safer driving. They are coached how to drive well. It is a notoriously replicated result that 90% of the people think that they're better than average drivers, and this result is entirely robust to how many accidents they've been to, that have been a judged fault. It's still 90%. Well, here is something that can really teach them, as long as they don't think, oh, the algorithm doesn't know me. And it's also, there is a psychological effect of Big Brother watching you, and that kind of, and the pleasure of getting a high score. The benefits have been studied in several studies, not by me, but a JLE paper, NPR paper, a management science paper, and they are all pointing to something unbelievable: a massive decline in fatal accidents on the order of magnitude that is somewhere approaching 30%. Nothing like that have we seen in the history of highway safety. And it doesn't require any infrastructure. It's just data, as long as they could. Now, there is another safety, and that is fairness. It replaces the demographic rating that auto insurers do, namely credit score, income, education, things that allow more affluent and people in the society to get better rates, but not poor people and not for racial minorities. So we have a big benefit here. So why am I telling you all of that? It's not about why fear the roads, but why fear data. It is, California prohibits it. Why? You see what the commissioner is doubling down, and it said we will not compromise on people's data privacy. New York allows it. But here's what they don't allow. That many of these apps operate, and many of these tracking devices operate through the phones. They just feel how you drive. Geico, for example, does that. So they can also tell if you are texting while you're driving. Well, New York allows collecting all the data other than texting while driving. Why texting, what is known to be the most dangerous thing you can do? Because it's private, it's your device. Okay. So it is... I'll just mention, there is a lot of literature on telematics. Without a single exception, it's all about how bad it is. It's mostly a sociological, legal literature about the infractions of privacy. 2 years ago, I published a paper. It was the first, and so far the only paper, that identifies the benefits. So this is my methodological point. Cannot do privacy regulation without looking at the same time at the benefits. Cannot apply a generic precautionary principle because you are putting a lot on the line, sacrificing something very big. That's number one. Number two is, that's just California, never mind. Facial recognition, it is talking here about not looking into your phone and entering one-to-one recognition, but one-to-many. Being able to look at people with street cameras. Something very scary. We know how the Chinese government is using it. When I started thinking about it, I thought, oh, we are not China. And then 2025 happened, and I may have kind of revised my dismissal of the privacy, of the abuse of the technology. It is a very scary technology. And it is indeed subject to, it is able to classify people, to identify, classify people in situations, not when they are posing nicely to the camera, but in almost any scenario, however older they are now than when their images were fed into the software. And there's a lot of writing, and as I mentioned, there's a lot of law. Many localities in the US, there's not a federal law, but some states, some cities have banned it in the use of law enforcement. But here too, there is a major benefit, and the benefit comes not from finding, pickpockets and not even carjacking in the corners of Hyde Park, Chicago, but rather in some of the most heinous crimes, which is sex trafficking and human trafficking, kind of the modern day slavery, where about 28 million people have disappeared. And you can't find them. They never let out. And these are people, members of the weakest populations, migrants, a lot of minors. But once in a while, a photo floats into the dark web or somewhere, or even maybe when they were passing through Border Patrol, but mostly in some sleazy motel with some sleazy patron posting something, and up you have an identification, and people are rescued. Tens of thousands of people are rescued until it gets banned. There's an interesting story how the Attorney General of New Jersey kind of had news kind of spoke to the news meeting where he took pride in a particular campaign to rescue sex trafficking victims, and said how 3 days after he banned the technology. So again, we are talking here about something that is, and there are many examples here on this slide. I just want to tell you how the privacy culture has defined this, and this is what the privacy watchdog, the privacy czar of the EU, said that the exchange of freedom and privacy for some early anecdotal evidence that it might help some people is wholly insufficient to trade away civil liberties. These people, the migrants and the vulnerable populations that are already being trafficked, they have privacy rights. I read this and I think, is he crazy? Their rights not to be tortured, not to be raped, to liberty, is something that is just anecdotal. And in any event, you see where I'm going with it. So I kind of in my work, look at these main privacy protections that exist. And there are many other areas, not so much in the FTC jurisdiction, HHS, private, medical privacy. Everything we've talked about here dwarfs in the massive effect that you can have from data that would be used for training algorithms on secondary charts of people, the way Denmark used to do until GDPR, to generate deep medicine progress, biomedical progress, which can do so much less because of the medical privacy laws. So all of that is, I'll skip that, is something that I've been exploring, and now it's part of a book manuscript that's going this weekend to production with Harvard Press. It's going to be called Why Fear Data. I've talked about half of the book, and in my remaining minute or two, I want to just point to where I take all of this. I am not some crazy Chicago libertarian, non-regulationist, do nothing. Absolutely do, but use the right paradigm. The paradigm should not be private injuries to the people whose data runs the machinery. It's a public, much more public social injury. In the same way that in the 60s and 70s, we realized that when people use carbon energy, fossil fuel, they are not just suffering public harms, but rather we have to think about it as an externality and regulate it the way we do environmental law. I think that's how we need to reconceptualize data protection. And when I say externality, I mean something different than what Alessandro in his brilliant comments earlier meant. You know, that's a type of effect. He talked about how the data known about you can also affect you in different ways, like you have slower, from the minimal things like slow upload to the big things like being, losing your medical or financial security. These are not, to me, these are not externalities. There's a transaction, you give data, you get services, and sometimes you pay in all sorts of unexpected ways, but they're still internal to the parties of that transaction. I'm thinking about it as affecting others and affecting an environment. So, for example, in 2018, when Strava, social network for athletes, were posting heat maps of people were posting the heat maps of their jogging and cycling and things like this, and Strava was aggregating it, and oops, you could see places outside of Kabul, outside of Mogadishu, in Mali, where all of a sudden there are a lot of joggers, and it's probably not Nigerians or Afghans. Yeah, it was CIA operatives, it's US military, and there was a big scandal in the news, and there were hearings in Congress, and everybody framed it as a privacy scandal. And that was the moment where I had my aha moment. It's not privacy. The last thing these GIs want is privacy. They want the world to know how they're running. That's why they're on this social network. What is affected there, everybody was agreeing that what's affected is national security. That's an externality. Those are the things we need to think about, how society at large is affected by various things. And in the second half of this book, I develop a model that I call data pollution that tries to borrow tools from environmental law to what could become a new field of data environmental law, where public enforcers like the FTC and public law, not personal rights, not privacy rights, not cookie consents, not the right to be forgotten, things that are done in a more societal, organized way and don't rely on users to do something that we know they don't do, to generate less of the negative externalities that could come up even from those very beneficial technologies that I've discussed before. Thanks.
Thank you, Omri. Our next speaker is going to be Malika Corgan-Bekova. She is an assistant professor of marketing and a Fishman Faculty Fellow at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business.
Thank you so much, Laura and Mark, for putting this panel together and for inviting me. I'm very excited here. By the way, you pronounced my surname very, very well. Thank you. So in my research, I am very excited about the topic of how digital platforms, design and govern their core platform mechanisms, such as personalization algorithms, pricing algorithms, ranking algorithms, experimentation infrastructure. And I study how do these design choices impact the market outcomes, consumer welfare, privacy outcomes, and competition in general. And so typically when we think of digital platforms and when we think about the fact that they collect very detailed individual level data to train their black box algorithms, we are usually worried about the consumer outcomes of that, right? So because we don't know exactly what is happening within the black box algorithms. And privacy regulations should be protecting consumers. And so, but as many of us already mentioned, it all depends on the context. And in one of my projects, I collaborate with Wayfair, and together with my fantastic co-author, Cole Zuber, we ran a field experiment together with Wayfair, where we were interested in understanding what is the impact on the market outcomes for consumers, sellers, and the platforms of using individual level data for personalization algorithms. And so during this, the field experiment contained 9 million consumers. It ran for 2 years online on Wayfair website. And so consumers were randomized into treatment and control condition. Consumers in the control condition saw non-personalized bestseller rankings, just popular products in the search results. Versus consumers in personalized conditions, they would see outcomes that are a function of their individual search and purchase behavior. And so what we find as a result of that experiment is that personalization actually does help consumers to search faster, save time on purchase decisions. And what I think is very important is that personalization also helps consumers. Basically, it led to lower return rates. So consumers in the personalized conditions, they were 10% less likely to return the products post-purchase, and they were more likely to repeat visit and repeat purchase on the website afterwards. And to Professor Jean's previous comments about the fact that consumer protection and competition goes hand in hand, we also were very interested in the supply side of the matters. And so we looked at what was the impact on the supply side. And technically, personalization actually benefits more smaller sellers on the market. Because if we think about it, what is the alternative to personalization? The alternative is bestseller, most popular rankings, right? And usually would be products of bigger sellers, very accomplished sellers, versus on the personalized condition, now smaller sellers get a chance to be shown on the website too, as long as they're relevant to individual consumers. And so basically, what our experimental results say is that smaller sellers benefited a lot. Their visibility on the platform increased by 19%, and in general, it was great outcomes for them. And so in the second part of the paper, we write down a structural model and we simulate counterfactual outcomes of what would have happened if we had different types of privacy restrictions in place. And what the simulations do is basically they show that under certain privacy regulations, consumer outcomes and smaller sellers' outcomes are going to be deteriorating. And so because the algorithm, basically we have access to the actual algorithms that the platform uses, and when we retrain it with lower quality fragmented data, what happens is that the algorithm converges to the bestseller popular products, and basically we're back to the basics. And I think something that's kind of missing a bit in the policy discussions is the marginal value of a data point to different types of players on the market. Because for larger sellers, losing part of their data is not catastrophic, versus for smaller sellers who do not have a lot of data, like on their previous searches or purchases, for them, losing even a fraction of the data is going to be kind of very important in the way the algorithm sees them and gives them opportunity to be shown on the website. Now, when it comes to calculating and thinking about the consumer welfare, I think if we wanted to think of it more at a scale rather than just one case point of Wayfair, I think it's important to understand what do consumers actually understand and believe about personalization. And so in a follow-up project with another of my fantastic co-authors, Sarah Moshari from UC Berkeley, it's a work in progress, and so we ran a pilot study with 1,000 consumers on Prolific, where we basically asked them, do they understand personalization, and what are their stated privacy preferences? And the goal there was to ask consumers about the top 20 websites in the US where consumers technically should know whether the websites are personalizing prices, advertising, content, recommendations in general, so that should be known by the consumers. However, what we find is that consumer beliefs about personalization are largely miscalibrated. So essentially 20% of consumers said that they're unsure whether the website's personalized or not, although what the websites we're talking about are Amazon, social media websites like Instagram, Facebook. So 20% of consumers were unsure, and 20% of consumers had wrong beliefs of whether the platform personalizes or not. And when we break it down by types of personalization, usually consumers are more unsure and more wrong about price personalization. And essentially what we find next is that those consumers who had correct beliefs about personalization, those consumers also liked it more. And I think this type of work is important because we need to know whether consumers have correct beliefs or miscalibrated beliefs. Because if they have miscalibrated beliefs, then that will deter them from making optimal actions, either like privacy-preserving actions, clearing cache or cookies, if they don't want to see personalization, versus maybe they need to log in to be able to see personalization. So in general, I think we have to be very, very careful, but data can be beneficial, but we also have to think very careful about consumer beliefs on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malika. So now we're going to start our questions part of our panel. We're going to do this the opposite than the last panel, where we're going to start with questions for each individual. But I do want to make sure to mention that if you have something you want to chime in on, please feel free. So I'm actually going to start with Mike. One of the reasons or the impetus for putting together this conference was a difficulty that we as an agency have in figuring out how to measure benefits. You know, what we can take away from different types of models, either experimental or empirical or theoretical, and where you see you know, the difficulties in measuring benefits and the usefulness of these different types of models, and what we as policymakers should take away from this when we see your wonderful research.
Well, confession, I'm an applied theorist, and theorists in general postulate simple environments where they can understand what the levers are that are moving consumer welfare. So in me and David Sappington's paper, the lever is the prices that consumers are paying and the number of transactions that are taking place on the platform. So those are things that an economist can wrap their head around very easily. We can count up transactions, we can examine average prices paid by different types of consumers, and then analyze the welfare effects and say, yeah, you know, 60% of the consumers benefited from lower prices, 40% didn't. If I were taking it to data, that's what I would do. When you get into the sensitive data question, I don't know what sensitive data is, right? If you want to quantify that, you've got to have a definition of what that is, what the harms are, and I think for all of us, they're multidimensional, right? The fact that someone learns something secret about me might trigger some cost to me that's orthogonal to the way you guys get triggered. And I think that's what makes it difficult as a theorist, and certainly from a policy perspective. And I think the issue is when we start trying to find solutions for problems that we all kind of feel, yeah, there's an issue, but we don't know how to quantify the benefits and costs, that's when we adopt policies that last for decades that have no value. And I'll just point to clicking the click, I consent button. I mean, we've been paying that tax for how long now? And who's benefiting? Just a question that I would ask everyone before they adopt a policy.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Omri's presentation, and particularly on the driving data point. I wanted to just poll the audience. The insurance companies' voluntary programs, raise your hand if you've signed up for one of these programs. Okay, so it's definitely on the low side. Because I was not aware before reading the paper of the benefits, you know, the feedback about driving that might sort of lead me to drive better in future. And in fact, I asked my wife how good a driver I was, and she thought I was above average, but not, but not great. Anyway, Omri, you sort of hinted at this in your paper, but you suggested that that you didn't see government action actually mandating sort of that consumers sort of allow this collection by their insurance company. And I guess I'd like you to sort of just talk about that a bit more, why you don't see that as sort of a way forward given the benefits that you talk about of this data.
Well, I'm not a political theorist or political scientist, and so I can only guess like anyone else. But this, I think, just by the fact that many people have not kind of looked for this kind of program, and it's advertised in many different ways and sometimes offered by insurance brokers, suggests that people have reservations about it, which might translate to political obstacles to adopt a mandate. Now, there were mandates that were adopted in automobile safety, in highway safety, that people didn't like in the early days of seat belts. It was thought to be very patronizing to require us to take care of our own lives, but people, we have seen mandates in these areas. Since I cannot make neither the normative nor any kind of a political case for a mandate in this scenario, as much as I would have thought it would be good for society to have that. The people that I'm rushing after this talk back to Chicago, landing in O'Hare and driving 90 minutes to Hyde Park in rush hour, the only thing I would be hoping for is that maybe other drivers, really like me, I have this program, may be a little more courteous because it punishes you when you get too close or when you cut lanes or something like this. So I would like to see that a mandate. I think many people will benefit with lower premiums. I think that particularly the populations, the more underprivileged populations that are that are the ones who are paying higher premiums in our present demographic rating would benefit from it, but they are more suspicious in joining any kind of data program. We know that from many other types of studies. So I don't see myself being able to make the point of mandating it, but I can make the point of not prohibiting it. I think that this is not the kind of thoughtless click, I agree, joining into something you don't know what you are, and then you can never get out of it, and nobody lets you can't find the 800 number that will let you kind of unenroll, disenroll. It's not like that. This is a very deliberate point in which you put a device, you download an app, you activate, you start looking at the dashboard, you know what you're doing. There are not many moments in consumer land where people accept from big businesses a program that they know so much about before they enroll. There is no autonomy-based reason to deny people that chance, to the opportunity to do it. And since privacy in large part is based on things like liberty and autonomy, it seems to me paradoxical that in the name of privacy, we deny the option to those who want to do it, to do it.
Thank you.
So the next question is for Malika. I'd like to ask a follow-up question about your current work. You state that consumers underestimate how prevalent personalization is currently. What do you think the effect might be if companies were required to disclose that their content is personalized? And do you foresee any unintended consequences, perhaps, of that disclosure?
Thank you so much. Yes, I think, so a couple of thoughts here. So I think we do make distinction between sensitive and non-sensitive websites. So in the survey we ask, like banking and health are more sensitive websites versus there are some other non-sensitive websites. And I think if the websites have to disclose what they're doing, the results will be different by sensitivity of the website itself. And I think there are two ways that this can go. So some consumers who don't like personalization, then they would just log out, will clear their cache and cookies more often, maybe use DuckDuckGo, which are more like privacy-preserving browsers. And there could be consumers who will log in more because they like personalization, and now they know that there is some personalized results on the websites. Now, I think from the consumer point of view, it should increase consumers' welfare because now we're accounting for their consumer privacy preferences. From the platform point of view, though, I do think there will be some externalities and unintended consequences on the data side because now the platforms would lose data that they would not otherwise lose from the consumers who clear their cache and cookies. And for the consumers who actively log in, those are more selected sample of consumers. So the data structure, like statistical features of the distribution of the data that you now get and kind of train your algorithm with is going to be changing. And that is going to, I think that might not be, that is not necessarily a positive effect for the platform, because now you have a selected sample of data. But again, like the trade-off is going to be how representative those consumers are, right? If they don't lose the representatives of the entire population, then for the platforms it would be fine.
Thank you.
Could I just respond as well? I mean, I think you have to be really careful about thinking about the disclosure route. That's the place the FTC started with privacy in the late 1990s. They said every website ought to have a privacy policy. Well, that worked. And now we know everything about people's information practices because we all carefully read their privacy policies and understand them. That disclosure is non-disclosure for all practical purposes. And if you try to tell everybody everything about everything, then what they end up knowing is nothing. And that's the problem with thinking about this in terms of, well, if only we told consumers or gave them a little bit more information. If consumers think information's important, they look for it. We see that in their behavior every day. But the information that they think is important, they look for, not all information, and not necessarily the information a policymaker thinks they should care about.
Let me ask, because I guess I can follow up on that a little bit. So it goes sort of back to what Ginger was talking about the importance of defaults and nudges, because granted, people want things to be sort of easy and they want them to work without investing a lot of energy into it. And Mike talked about opt-ins versus opt-outs, and Howard, I guess I'd start with you, because you mentioned in your paper with Andrew Stivers, you know, that for targeted advertising, it should be opt-out. But I just wanted to ask sort of, you know, what do you think are the most efficient ways for people, like, for example, people who care about privacy to effectuate their preferences?
The defaults are important where transactions cost, where the amount that's at stake is low, because people tend to go with the default. If there's a lot at stake, people are a lot more likely to think about an issue and figure out what they think is the best decision. But the incentive to invest time and effort in thinking about the choice depends on what's at stake. And I think in the privacy space, for commercial privacy in particular and targeted advertising, by and large, there's not much at stake. I mean, nothing very bad is going to happen to you if you see a targeted ad. You know, it's not, there's just not a great deal at risk. And so people don't make much investment in thinking about it, because for most people, it's not important. It's not a decision that where the stakes are big enough to justify the costs of spending time and effort thinking about it. That argues for an opt-out approach to avoiding targeted advertising, because there are people who care. But the people who care have greater incentives to think about the decision. And there are some experiments, limited experiments, in online choices, where if you just think about the choices opt-in versus opt-out, whatever is the default is what predominates. If you look at people's privacy preferences as a covariate, what you find is that whether the rule is opt-in or opt-out, people who care a lot make more consistent choices. They're less driven by the default. They think about it, which makes intuitive sense, and says that the people who really care about this can do stuff to protect themselves. There's way to opt out of nearly all of the targeted advertising programs that are out there that I know about. I mean, some done through the auspices of organizations like the Better Business Bureaus. But the imposing the need to think about the issue on the people who are actually funding the internet because they get targeted advertising that pays for the content, that seems like the wrong choice.
Thanks, Howard.
Do you want to end there, or?
Oh, time do we have? Oh my gosh. Do we have time for one more?
With us?
Yeah, so one, let's finish with one more question, and we can just go down the line, and you can all answer this. That would be great. One thing I'd really like to know is, are there benefits to information sharing that you feel like that we're missing? Like what has not been studied yet, and what do you see as the future of this research? Where would you like to see research going?
I just would like people to identify what the harm is, what the benefits are, who bears the harm, and who enjoys the benefits.
Howard?
I think in the nature of some of the most important benefits, we don't know what they are yet, and they're therefore difficult to study. But because they're secondary uses of information that's collected for some different reason. Cell phones did not start monitoring monitoring location data in order to make better predictions about what was the best route to get from my house to here this morning. But it's a very useful, it's a very useful thing. Once it's there, you can study its benefits and try to measure its benefits, and I think they're probably substantial. But until it's invented, it's really hard to anticipate that use is going to be there. One area where there's clearly a lot of secondary use, and I think is understudied, is fraud, because information is clearly vital in that fight. We don't know very much about what information. I mean, we collectively, the providers know, but we don't know very much about what information is actually used in those tools, or where it comes from, or why there's a commercial market that makes it exist. But those are really vital questions in thinking about restrictions that might get in the way of that data flow, because those are the benefits.
Very briefly, I can't really answer this question because what misses for me is the basic conceptual answer of what is a privacy harm. Then, what are we measuring when we are measuring it? I think a lot of times the discussion, and I've spent an agonizing summer reading the legal literature that talks about it and concludes that we are having a problem. They say it's a nebulous conception. Because a lot of times what motivates the discussion are consequential harms. People whose data was used for things that are traditional torts. That we know how to measure. But the mere collection, the mere classification, the personalized ads, the things that are not torts, what is this a harm? In what way is it a harm? We don't. It's maybe some kind of loss that some people experience. It's very hard to measure. It's very hard to know how to address it. So when students of mine or research, postdocs want to study areas, my main area is consumer protection, and that would really serve consumers. I say, why don't you work in areas where the harms are real and critical, like subprime credit markets, rather than in this area where the harm is hard to even conceptualize. That's, for me, the place where I'm stuck, even before the measurement.
I think from my side, very briefly, I I agree with Omri in the sense that about your comment about externalities. I think something that's kind of understudied in the literature right now about the benefits is the data externalities, where you collect the data from some group of consumers, but then it is informative and gives you good signal about the rest of the population. And then at some point, maybe you don't need to collect as much information. But I think like there is not a lot of empirical work on the data externalities, and I would love to see more on that. And in some sense, like for example, I think another interesting question is we all use LLMs, AI, right? And that is kind of like, this is a good example of how information sharing was used for public good. But then I think the question is also, should consumers be paid for their data being used to train these algorithms? And I think this is also an exciting, there is more work in this area, but I think there should be a bit more in terms of when it comes to AI.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. And I want to thank the panelists for a great discussion. Thank you so much. And we will reconvene at 1:10. Daniel Wood will be launching us off then. And there's a cafeteria for any of you who are present in the building. You don't need to go outside security to go to the cafeteria. But otherwise, if you go outside the building, please leave yourself time to get back through. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so I'm going to get started to keep things approximately running on time. I'm Daniel Wood. I'm a Deputy Assistant Director in the Bureau of Economics. And I'm going to be talking briefly about privacy and data security economics at the FTC. And my plan is to sort of give you a conceptual overview of what we do. Given that this is a 10-minute talk, I'm going to use the lens of a very particular fact about privacy valuations to sort of as the lens for what consumer protection economists are doing at the FTC in privacy. And much of this talk is actually taken from joint work with James Thomas, also at the FTC. We have a draft manuscript called The Costs and Benefits of Digital Privacy Protections. Let me back up one slide. Okay, sorry. Before I actually begin, let me give you a disclosure, which is that the views expressed by myself are not those of the Commission necessarily, or any particular commissioner. So on a day-to-day basis in consumer protection at the FTC, economists usually are asking one of two questions. In the context of deception, the question would be, what is injury? So for instance, an online service might tell its users that it's not sharing its data with their data with third parties, but in fact, that service does sell the data to some third party. And then we would want to know what's the injury to consumers from that practice. Slightly more broadly, in the context of unfairness analysis or policy analysis, such as regulatory impact analyses and rulemakings, we ask a somewhat more general question, which is, do the costs outweigh the benefits, or the benefits exceed the costs of a particular practice? For both of these questions, consumer valuations are going to be a fundamental input. In the context of deception, we'd want to know how much disutility consumers get from their data being shared without their consent. And in cost-benefit analysis, a practice, the benefits from that practice might be just the sum of the benefits that accrue to consumers. We've talked a little bit already this morning about how we measure these things, either with willingness to pay or willingness to accept. And we've talked about some of the problems with them. I'm going to skip over all of these problems, but they all do represent difficulties for using valuations in privacy contexts. And I'm skipping them over in part because of time, and in part because I want to talk about a fifth problem, which is that there's a lot of heterogeneity in consumer valuations and privacy. So for the same privacy trade-off, some people might care a great deal about that trade-off, while other people care very little. I'm going to try to convince you, if you're not convinced already, that this is a very important fact for policy, and a corollary of that is that it's an opportunity for research. So this fact is that consumer valuations, the value to society is concentrated in the people with high valuations. For example, Lin and Strulov-Schlein do an incentivized Facebook experiment where they offer to buy people's various forms of Facebook data. And it's incentivized, so in theory, people should be reporting their willingness to accept, to sell their data truthfully. And what they find is roughly that 20% report willingness to accept greater than $100, which again, roughly is about twice the median willingness to accept for their subjects. So extrapolating from this paper and other papers with similar findings, again, very roughly, at least 50% of the total value of privacy is captured by the 25% of people with the highest privacy valuations. How does this matter for cost-benefit analysis? Well, if most of the benefits are accruing to the highest valuation consumers, it's going to be very important to understand how they're acting. So if we're thinking about a novel privacy protection and the baseline question of how these consumers are acting before the privacy protection is introduced is going to be important for thinking about the benefits. So to what extent do existing privacy protections already enable these consumers to achieve their privacy goals? And then the next important question is going to be, how do these particular consumers act after the technology is introduced or the policy is introduced? So are these consumers disproportionately going to take up the technology? That would be very good, because they're the ones that benefit from it, primarily. But we also know that consumers are, to some degree, noisy in their choices. So it might be the case that these consumers wouldn't disproportionately take up the technology. So to give a more concrete illustration of this, under GDPR, Erador, Che, and Sells show that when GDPR introduced consent banners, the people who began opting out using those consent banners were people who had, prior to that, already had various ways to protect their privacy. So either deleting their cookies periodically or using ad blockers or similar activities. If we think that deleting your cookies and using ad blockers is kind of annoying, then this cost might indicate that the high valuation people, the high privacy valuation people, are the same ones who are now opting out under GDPR. And that would be a good thing, because it would suggest that the privacy benefits of GDPR were captured by the consumers who valued it the most. On the other hand, these consumers already had privacy protections in place. And so thinking about the net benefits, we would want to both understand what these consumers were doing beforehand and how much privacy they had achieved, and then how much privacy they gained under GDPR. Another aspect of policies that the implication of the values being concentrated in the high valuation people is that targeted policies are going to be able to capture a lot of the benefits. So a policy that enables the high valuation consumers to protect their privacy effectively is going to be beneficial to society, whereas policies that spread the costs over all of society, we might want to, those are going to be not necessarily costly sometimes. So under GDPR, the consent banners impose large time costs across all consumers that are dealing with them. Under ATT, Apple Tracking Transparency, the take-up of ATT was quite high, but if we do think there are social benefits from effective advertising, and we think that behavioral advertising is more effective than contextual advertising, and I think the next panel will get into that in greater detail, then ATT is imposing some loss of these benefits. In contrast, universal opt-out, because it enables the people with the high valuations to opt out without imposing any behavioral requirements or costs on other people, is going to be fairly effective in a cost-benefit analysis. Let me finally turn to deception harm, because actually this heterogeneity matters for deception harm as well. And Daniel Stone and I have a paper, an old working paper, showing that if we're calculating harm and we assume that there's a homogeneous willingness to accept for whatever the firm is deceiving consumers about, but in fact there's a heterogeneity across consumers, then harm is underestimated. And I'll illustrate this with a very simple example. So we have a platform that's offering a service for free. It claims that it's not going to share data with third parties, but in fact it does sell it to a data broker. And then we have the users of the platform. Consumers have value V that's going to vary across consumers, and willingness to accept their privacy valuation is C, and that's what they would be required to, what they would want the platform to pay to them in order to share their data. So consumers with values greater than C are going to do the same thing regardless of whether they're deceived or not. They're getting enough value from the platform that the cost won't change their choice, won't affect their choices. But consumers that are marginal, so consumers with values less than C but greater than 0, will use the platform because of the deception, but if they weren't deceived, they would have understood that their true utility was the value they're getting minus the cost, and that's less than 0. So the share of consumers harmed is the share of consumers with values between 0 and C, and the injury from these consumers is some number between 0 and C. Let me contrast two cases. So a homogeneous case where willingness to accept is 10 for all consumers, to a heterogeneous case where the willingness to accept is the mean is the same, but it's because half of consumers have a C of 20 and the other consumers have a privacy valuation of 0. So in the homogeneous case, injury is just going to be the mean value for these consumers between 0 and 10 times the share of these consumers with values between 0 and 10. In the heterogeneous case, half of consumers are injured, so that's the 0.5. And then those consumers who are injured, the average injury is going to be the mean value for values between 0 and 20 times the share of people with values between 0 and 20. Without some knowledge of the value the distribution of values consumers are getting from the platform, we can't say more. But with V's uniform, we can calculate that injury with heterogeneous consumers is twice that we would calculate with homogeneous consumers. So heterogeneity in privacy valuations is going to imply that privacy deception harm is perhaps higher than we would think it is. Hopefully I've illustrated that this heterogeneity matters for both deception and for cost-benefit analysis, and hopefully by doing that I've given you some taste of what economists do in consumer protection at the FTC. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to panel 3, where we'll be discussing data breaches, impacts on consumers, and efforts to minimize injuries. My name is Eric Jones, and I'm an attorney in the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection. And before we get started, I just want to thank our panelists for being here today. We really appreciate it. We know that some schedules were rearranged to make this happen, so thanks for doing it. And first, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Ben, from the Bureau of Economics, to walk you through what we're going to be talking about on this panel. Thank you.
Okay, our goal for this panel is to discuss quantitative evidence of how data security failures increase the risk of harm to consumers. The FTC has a wealth of experience in investigating matters involving data security failures that subject consumers to harm through data breach. In general, consumer injury from data breach can be estimated as the product of the effect of deficient data security practices on the probability of data breach at the firm and the effect of data breach on the expected cost of identity theft for the consumer. In this panel, we hope to learn more about how we can improve our estimates of both sides of the injury equation. We also hope to learn about other, more indirect ways of estimating harm from data breach and other costs of data breach besides the increased risk of identity theft. Finally, we are interested in the effectiveness of cybersecurity protocols, the incentives firms face when investing in cybersecurity, and the ultimate effect of firms' cybersecurity choices on consumer welfare.
Great. Thanks, Ben. Our first panelist that we're going to hear from is Jeff Prince, who is a professor of business economics and public policy at Indiana University, where he also serves as the Harold A. Polding Chair of Strategic Management. His areas of expertise include industrial organization, applied econometrics, strategy, and regulation. And today he's going to talk with us about his work measuring consumer harm and following data breaches. Thanks, Jeff.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben and Eric, for the invitation. It's a thrill to be here today. First, I just want to open by saying kudos to the morning panels. I feel like those are quite large questions thinking about policy and regulation with regard to privacy costs and benefits, data, costs and benefits. On our panel, I feel like we're able to address a narrower question as we think about consequences and costs of data breach. The one thing I would say there is that while it is narrower, it's still an area that we're still trying to figure out. I think as Ben alluded, we're still trying to figure out exactly the what and the how. What are the harms and how do we measure those? So for me, what I'd like to do to open up today is I'll start with some very high-level remarks for two reasons. One is because I have a sneaking suspicion I'll get a follow-up question where I can elaborate a bit more on that. And the second, I'll come back to the second reason. So the way I want to kind of set this up in terms of framing is, I think of it in terms of there's sources of harm and then there's quantification. What are the sources of harm? So as Ben alluded to, a typical focus in terms of in terms of sources of harm would be risk of identity theft and what's the cost of identity theft. And I agree, that's certainly a source of harm to consider. But there's various other ones that we can conceptualize, and then the next step would be to think about what's the right way to quantify that. And so, we can think about identity theft risk, we can think about reputational costs, we can think about spam campaign exposure, we can think about profiling and surveillance, we can think about just a general sense of violation, right? And of course, there's variance in how people feel about that. In terms of what are the corresponding costs to those, the classic categories would be like monetary cost, time costs, effort, frustration, embarrassment, discomfort, all of those things. So, that's one category of it in terms of a source of harm. I think some other ones that, various, corners have considered is to think about if there's a associated product or service with the data, right? So I'm buying a product from you or I'm getting a service from you. It involves a transfer of my data with you. Does my value for the service change as a function of how well my data are being protected, right? So if you're providing me the service and I'm very confident and you are providing me good protection for my data, does my value for that service change as opposed to I give you those same data, but now you're not protecting it very well? That delta you might think of as a potential loss to somebody if those protections are not put in place. And the other category I would just throw out there is if you think about it in terms of, and this is a question I think people would have different answers to, do data have inherent value to them, right? Are data inherently valuable? And if so, right, how do we think about what does that mean? If someone gets a hold of my data that shouldn't have it, is there an inherent value to that I can consider as a harm to me because now it's in your hands and not mine, or at least your hands in addition to mine? And I guess, thinking about those sources of harm categories, then you can think about quantification challenges. So you'd say, on the quantification side, if you think about identity theft, it's, the classic way to think about it is like, what's the probability of it occurring? And then if it occurs, what's the cost to me if it does occur? So I could think about the cost from that angle. I could also think about the cost of avoidance. So what could I do? What are the things that I could buy to try to prevent identity theft? So now I feel compelled to buy those things to try and prevent identity theft when my data have been breached. If you think about the second category, how does my value for a product or service change as a function of the level of protection for my data? I could on the one hand, think about how, just directly the willingness to pay changes along that dimension. I could also think about, is there a way to value an insurance product that I was implicitly being provided in terms of my data not getting out into bad actors' hands that I no longer was provided? How much is that worth? Is there a way to measure that? And then the last but not least, if you think about if you believe data have inherent value, what is a way to measure that? And so I'll kind of leave that out there. And the second reason as to why I want to stay high level is I want to leave you in suspense for the answers to those questions, which I will shortly get to.
Thanks, Jeff. That's very helpful. Next, we have Sebastian Schutz, who is an assistant professor of organizational leadership and information analytics at the Leeds School of Business at the University of Colorado Boulder. His research centers on cybersecurity, particularly how leadership and management influence cybersecurity outcomes at both individual and organizational levels. Sebastian?
Thank you, Ben and Eric, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So, my research focuses a lot on the incentives that firms have to protect consumer data. And over the past couple of years, I've been starting to center around the people who are responsible for consumer protections, Chief Information Security Officers. And in my opening remarks, I would like to make the argument that we all should be very attentive to what Chief Information Security Officers do, because the implications to consumer welfare are directly tied to their role. Let me set up the stage. So my first claim is that organizations are data hoarders. They hoard data. This might sound a little bit stupid, but in 2024, AT&T was breached, and they lost 73 million social security numbers, mine included. And I know for a fact that this was preventable because I was no longer an AT&T customer at the time, yet they had my data, and they lost it. Why did they keep it? We all know from this morning's panels and by intuition that customer data has a lot of value to organizations. They use it to enhance their analytics, to drive business value. So that means that data is a valuable asset. It needs to be kept, and organizations accumulate it. So they have no interest in actually letting go of data. If data is so valuable, though, then why don't they protect it better? Shouldn't they be protecting the most valuable asset? Well, it turns out that specifically customer data is a non-rival good. That means that the value is not diminished by others having access to it. AT&T losing my data to criminals did not change the value AT&T derived from my data. And this raises fundamental questions about the incentives organizations have to protect customer data. My sense is that organizations systematically underinvest in cybersecurity. And I think there are indicators of that everywhere. When we interview leaders in boardrooms and in top management teams, we hear that cybersecurity is a secondary concern. When we look at surveys of organizations, we find that many of them are rather immature when it comes to protecting customer data. And of course, we see it everywhere. We see data breaches every day, and that just means that there is just not enough being done. So how do we go from there? My argument is that the people in organizations fully aligned with customer welfare are Chief Information Security Officers. That's because all other executives and leaders care about profitability and operational efficiency. So the only person whose role is really tied to preventing data breaches are those responsible for their prevention, Chief Information Security Officers. But they have a hard job. Because of the lack of incentives to invest in cybersecurity, they often have limited resources. There's an extent to how much organizations can invest in the protection, and the return of investment is oftentimes rather unclear, specifically when the consequences are externalized to consumers and don't really affect the firms themselves. So what that means is Chief Information Security Officers are the only ones tasked with protecting consumer data, and they're the ones who have limited resources and will have to take the fall if they do not succeed in their promise, in their mission. So that's why I think we should really care about what Chief Information Security Officers do in an organization and what they need, because their success is ultimately tied to consumer welfare protection. And for that reason, I think there are a lot of research opportunities around understanding better what challenges they face and what kind of policy and regulations we need to support their mission. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sebastian. Next, we have Sunil Wattal. Sunil is the Associate Dean of Research and Doctoral Programs at the Fox School of Business at Temple University. He is also Professor of Management Information Systems and the Harold Schaefer Senior Fellow. Sunil's expertise focuses on digital transformation, platform economics, privacy, and data security.
All right, thank you, Ben and Eric. This is my first time at this event. I was not there in 2017, but again, it's amazing the quality of discussions that we had, the ideas, and the new research that we have come across. So kudos to you and the FTC team for doing that. So we looked at privacy, but so in this panel we look at data breach, because data breaches are a major source of privacy violations. That reminds me of a story I heard a while ago. Like there used to be a famous bank robber in the 50s, Willie Sutton, and very good at his craft. But once the law caught up with him, they asked him why he did it. Why did he rob banks? And his answer was because that's where the money is. So I think we are seeing something similar in the digital context nowadays, where the incidents of hacking and cybersecurity related incidents are increasing at a very fast pace. Like I think last year there were about 3,300 documented instances of data breach in companies, which is about 70-80% increase over what it was in 2022. So I think every day, so this translates on average like 7 to 8 to 9 data breaches every day, which is a big number. So I'll talk about what are some of the antecedents for these data breaches. I think if I were to structure this into 4 buckets, the first would be technology. As Sebastian had pointed out, like companies tend to systematically underinvest in technology. I mean, and there's a lot of research which documents the impact of cybersecurity investments broadly are associated with a lower probability of data breaches. But there's also a lot of research on the specific technologies. Like a lot of the data breaches are caused when like identities are compromised, compromised credentials. So investing in multi-factor authorization and other related technologies has been shown to reduce the likelihood of breaches. And on the other hand, you have investments in intrusion detection systems, so keyboard logging and other technologies which are again associated with. They don't prevent breaches, but once a breach happens, what is the extent of losses that take place because of those breaches? So again, there's a lot of literature on the technology side of things. The other antecedent is the human side. And some would argue, and it's been shown in many literature, that the human side is actually, it outweighs the technical risks. The human risks are more. In fact, there was some literature which showed that the breaches caused by unintentional errors are twice as much as caused by technical, the cyber hacking breaches. So in a way, cybersecurity is not always as sophisticated as you would see in the movies, like the Razorfish. It's something more basic than somebody writing a password on their desktop. So the human, and there's a lot of reasons. Again, there's a lot of literature on that. I guess this is one of the most studied areas because the data is easily available because you can run experiments, you can simulate conditions. So there's a ton of work in this area. So again, a lot of it happens because we are just being human. We make mistakes, we violate policy, and we are very susceptible to social engineering. So again, there's a ton of work which kind of documents each of those areas. Again, there's also some work on what can companies do about it, and some of the reasons that have been identified is like lack of training or poor supervision has been, again, that leads to the higher probability of human errors and data breaches. The next bucket I want to talk about is the governance. So governance is how IT is organized in companies. So I think at a very high level, there's the centralization versus the decentralization debate. And there's some consensus that centralized IT systems are generally more secure than decentralized IT systems. There's also some of to what Sebastian alluded was the role of the top management. Like if you have a CIO in a top management team, then the likelihood of that organization getting breached are less. There's also literature that like smaller organizations tend to underinvest in technology, so they're there's a higher probability that that the smaller organizations will be breached. And then there's the process through which rules are made and these cybersecurity policies are set. What are the implications of policies? When do employees comply with these policies and when they do not? Again, there's a lot of literature on that, which informs our understanding of how the corporate governance can prevent cybersecurity breaches. And the last antecedent is external. Like one of my recent work, we looked at in a hospital scenario, when a hospital joins a health information system and shares data with other hospitals, we actually found out that the probability of the hospital getting breached reduces, which seems a little counterintuitive, because if you're opening up your systems, then you have the chance of breach increases. But again, this connects it with corporate governance, that once you are joining a health information exchange, there's a certain set of policies and rules that you have to follow. You have to maybe upgrade your systems, and overall, on average, we found that the probability of getting breached, actually decreases once the hospital joins an HIE. But in general, there's been a lot of other research which looks at interorganizational systems and like through supply chain risks. A lot of these, I think there's some number like about 1/3 of breaches is caused by external by an external vendor getting breached, whether it's your software vendor or whether it's your supply chain partner. So there's a ton of research around that as well. And finally, there's some discussion on the regulatory frameworks and how much the regulatory frameworks are effective in controlling data breaches. So those are most of the work in terms of what are some of the antecedents, why do computer breaches happen. I mean, in closing, I would also like to mention that, again, this is a very exciting time to study security, and I want to point out three main factors. So one is the AI. We already talked about in the morning, like how AI can, kind of magnify the threats that we're facing in terms of cybersecurity and privacy. The other, which is coming, it's not materialized yet, is quantum computing, which again, when quantum computers become real and the whole RSC algorithms can be broken down, then it's interesting to see how cybersecurity can be managed. And I think the third interesting thing is this whole concept of re-identification, which is the fact that with now technologies and the machine learning have become so advanced that you can identify somebody from, if you know like 3 or 4 anonymized data points about them, which is kind of really scary given that so much data about people is out there. So again, we live in interesting times, so it'll be, again, interesting to see how privacy and security co-evolve together.
Great, thanks, Sunil. Next, we have Tyler Moore. Tyler Moore is the Tandy Professor of Cybersecurity in the School of Cyber Studies and the Tandy School of Computer Science at the University of Tulsa. He is the inaugural chairperson of the School of Cyber Studies, an interdisciplinary department that offers cyber degrees at the BS, MS, and PhD levels. His research focuses on security economics, cybercrime measurement, and cybersecurity policy.
Thanks. Thank you all for the opportunity to be with you today and to talk about questions that are near and dear to me. And so I'm going to spend my time here in the introductory remarks talking about the state of empirical cybersecurity research measured at the enterprise level. So this is in contrast to the end user individual level where a lot of research has been successful. And why the enterprise level? Well, I mean, that's extremely important for a number of reasons. One, most significant cyber risks manifest in the firms who are collecting the data and processing that data and potentially losing that data. as well as they operate the critical infrastructures that drive our economy. And so the cybersecurity threats that present to them and how they manage them become very important. Also, those firms are often in the best position to make the investments that will elevate cybersecurity and protect the data that consumers have and the resources that are at risk. So in an ideal world, we'd be able to determine precisely which cybersecurity defenses will prevent the attacks that take place, or at least make those attacks less likely to succeed. And also, as a second effect, we'd like to know which defenses or precautions will mitigate the harm of a successful attack, reduce its impact. And the good news is we do have some answers to these questions, at least in some circumstances. And I'll tell you about a couple of my findings in that area a little bit. But I want to start by pointing out there's a lot of work that remains to be done to answer these questions more deeply and to seek the answers as the cyber attacks and defenses are evolving. So optimistically, we can conclude that the future of cybersecurity economics research is very bright indeed. There's a lot of interesting problems that we're going to be working on for a very long time. So it's hard to determine cause and effect between firm investment and cybersecurity defenses on the one hand, and how that reduces the likelihood of experiencing those incidents in the first place on the other. And there are a few reasons for this. Number one is that attackers get to choose their targets. So an insecure firm might get lucky and just not be attacked, whereas a high-profile target that invests heavily in cybersecurity may nonetheless still be attacked successfully in spite of their elevated spending and defenses. So it's not deterministic in that way. Number two, defenses are not absolute or independent from each other. So if we want to answer if it's multi-factor authentication or any of a set of dozens to hundreds of security defenses is the one that prevented the attack, it's often not possible to do with a high level of certainty. And then even if it was one defense that could stop the attack, figuring out post hoc that which control stopped the attack doesn't always happen. So those are kind of the intrinsic challenges in answering these questions about which cybersecurity defenses are effective. But beyond that, we're not making it any easier on ourselves either. So unfortunately, as a society, we're avoiding taking steps that would make robust measurement more feasible and allow us to really get a better handle on these questions. So let me just briefly talk about two reasons why. First, data on incidents and the defensive countermeasures firms take are not regularly collected at the firm level in any consistent manner. Firms typically don't want to share either. Either that they've experienced an attack or what they're doing on the defensive side. Now, we have made some headway on incident disclosure through mandatory requirements, but almost none of this information on security postures of firms is known widely. Second, data on security precautions that firms take, when collected, it's usually gathered for a single point in time, not over time. And this introduces a significant timing issue that makes it hard for empirical analysis to establish causality. It's very common for empirical research in cybersecurity to find a positive correlation between cybersecurity investment and defenses and getting attacked. And this should be counterintuitive because you're doing more on defense, but you get attacked. But the reason why is often because we don't know when the investment in defense happened. Did it happen before the attack took place, or did it happen in response to the attack? A firm gets attacked, and they then start investing lots of money in cybersecurity defenses. Often it's the latter. And if you don't know the timing, you don't know what the outcome is. So let me talk about two of my recent projects that have tried to advance understanding and enterprise cybersecurity risk. So in one study, we analyzed a survey that was collected by the Israeli Bureau of Statistics. And they surveyed all Israeli firms about their IT practices, their investment in specific defensive cybersecurity controls, and whether they had experienced attacks. So we gained access to this data and were able to conduct regressions, which essentially found quite conclusively that more security precautions led to a reduction in the firm getting breached, which is what you would hope for. So for instance, one of the findings was that large firms that were sort of more technologically embedded, if they adopted 6 basic cybersecurity precautions, including things like having a patching, updating policy that's followed, multi-factor authentication, and general cybersecurity practices, that led to a reduction in the likelihood of being attacked in a given year from 80% down to 42%. So you could see this direct relationship between more investment in controls and defenses. So that's good. Now, why could we do this? Well, we could do it for a couple of reasons. One is we were able to find a good instrumental variable that solved the timing issue, so we could figure out when the investments happened before the attack versus after. And the second is that this was a government-level survey that was very comprehensive and was mandatory to reply to. So we had great information on what firms were doing, which we don't have in many other contexts, and we certainly do not have in the United States. So I have a second project, but I think I'll wait to discuss that in the Q&A so that we can get to that, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Well, thank you for those presentations. Those were really insightful. And I think we'll start with, Tyler, we'll stick with you and stay with the firm side and sort of start broad here, generally speaking. Based upon the research that you mentioned and the literature that's out there that you've come across, what are you seeing with respect to the adequacy and sophistication of data security practices by firm and by sector? Are we seeing, does it move around a lot? Is it consistent? What are you seeing?
So, I mean, what we're seeing is that there's huge variation, right? So there's variation across firms in the same sector. Some spend a lot more than others, and there's huge variation across sectors. So, the way that you can measure firm-level investment, there's really 2 main ways. One is sort of an outside-in measurement, sort of an external viewpoint through network scans, these kinds of things, which has the advantage of being more comprehensive, but it's in terms of the organizations covered, but it's limited in terms of seeing what the true security practices are because you can't see inside a company. And then there are also these inside-out measurements where you get data on the companies themselves. And so we had a study where we got access to some inside data on firm-level adoption of technologies. And what we saw there is that, again, there's this huge variation. So the way we measured it was looking at, there is something called the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, which has 5 high-level categories of security controls: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And so we mapped the different technologies in our data set that firms were adopting onto one of those 5 categories. And what we found is that the best performing sectors, like around 70% of those firms in that sector, would have at least 3 of those categories covered in the technologies. But, and that was things like national security related industries, which you would expect. But you contrast on the other end, it was a factor of 10 worse. So, and in the worst performing industries, things like, what were they? We had, I think, construction, museums. It was on the order of 6%. So it was like a whole factor worse for some sectors. And so we see this huge variation. And likewise in governments, we see the federal government actually does a pretty good job. State governments, not too bad, but the municipalities, they struggle completely, and they fall way, way behind. And so this variation gets exploited by attackers because they can obviously target the weaker ones.
Sebastian or Sunil, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I agree with what Tyler said, but I think there's other factors as well which can impact which can lead to some heterogeneity in the cybersecurity investments. I think, like he pointed out, industry, which is really a big one. I mean, there could be a few other ones like prior failures. So even in the same industry, companies which have had a security breach tend to invest higher going forward. You could, I mean, there's also heterogeneity in the managerial awareness, like, what is like like your CEO or the CIO, what background do they have, how much tech aware they are. So that has a big role in, again, the level of security readiness for the company. I mean, there's also some literature which ties the digital intensity, and that's maybe a little industry specific, like industries which are more like a higher level of digitization, you can see a higher level of cybersecurity in those industries as well. And then finally, of course, the regulations like with GDPR, companies subject to those regulations would have higher investments just to comply with those regulations as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to add. Maybe the only nuance to it is the variation that we see is really a lot in these advanced controls, quote unquote advanced. Like almost every organization now has access controls, passwords. A lot of organizations use software as a service subscriptions, so these are kind of baked in. But then when it comes to advanced controls, such as multi-factor authentication, VPN access, cybersecurity training, that's really things that are common or more common in bigger organizations or in more regulated industries, and insurances are pushing for it. But then outside of that, we basically see that kind of like as an optional thing, so much less common.
Thanks, and I'll stay with you, Sebastian, and I think Tyler spoke about this too, and Sunil, please weigh in as well. We'll stay with the firm side here for another moment. You referenced research on sort of specific protocols related to data security, and it's useful on the side of the sort of a regulator or for a legislator or even for companies to sort of understand this. What is the research showing on what's effective, whether on cybersecurity protocols? Are there specific protocols that are most effective? Is it at the organizational level where the investment comes in and commitment from the C-suite? What does that look like? And I'll start with Sebastian. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. So I think Tyler already touched on this a little bit. There are inherent challenges with isolating the effect of a specific security control. As he mentioned, there are multiple attack pathways. So that means you can close one door, but others remain open. So that means it's difficult to estimate the effect. And then the controls compensate for each other in parts. You can have weak controls in one place that are compensated in other places. So some controls prevent incidents, but they might be compensated by controls that detect incidents. And so that makes it very challenging. The approach in the literature has been for that reason to kind of have like a bag of controls approach. So some studies, they count the amount of controls the organization has in place. Others use proxies such as IT investments or how many security-related employees they have. So we have kind of more of a coarse measure of that. And that being said, there are some studies, such as the one of Tyler, that try to isolate specific controls. Some studies are pretty good at that. Other studies just really show these kind of correlations. And among those correlational studies, I think we do see that, for example, access controls reduce breaches caused by internal factors. We see that network controls, such as firewalls, can reduce breaches from external factors, which we would expect given the nature of these controls. And we've also seen some studies show that a correlation between firms that have security training do suffer a little bit less from data breaches. But I mean, given these challenges, I'm cautionary about the evidence.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, very briefly, what we found was that there were 6 controls that in the Israeli study that were appearing a lot in firms that were more successful, and essentially, and then were found shown to be effective together. We couldn't say independently, but together, and that included multi-factor authentication, endpoint detection, what we used to call antivirus, disk encryption, and having policies for updating systems. So you do all those things, and that seems to make a real difference.
And just to add to that, I think one of the factors that additionally is relevant here is the patching. Like, I mean, a lot of these cyber security breaches happen because of compromised softwares. And again, it seems like a no-brainer, but companies don't always keep up with these patches, with the result that, there's a known vulnerability out there, and it's been months and since companies have done nothing about it. So I think so the policy regarding patching and how often companies keep themselves up to date with this patching is also a significant determinant of the cybersecurity breaches.
And one last question before we move on. Are you seeing, once a firm has suffered a breach of some kind, are we seeing that the same firms are victims more than once and more than twice? Or is it once they've been victimized, the changes are made and then the security is increased and then the likelihood of a breach goes down? And I'll just throw that out to the group.
Yeah, I can talk to that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we do see that organizations that have been breached before are at a higher elevated risk of being breached again. We do see that that the risk of a secondary breach, or a third breach, fourth breach, fifth breach, some organizations have been breached 8 times, 9 times, it goes down each single time. And that suggests that organizations do learn from previous breaches, but it also suggests that the learning is narrow. That means the organizations fix the problems they had, and then they don't move on and make more fundamental changes. And the reason is it's very difficult to improve an organization in that way because you don't get any feedback. You fix what has failed, and then what do you touch next? Because the other controls didn't fail at that point. They might fail in a future breach, but it gives you no incentives to fix these controls in the breach before. So we always see this elevated risk of organizations that have been breached once to be breached again. And there might be some selection bias in there too, that organizations that have been breached are more attractive targets and so on. So this might explain some of these findings.
Okay, let's move to the consumer side of the equation quickly. Jeff, we were wondering if you could elaborate on what are some of the sources of harm from data breach other than identity theft, and how would you think about some approaches to help us quantify these sources of harm?
Yeah, thank you. So this is what you've been waiting for. I kept you in suspense for a while. So as a reminder, right, so if you think about the categories of harm, right, so you think about the expected costs from the breach, you might think of the lost value in the product and service, and you might think of, say, inherent value of the data that perhaps was lost. The first category, I think, speaks to the identity theft type questions. And the lens I want to view this through is one that economists typically like is market prices. So thinking about, can we think about harm in terms of a market price? On the expected cost side, if you think about identity theft, I could think about it in terms of a market price for some sort of identity theft protection service, right? And that might be one way to go about saying, okay, my data's been breached, I feel like I need to protect it now, so I now have to pay for this service. And I can think about that cost as being something I have to incur as a result of the breach. Moving beyond that, though, if you think about my next two categories, right? So you think about, I've bought this product or service, I didn't get the data protections that I should have had, now there's a breach, my data are out there. From an economist standpoint, if I think about a market price way of approaching that, one way is to think about, well, how does the demand curve for that product shift, right? Willingness to pay shift if now people are aware that the data protections are less than what were expected, right? And then you could combine that with an economic model of firm competition to try and assess what does that mean in terms of what the change in market price would be. Now, of course, you might say, well, where are you going to get the shift in the demand curve? How do you figure that out? And one approach might be a survey type technique. You might have other market data you might tap into to try and get a gauge for that. But just conceptually, that's one way to think about it. The other side of that coin would be to say, I might view it as part of what I was provided was some level of insurance about protection of my data. That was not provided, right? You didn't give me the protection I was expecting. Well, how much was that insurance worth that you didn't give to me? And so from that standpoint, I could think about instead of the willingness to pay, say, for the good or service changing as a function of the protection, you might say, well, how much do people value the insurance of having their data protected as a general matter? And try to use that information to get a gauge for what might be a market price for that type of insurance product. And then, of course, the question comes back, well, how do you get those willingness to pay type measures? And tapping this into some of my own research, so Scott Walston, who's the head of TPI here in DC, and I have a couple papers trying to measure willingness to pay for different types of data privacy. So being more technical about it, we're looking at willingness to accept to give up your data to third parties, right? So if I'm with Facebook or if I'm with a carrier and they're going to give my data to third parties, how much, assuming I had the right to prevent them from doing that, which is a different matter, how much would they have to pay me to allow for that to happen? And so you could tap into that type of research to get a sense for how much do people need to be paid, right? What is it worth to them, these different types of data? Now, the caveats I would put there is even the stuff that Scott and I did, it's really capturing net effects, and this taps into our morning sessions, in that there's costs and benefits to having your data out there. And I think a lot of what we've done is capturing the net, right? So you might say that in some sense we're underestimating what the cost side of that equation is. And just to give you an example of why I believe that's true, what we find is financial data followed by biometric data is what people care the most about. And the one that always came at the bottom was location data. If you look at earlier research, right, from 15 years ago or so, a lot of the focus was people don't want to give up their location data, right? And you ask yourself, well, why would that be different? Why do people not care now versus they did care then? And I think the answer is probably obvious, that in 15 years, people have seen more and more the benefits of third parties having their locational information, right? I imagine all of us even now, you might call an Uber today, right? You might be looking for a local restaurant, all these things. The fact that your phone knows where you are, you get that information a lot faster. So now the benefits are far more tangible. And so I think that in a lot of ways may offset some of the costs when you see some of these surveys. And the last thing I'll just point out in terms of the relevance of what Scott and I found is another possible approach to trying to get a sense of how much do people value certain types of data is to say, well, if I have at least a concrete idea of valuation of one type of data, and I know a relative ranking of another, maybe the one I care about, to that one that I have better information on, I at least can use that as a starting point, right? Like a lower bound. And I think what's cool about what Scott and I found is we administered these surveys to a bunch of countries around the world. And if you look at the different data types that we survey about, the rankings are incredibly stable. So different political environments, different cultural environments. When you talk about these specific types of data, the rankings in terms of which data are valued more than others across all these different countries and contexts are almost exactly the same. So you might get different level quantifications, but the relative ranking is actually incredibly stable. And then the last thing I just want to leave with on this point is getting back to this idea of inherent value. So you'd say, you know, are the data that I have, right, that I've shared with a company, do they have some value that's inherent in and of itself? And, you know, we can debate, you know, the right conceptual framework to approach that. But at the very least, what I would say is, to the extent that theory holds, there are already, as we discussed earlier this morning, there are data brokers out there. You can get price tags for different types of data. Not all of them, right? Some of them you might have to go to the dark web and get some estimates. But some types of data, you can go right now and see what the quotes would be for those data. And I would put forth that at least that's informative about what might be kind of an inherent value of a certain data set. And the challenge that I think that can introduce, if you wanted to go that route, is that when you think about any given data breach, it can involve any combination of data, right? It's pretty idiosyncratic in terms of what data is being handed over. And these data markets don't necessarily care about that, right? So it's not necessarily the case that the exact fields of data that were breached in this breach have an exact bundled price in the data markets that you might be able to tap into. And so then the question becomes, how do you map the information you can get from the data markets to the specific data fields that were breached in this particular case? And then you get into some interesting, you know, for the math nerds in the room, you might get to some set cover problem issues and things like that. But it's, you know, that's a practical issue that one would have to contend with if you went that route as well. I'll leave it at that.
Sunil, did you want to add at all about other sources of harm from data breaches?
I would like to add one. I mean, when we talk about privacy violation, it's always a debate between privacy and personalization. And like privacy, giving up information, bad; personalization, good. But I think what we are seeing now is taking personalization to the negative level, which is practices just emerging, and there's some literature coming up on that, which is things like personalized phishing. You know, gone are the days when you got the email from that Nigerian prince promising you half their fortune, right? Now you get a phone call from your relative, or ask the guy in Hong Kong who wired $20 million because he got a video call from his boss, which actually turned out to be fake. So I think we are taking, you know, some of these, you know, technology, using your own information, some of these violations to the next level, which is going to be interesting going forward.
Great. I'd like to stay with consumer harm for a little bit longer and turn to Jeff and Sunil and just please weigh in. But and go a little more specific and talk about health data. That's a category of information that has warranted protection in the United States and across the globe. Setting aside the interest in just keeping the information private, because I think we can all agree that we want to do that. But what is your view just on quantifying the harm associated with breaches of that data?
Mm-hmm. Right. So I think the health data is particularly more sensitive. I mean, the harms go beyond what you can have with the regular data privacy, like things like medical identity theft, which is again becoming common, where you have somebody filing a fraudulent claim on your behalf, or which is not only the monetary consequences, but it could also have, like, it could kind of corrupt your health record. So next time you go to a hospital, your exact record won't be there. So that's a very, like a tangible harm for medical identity theft. Or ransomware. Like ransomware, it affects hospitals, healthcare settings, but again, it has the probability to disrupt care. So the operations go down, which has, again, some implications for like health consequences. And then health data is particularly sensitive. I mean, it has the potential to cause more psychological harm beyond like your other data. Like, if you have a health condition you don't want people to know about, you don't want your employers to know about. So I think there's a lot of lot of information out there with regard to health that makes this health data particularly vulnerable.
And if I could, just one other element to add to that is, I think a distinguishing feature of health data versus many other types of data is a longer-term nature to it, right? So just as a simple comparison, right? So if you get biometric data on me, compare that if you get my credit card, right? I can cancel my credit card, right? But my biometric data pretty much sticks with me, right? And so I think there's also a time horizon factor to keep in mind, that if health data are breached, right, especially stuff that's pretty permanent about you, you can't really cancel that, right? It's hard to walk away from that. And I think even the stuff that I mentioned before that Scott and I looked at, I think my hunch is that it's exactly consistent with that, because as I said, we actually found financial data to be the one that people were most unwilling to part with, but number two is biometric. However, part of me wonders, though, that the biometric might be a bigger net effect in that we're already seeing people see value in giving up biometric data, right? So I have facial recognition. It's nice to log in and not have to keep typing a password, those kinds of things. And it makes me wonder, though, if you net out the benefits of that data being shared, right, biometric versus financial, where maybe the financial sharing may not have as obvious of benefits that go along with it, and you only focused on the cost side, I suspect the biometric might even move up to the top. And a possible reason for that is that people might recognize that there's a longer-term component to this, that once those data get out there, I am who I am, it's kind of hard to get away from that. Unlike other ones like a credit card, where I can, in a sense, get away from that in a reasonable amount of time.
Thanks, Jeff.
Next question is for Tyler, but panel, feel free to weigh in. We were wondering how the rise of ransomware attacks has affected consumers, and how do the incentives to prevent ransomware-like attacks differ from the incentives to prevent data breach attacks?
Thanks. So, data breaches create huge negative externalities in the sense that have just been explained already, right? So the firm, they're affected, but it's the data of their customers which cause this other follow-on harm, which is what introduces the market failure, which makes it so hard to deal with. Interestingly, when you look at ransomware, it is hugely disruptive, actually more disruptive in many cases than a data breach initially. But it's disruptive to the firm at least as much as to their customers, right? And so from operations being disrupted, paying the ransom, what you name it, right? So in theory, this should mean that firms are more incentivized to actually take precautions against ransomware than they are against data breaches. In practice, I think that's an empirical question, and it's not clear if that's actually borne out. But definitely, theoretically, you would expect that. And just one thing I'll say, since we're talking about ransomware, building on what Sunil was mentioning on the healthcare data. So data breaches affecting healthcare information have all those negative effects. But separate to the data itself, the hospitals are hit by ransomware incidents a lot. And not my work, but work by some researchers in Minnesota have shown that hospitals that experience ransomware incidents, they have real measurable impacts. They have a decrease in volume at their site between 17 to 24% during the week after. And then people who are already in the hospital experience a 34 to 38% increase in the mortality rate. So essentially, people are literally dying at a greater rate whenever ransomware incidents hit hospital systems. And so I think that is an extremely clear harm that has to be considered.
Yeah, and I can add a little bit to the empirical side because I'm part of a research project where we try to estimate the impacts of ransomware on data breaches. The idea is that since ransomware creates so strong incentives to shore up cybersecurity investments to protect against that harm that affects the firm, because when a firm experiences a ransomware episode, they bleed millions every hour. So the incentives are very strong. It's a it's a number one issue for boards, for leadership. But what we are seeing is there's no evidence right now that past ransomware attacks would reduce the risk of future data breaches. And the way we explain it is that the controls that prevent data breaches are actually, in many cases, quite different from the controls that prevent the impacts of ransomware. So if you think about it, the biggest issue for ransomware is that you lose data. And the easiest way to fix it is to have backups. And the backup does nothing with data breaches. So we see this as kind of like very distinct cyber risks that impact consumers in different ways with very little overlap.
Great, thanks. And now for Sunil, how do corporate governance practices both within and between firms influence the effectiveness of cybersecurity? And do interorganizational data sharing systems introduce cybersecurity vulnerabilities?
Right. I think, as I said, the governance is one of the key factors that affects the likelihood of something getting breached. So there's two things here. So one is how can governance prevent cybersecurity breaches, but the other is what are some of the unintended consequences of cybersecurity governance. And I'll talk to some of my research in the later area. But first, cybersecurity is the governance is how the cybersecurity group is organized. What is the structure? What is the reporting like? And all of those factors play a very important role in determining the probability of breaches or the impact. Like one of my research, we look at the presence of the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, in the top management team. So how does it affect firms? So I mean, the direct consequence could be the prevention of breaches, but we have also found that indirect consequence, which is it makes the companies more innovative. And again, the mechanism is that when you have cybersecurity controls set up at the top level, then the frameworks within which the company operates and innovates are well defined, and it makes the company more likely to take risks and innovate. So again, there's a lot of governance can play a lot of important roles as far as the cybersecurity impact is concerned. So other than that, there is again, there's literature on knowledge of top management teams, like do they have an IT background? Does your CIO have an IT background? Does your CEO have an IT background? And that's what we are seeing nowadays, like a lot of CEOs have IT backgrounds. So again, those factors like that are part of your corporate governance. The rules and the policies that you set around cybersecurity, like who sets them and how are they enforced? Again, some of those things are a very important part of your cybersecurity performance.
Sebastian, you want to add quickly to that? Thank you, Sunil.
Yeah, so I think Sunil raises one of the most important points, which is the expertise on the top level. They say cybersecurity starts at the top, and I think we see a lot of data on that. I think added to that is also relates to the power structure, and this is a consequence from how organizational governance organizes cybersecurity efforts in an organization. But we see that when IT decision-making power is centralized, we see benefits in cybersecurity outcomes. And we also, in our own research, we see that when the cybersecurity unit has a lot of social capital, that means they can influence business decisions across different units. We see a strong reduction in data breaches. So governance is really where it starts with, and I think that's a very important factor.
Thanks, Sebastian. I think we have time for one more question, so I'm going to take a shot and combine two of them into one. So maybe we can have
It will take 3 times as long.
Well, so I want to talk a little bit about data breaches and sort of the incentives that firms have to sort of make changes or make adjustments following those breaches. I think we discussed disclosure as an option, as something to discuss, and also just the impact the breach could have on the firm's value. So it's incentives what we're talking about, but I'd say each panelist can take their own tact on which way they'd like to go with that. I'll start with at the end.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I like that. All right. So, yeah, I think so we know that data breaches happen and the security incidents happen, and what effect they have on the firm, right? And so, traditionally, there's been a ton of research which has looked at the effect on publicly traded firms when there are data breaches or other incidents on stock prices, and that literature is vast, and it's mostly shows a weak, if any, effect. There's maybe a mild negative return to stock prices, although sometimes people even find positive returns. And I think, from my perspective, I think we're looking at the wrong measure there. And so we've got some research where instead of looking at stock price returns, we look at the financial statements that public companies have to report to the SEC. And there we actually do see some significant effects. And so what we see, number one, is for data breaches, this increases the liabilities that firms have, and that reflects, number one, the increased lawsuits that they're facing, and number two, increased spending to fund the remediation. Firms tend to have to spend more money on cybersecurity after a breach to deal with it, and that is shown in the data. And so that's interesting, and that actually leads to reduced profits in the future for the firm. So we actually can see consequence there. But what's also interesting is that it's different for ransomware. So again, we can't just lump all cyber attacks together. So ransomware doesn't have the same effect on liabilities. Instead, it's an availability shock, and it has an immediate operational disruption to the firm, which shows up quickly in earnings losses. They lose money immediately, and you can see it consistently. And so the impact on firms is there in the data. We just have to know where to look.
Sunil or Sebastian, quickly.
So, and there could be other impacts as well, and and in a way, sometimes firms tend to game the system. There's some literature which finds that firms increase their advertising overall once they suffer a security breach. So, which is again, trying to manage their reputation in the market. There's also literature around disclosures, and if you're required to make some disclosures, especially if you are breached. So in general, you can make a disclosure, but how informative the disclosure is up to the firm. So we actually find that in some research that if your peer firms are breached and you have to make some disclosures related to risks, companies try to use very ambiguous language when they make those disclosures. So again, there's sometimes unintended consequences of some of these regulations.
Sebastian, the final word.
Okay. I'm not sure I have final words for it, but another aspect that people have explored is consumers' word of mouth, whether they start talking negatively about the firm and whether they have switching intentions. And experimental research shows that that is the case. But we might question how well these experimental findings translate into the field, because in reality, you don't often have the choice to switch. Let's say your hospital was breached. Next time you need to go to the hospital, are you really going to change your hospital choice based on a prior data breach? I don't know. So I don't see, I think we see impacts on firms, and I'm not really sure whether consumer behavior necessarily always follows that.
Well, I think we're out of time. I could probably keep talking about this for a long time with you guys, so I really appreciate it. Please join me in thanking our panelists. So we're scheduled to have a 10-minute break, so we will reconvene at 2:35.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to panel 4. Today we'll be discussing the costs and benefits of behavioral and contextual advertising. We have a wonderful group of panelists today. If you'll indulge me, let me lay out a brief introduction for today's panel. Our goal is to discuss the benefits and costs of behavioral advertising. By behavioral advertising, we mean the practice of using a consumer's past online activity, app usage, or visited locations, and information inferred therefrom to personalize advertisements for that consumer. For our purposes today, we use the terms behavioral advertising and targeted advertising interchangeably. There are two kinds of behavioral advertisements: display ads, which appear in apps and on websites, and search results ads. We'll mainly talk about display ads, but touch on search result ads if we have time. In this conversation, we'll often contrast between behavioral advertising and contextual advertising, something previous panelists have mentioned. By contextual advertising, we mean the practice of targeting an advertisement based on a web page's or app's content, and not on any information about the specific consumer. We use this contrast because contextual advertising is generally seen as less invasive of consumers' privacy. We also use the term benefits and harms broadly to cover all the different types of benefits and harms empirical studies have measured, such as higher or lower prices, access to content, or exposure to new products. We'll start with 5-minute presentations from each panelist, then move into questions. Our first presentation will come from Cristobal Cheré. He is the Assistant Professor of Information Science at Cornell University. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to start by thanking the FTC and the organizers for putting together the great panels we have seen today, and to the presenters for the great research that they have been presenting. I was asked to disclose that some of the work I'll be presenting today has been funded by different institutions, including the National Science Foundation, the Cornell Center for Social Sciences, NYU's Net Institute, George Mason University's Program on Economic and Privacy, and the University of Pennsylvania Economics of Digital Services Initiative. Okay, so I wanted to show you some insights from a review study that I did with my PhD student Pega Moradi and with Alessandro Quisti. What we were trying to do in this study was to look at what we could learn about the cost and benefits of behavioral advertising from the theoretical and empirical economic literature. When looking at theoretical work, we realized that you can think about the advertising ecosystem through two different frameworks. In one framework, the data intermediaries are acting as a matchmaker that are making the marketplace more efficient. So in this framing, merchants are benefiting because they receive cheap and efficient advertising. The publishers are also benefiting because they are getting higher prices for the impressions they're showing to their visitors. And consumers are benefiting in different ways. Like from one side, they receive free services that they value, and the advertising that they receive is more relevant to the things that they like. From the other side, you can think on the ecosystem from a different framing in which the data intermediaries operate as an oligopoly that is trying to extract surplus from the different players. So they can make merchants compete to buy advertising at the highest possible price. Publishers are competing against each other and against many other medium in which advertising can be shown online, and this may reduce prices. And consumers have a finite budget, have a finite attention, I mean, they can be bombarded with too much advertising. They may be shown advertising for products that, instead of leaving them with the highest possible surplus, it's making them buy the most expensive products to spend their budgeting. Obviously, these are two extremes. The reality is probably more nuanced than that, but the insight is that from purely economical, theoretical reasons, we cannot distinguish which one of these frameworks is truly how the advertising market operates. When we look at the empirical evidence and try to distinguish if things are closer to framework 1 or closer to framework 2, again, it's very hard to tell. We know that behavioral targeting improves ad performance metrics. So we know targeted advertising get higher click-through rates, get higher conversions. That doesn't mean that merchants are necessarily going to benefit. Like if they have higher click-through rates, but these things are priced on, or if they're very efficient at reaching consumers, but then these gains can be competed away by competition between merchants that want to reach exactly the same consumers, they may not be benefiting from these ad metrics. If we think in the side of publishers, we know that targeted impressions get higher prices than non-targeted impressions. However, publishers are making money from choosing things, the number of impressions and the price per impression. If they're now competing with a lot more publishers, this may not translate into higher profits. And also there is here a shifting benchmark issue. Like the targeted impressions are becoming even more targeted. So what is a not targeted impression today, what is a targeted impression today may be a non-targeted impression tomorrow when tracking and targeted technologies keep evolving. From the side of consumers, we have two types of evidence. So we do have evidence that targeting can reduce search costs, but we also know that there are evidence of welfare harms. So things like advertised products being more expensive, being lower quality, or exposing users to fraud. So here we are really measuring different welfare margins, and these gains can coexist with the harms. And really what we need to distinguish is how these things balance. So the case I wanted to do is that if we want evidence for policy, we really need to think on cross-stakeholders instance study. So we don't need just to look if one metric improves, we need to look at what it's doing to the different stakeholders. So we need to understand what's happening to users, to merchants, to publishers and intermediaries at the same time to understand how the gains and losses are being distributed. Like that someone gains doesn't mean that it's good if we don't know who is losing and how much they're losing. We also need to understand what's going on in terms of equilibrium and competition. Typically, studies are done in the very short term. And for policy, what we need to understand is how things adjust over time. So what is going to happen after you restrict access to data when firms adjust pricing, adjust bidding, adjust strategy? Like doing a study where you shut down targeting for some impressions and see that the prices go down doesn't mean that when you restrict tracking broadly, things are going to behave in the same way. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that we also need to understand the system-wide consequences. There's been a lot of great work recently that does experiments on certain platforms. I think that goes in the right direction, but I would like to argue that we need even more system-wide interventions in which we understand how, for example, limiting targeting, limiting behavioral targeting affects users across platforms, across devices, across services that they use. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For our next presentation, we'll have Ananya Sen, Associate Professor at Carnegie Mellon University's Heinz College. Take it away.
Thank you so much for organizing this panel, and like all the panels through the day, it's been really wonderful, insightful. Just hoping to build on that. Just in terms of disclosures, part of this research is funded by the Andrew Carnegie Fellows Program, by the Carnegie Corporation of New York, by the Net Institute, and also UPenn, the
UPenn Economic and Digital Services Initiative.
The UPenn Economic and Digital Services Initiative. So, a lot of my perspective on this topic comes from, from a data markets angle. So I'll just, give you an overview of a couple of studies that I've done, which will hopefully, provide some insight. So the first paper that I want to talk about is this experiment, this large-scale field experiment that we ran with a large news outlet in Germany, where we randomized people into seeing the website's page, the news website's page, curated by a human editor, the expert, or it was, if you're in the treatment group, you see algorithmic recommendations, so algorithmically curated content. And what we find there over a period of 4 or 5 months is that personalization leads to greater engagement. So the treatment on average beats the control by about 2 to 3%. So the magnitudes matter. This was on average at least it was 2 to 3%. What mattered in the training of that algorithm and click-through rates on ads, etc., was your own personal data. So this is your personal data, not like a collaborative filter where you're trying to predict someone's preferences using a bunch of other data. This was all first-party data, but since this is Germany, there was enough consent that needed to be taken. The flip side, of course, is the privacy conversation, but at least the use of personal data for recommendations leads to a bump in engagement, which is at least in the short run good for people who are clicking on the articles, but also for the platform itself. We don't try to quantify what it means in terms of privacy, right? That's a hard thing to quantify. That doesn't mean that potential privacy issues do not exist. We're not trying to wish them away. We're just saying that we don't do that in this paper. So that's about data coming from the platform itself, which led to a follow-on project which was about data sharing between platforms. So talking about third-party data. Here we partnered with a large platform in China that tried to tap into third-party data to improve their search recommendations. So this could be sponsored or organic. And there, again, what we found was that access to third-party data did lead to an increase in engagement by about 4 to 5%. Again, there's tremendous heterogeneity, but these were the magnitudes that we found. This was, again, a field experiment with millions of people. Again, the sort of privacy angle here is the following: that all the data that we were getting from the third party did not involve any personal information. So it was sort of anonymized and aggregated, right? But that still led to better performance for the focal platform. That said, where it didn't lead to better performance was queries that are considered niche, right? So in general, popular queries, there was still some value in getting that additional data, but for niche queries, there wasn't that bump. When we think of digitization more broadly, one of the things that we liked about being online is being able to access the long tail and variety. And the sort of privacy flip side here is that if you sort of do this in a privacy preserving way, at least in that experiment, we don't see a bump for that long tail query. One final point that I'll make based on another paper is, there's been this conversation through the day about how do we, some of these harms that we see or that we feel that are out there because of, data being out there are very hard to quantify, right? Because they are spread out, and it's hard to get access to that data. So, I have this paper with sorry, I forgot to mention my co-authors, but with Wajiha Ahmed, with Eric Brynjolfsson, and Chuck Easley, where we basically show that companies, when they're advertising online, and especially when they're using ad tech platforms, these tend to end up sort of funding low-quality misinformation websites. And we're able to do that at scale. And if you take that logic, to its conclusion, if there is more behavioral targeting possible, then it might lead to more potential manipulation of the end user. But again, we build this large-scale data set to show that this is happening. It's using these ad tech sort of algorithms. I'll stop there, and then of course there'll be lots of conversation.
Thank you. For our last presentation, we have Nils Warnerfelt, who is the Assistant Professor of Marketing at Northwestern University Kellogg School of Management. Nils, the floor is yours.
First, I should say I have a position at Meta as a research contractor for 1 hour a week. The money is donated to charity, and I used to work at Meta, and some of the research I'm going to be talking about today was done when I was an employee there. So with that, looking at the title of this presentation, it's hard to imagine many industries that have been changed more in the last 20 or 30 years than advertising. From being basically non-existent about 30 years ago, now about 3 out of every $4 of ad spend in the US is digital. Further, this is not just the whales. There's evidence that actually small businesses disproportionately rely on digital advertising. So the stakes here, just in terms of the amount of money, but also sort of the amount of the economy that relies on digital advertising, is quite large. And I thank the organizers and everyone here for engaging in this discussion, because I feel the open exchange of ideas and evidence is how we're going to get the best policy in this space. My own research focuses on policy questions specifically related to digital advertising. So that means both for consumers and for firms, try to understand at baseline how valuable is digital advertising, and then how that might change under different regulations. Thinking about this panel today, I want to talk about 3 different papers of mine. The first one is about this online tracking data, which has been mentioned a few times earlier today. This is a subject of both potential product changes from Apple and Google, as well as regulation around the world. And there's a sense of, if consumers don't like this data, don't like being tracked around the internet, how should we think about regulating this? The answer might differ if we think firms and advertisers actually benefit substantially from this data versus if they don't. So all these papers are with several co-authors, so this is very shared credit or blame here. But we ran this large-scale experiment on Meta with about 70,000 advertisers, where we use this novel experimentation platform to measure both baseline how effective their ads are today, and then if the same campaign lost the online tracking data, how much less effective would that same campaign be? The punchline from that paper is that we found pretty large effects. So the median cost per incremental customer increased by about 1/3. We also found, sort of consistent with the reliance on digital advertising from small businesses, that small businesses were really particularly hit hard by this change. So at baseline, that's the first paper. This online tracking data actually seems like it is quite valuable for online advertising effectiveness today, even for this sort of typical advertiser. The second thing I want to talk about, and I really like Cristobal's call to look at these sort of system-wide policies and do sort of program evaluation at that scale. This was looking at ATT, Apple's policy, which is not regulation, it's a product change. But what you can do is you can come up with different levels across industries and across advertisers of how exposed they were to that shock. What share of their target audience, what share of their ad spend goes to users who would ultimately opt out of tracking. You can then look at changes and outcomes both on-platform with advertising on Meta, but also off-platform using administrative data from the BLS. What we find there is that industries that were more exposed to ATT not only cut back on advertising, so they reduced their ad spend, they're more likely to stop advertising, they shifted from lower to upper funnel advertising campaigns, but you also see the industries that were more impacted by ATT today actually have fewer operating establishments in them, and their product prices are higher. So this means that when we talk about sort of large-scale economy-wide impact of some of these privacy changes, you can actually see it happening in the world around us. So ballpark, we estimate that about 90,000 fewer establishments exist in the US today just because of ATT. So these policies can have sizable impacts. The final paper I want to talk about is getting to the consumer side. So, we talked earlier today about sort of some of these creepy ads following us around. we ran an experiment with about 12 million Facebook users where we randomly showed some of them less personalized ads. And we wanted to just see like what happens to these people. So in this project, we looked at about 40 different outcome variables to provide a pretty holistic sense of what happens. And what you see is that people basically like their ads to be personalized. So not only do on-platform metrics change when people's ads are personalized, they spend, yes, more time on the site, they do more Facebook likes, comments, and so forth, but they purchase more things, they're more satisfied with their purchases, they're more likely to purchase from those people again in the future. And also, their satisfaction with ads increases as well. We also ran these incentivized willingness to accept experiments and find that people's valuation for the Facebook product actually increases when the ads are personalized too. So people prefer the product with personalized ads than with less personalized ads. We've also talked today a little bit about heterogeneity, and so how effects might differ for some subgroups. And so we ran this analysis with more than 100 covariates from Meta, and we looked at who are the subgroups and what are the differential effects here. And basically, we couldn't find any subgroup in that data that actually seemed to prefer the less personalized setting. Everything I talked about today are in specific contexts and are specific experiments or program evaluations. And I think in this whole discussion, it's really important to not extrapolate and sort of go beyond and make general statements, given how nuanced and complex this space is. But I want to highlight that when we think about the potential benefits of the data-driven economy and how that relates to advertising, I think some of this research suggests that some of the upsides are actually quite substantial. So thank you.
Thank you for all these helpful presentations. Let me turn it over to my colleague, Doug Smith from the Bureau of Economics, to lead us in our questioning.
Yeah, thanks. So thank you. So we're going to shift to questions now. All these questions are going to be for everyone. And we'll sort of just rotate who we start with. For the first one, we'll start with Cristobal. So Niels has already touched on some quantitative measures of benefits of behavioral advertising, but what else does the literature tell us about the measured benefits of behavioral advertising to various groups? You know, you've got consumers and advertisers, but also platforms and publishers and data intermediaries.
Okay, so the literature is vast. If you try to look into all the different intermediaries, I thought I would mention a couple studies that I have done and that I think are relevant or that I know of. When thinking of the benefits of behavioral targeting for consumers, in a study that I did with one of my PhD students, one of the things that we did was trying to estimate how the experiences of people would change if we limit their exposure to advertising. So we recruited people that didn't use ad blockers, and we asked them to install one and use it for a period of time. It was 1 month. And we also recruited people that did use ad blockers, and we asked them to remove their ad blocker and not to use it for 1 month. And then at the entry and the exit of these studies, we did a survey asking them about their online experiences, what they thought about advertising, the purchases they made, how satisfied they were with the purchases they made. And one of the things that we observed is that the people that we asked to install an ad blocker, their online experiences didn't change as much, but their purchase experiences did change. So they did express so the people that installed the blocker, they did report being more satisfied with the things that they had purchased. They did say that they had fewer regrets with things that they had purchased. For the people that we asked to uninstall the ad blocker, we observed exactly the opposite. One of the interesting things is that the people that we asked to uninstall the ad blocker, their online experiences did change, so they were very upset about it. They did not like having to see ads again, and the reported satisfaction with purchases also got worse. What's interesting is here is that there seems to be a lot of heterogeneity on how people think of advertising. So the people that we asked to install an ad blocker and didn't use an ad blocker before was not any happier with their online experiences because now they had an ad blocker. Those are people that probably are okay with advertising. The people that were using ad blockers probably don't like it, and they were very vocal in their answers about our request to not use the ad blocker. There was a lot more homogeneity on the purchase outcomes. So there we see that they go exactly in the opposite directions. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that this doesn't necessarily oppose the evidence that Niels was mentioning on his experiments on Meta, because what we were doing was kind of a wide intervention on, like, we're going to block advertising across everything that you're doing. The experiment of Meta is like within that platform, within that product. And it may well be the case that in that particular setting, people do like their ads to be targeted in that way. And there may be many reasons for that. It may be the content of the platform, the fact, or the way the platform personalizes the ads. Okay, so I don't want to take more time. I want to leave time for other people.
Yeah, I want to second that. I think that's a great point that I think people talk about digital advertising or online advertising or display ads as a sort of monolith, when in fact the experience varies dramatically across websites, platforms. And I think all of us can sort of do ourselves a favor by getting sort of more precise and thinking about, okay, hey, here, ads seem to be doing something good. Here, they seem to be doing something bad. And I think sort of a more nuanced analysis of these different outcomes and platforms, I think is really a good path forward.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree with that. And, in that sort of spirit, taking the point of view of like advertisers and publishers in particular, something that I focus on quite a bit, it's like sometimes, when you're thinking about online content, a lot of companies might not like their ads to appear next to certain types of content, right? So if you're if you want to advertise on the New York Times or any other newspaper, if you're talking about, I don't know, home furnishing, you don't want it to appear right next to an article that's talking about domestic violence, for example, right? So there, you can easily see a setting where providing more data, more information on potentially who is reading the article, but what the article is about can really help to reduce these harms. And in fact, I think the New York Times has started providing this service where they, even within their paywalls, they provide the sentiment of the article to actually target on. So, it's not, not everything needs to be like behavioral necessarily, but not everything needs to be completely like, okay, this is the New York Times and that's the context. Maybe there's something, something in the middle.
Niels, did you have anything else to add on this question, or?
No, it was a good discussion. Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, so some forms of heterogeneity have already come up. You're talking about preferences and settings and such. Are there other dimensions of heterogeneity among consumers that affect how the benefits that come from behavioral advertising for those consumers? Do some consumers benefit more or less?
So in our study, where we showed users less personalized ads and looked for evidence of heterogeneity, for some metrics, there's evidence of heterogeneity sort of in the negative dimension. Like there are some people who seem to like really not like less personalized ads. And those tend to be people who engage more with the platforms, or people who had higher time spent, higher ad click engagement at baseline. And so people who sort of basically had a higher dose, if that makes sense. But I think here we're limited. We can't look at some covariates other people have looked at in lab-based settings or other settings to really understand what could be driving some of the heterogeneity. So I sort of caveat my heterogeneity analysis with that. But I think, at least, again, in our setting, we find that a pretty strong negative average effect, and then if anything, some people sort of hate it more.
Do you have, Nadia, anything to add?
From my own studies, I don't remember, too much heterogeneity when it comes to, the benefits of personalization across like age or gender. The key dimension ends up being, how much data you're willing to give up, and then that's what seems to drive all the engagement. But nothing, things that demographic characteristics when it comes to the benefits, it didn't seem to pop up as quickly.
With Cristina Firulo, who is a PhD student at Cornell, we've been working on this project trying to understand if there are different people that may be affected differently by targeting. So if targeting techniques that are essentially harmless for some people may be harmful for some specific populations. And our idea, or what motivated this, is that, for example, if there is someone that has, let's say, eating disorders, and are very drawn towards, I don't know, dieting content, and then they're getting, as they're engaged more and more with this content, the targeting becomes even more concentrated in advertising related to that content or related to that interest, that may be harmful for them. So something that for the general population may not be bad, something that I'm sure the platform is not intending for this to have a negative effect, can have negative effects for specific types of people. The other example that comes to my mind are like, for example, financial products that are not the best quality, or investment options that are not the best quality, that are, for example, targeted towards like elderly populations that are more vulnerable to make decisions that are not great for their interest. I think there are different types of populations that may be affected differently. And I think what was important to highlight is that they may suffer negative consequences from things that for other populations are completely harmless and that they are very difficult to detect. So, my take is that we need to be careful on thinking about heterogeneity, thinking about specific groups of people that may need special protections, or a specific type of ads that may be regulated differently because of these issues.
I think one thing I'll add on that, so there's a case a few years ago where a lot of products that were being advertised on Facebook, and this is public information, they had a number of sort of financial scam products. And so they changed the policy, and it became harder to sort of target products like that. But there's sort of, as a theme of today, there are these unintended consequences. So it turns out Code for America has this great program called Get Cal Fresh, which helps people sign up for food stamps in California. And one of the primary ways they access people is actually through online advertising, right? This is like a cheap way to reach a ton of people. And so if you remove the ability to target sort of some of these financial products, well, then all of a sudden it became a lot harder for them to find people who were eligible and could enroll in food stamps. And we've seen similar things happen to these stories of these businesses in the UK that were creating products for LGBT people. It became hard to target LGBT people online. All of a sudden it was no longer profitable for them to produce these products. And so with this regulation, I think it's important to think about sort of the costs and benefits, what are the unintended consequences here? And it's not always as simple, you shouldn't allow targeting based on this, or you should. I think sort of a more full cost-benefit analysis here is a bit more nuanced.
Thank you. Now we're going to move into a series of questions about harm. It's basically going to be the harm version of the questions Doug just asked. So the question for the table is, what are the measured harms of behavioral advertising, and how do different groups suffer these harms? For example, consumers, platforms, advertisers, publishers, or data intermediaries.
today I'm thinking on consumers mostly for some reason. In the case of consumers, for example, Alessandro mentioned in his presentation in the morning how advertising in their experiment was associated with higher prices and lower quality. I mean, that is a very specific harm that consumers may suffer due to exposure to some type of advertising. Like this study I just mentioned before also suggests that some people may be less satisfied, they have greater regrets with the things that they purchase. I think those are also some measurements of harms. On the side of publishers, for example, the behavioral targeting, I think we have to think on the effects on the entire ecosystem, like the figure I have in the beginning. This is a complicated ecosystem in which like different layers are interacting. In the case of publishers, yeah, I mean, they may be benefiting from higher impression prices, but at the same time, there may be suffering consequences from increased competition from different outlets, and outlets that without the targeting tools would not be able to compete for advertising impressions. Like Ananya just mentioned in his work that they detect that when some companies use these advertising technologies, they end up advertising in lower quality publishers. That suggests that in the way it is set up now, it allows some lower quality outlets to compete on the same basis with high quality outlets. So even though those high quality outlets are getting better prices on the targeted impressions versus the non-targeted impressions, on the other side, they're having negative consequences from now having to compete for those impressions with a lot of low quality sites that don't spend as much time and effort in creating quality content.
So maybe I'll also, also linking to the discussions in the morning, I'll also kind of take this opportunity to say that to actually reflect on studies that I wanted to write about harms, but it was just so hard to write because of access to data and because of publishing norms where you just can't reach that sort of threshold. So Cristobal mentioned, but what the paper that I earlier mentioned about ad tech platforms and misinformation and amplifying ads on low quality websites, the 1/3 of that paper is just a descriptive bit trying to establish some of these facts. And that took us literally years to put together because we would talk to DSPs, we would talk to other ad tech companies, third parties, and they would, when they realized that we were trying to sort of pin down potential harms, they would just like that's the end of the conversation. So I think in the same ways like with Ginger Gin, we've been talking about ad fraud over the past year, and how it might get exacerbated by generative AI, but to collect sort of any sort of data to quantify harm or potential harm is just extremely hard because that that data is not available. Companies are not willing to partner. I guess it makes sense from their perspective, but then if we want to get a broader policy perspective, we're left with only one side of quantified potential benefits. I think so. That's just a plea to get more data and make these studies easier from a tech and society perspective. But I think it's I think one of the things that I was going to say was also basically what Cristobal also mentioned, that sort of system-wide sort of analyses of, okay, if something is happening on one platform, something changed, where are potential consumers going, and that would just be important to do. I have some work in progress with Alessandro, and we'll talk about that later.
One thing that comes to mind here is if online marketing helps sort of lower barriers to entry, you have to be concerned about more and more bad actors coming in. So scams and malicious actors. And then that puts more weight, more responsibility on sort of intermediaries like the platforms to help sort of adjudicate this process. And I'm not sure their incentives are always fully aligned with sort of those of social surplus. And you think about something like, another digital channel is email, and think about how many sort of fishy, scammy products and links we get each day over email. This is we're sort of trusting on the Googles, the Metas, the Pinterest, all this to sort of do this moderation. But I think, I worry about the incentives not being fully aligned there, kind of building off some of what Ananya said.
Thank you. Focusing a bit more on consumers, could you speak more about how are any of these harms distributed across consumers? In other words, do some consumers suffer harms at higher rates than other consumers?
So maybe the thought that comes to mind is related to a paper with Alessandro Avi and Alex Mooring, who's at Purdue, basically where we try to set up like a data market as a data literally trying to purchase people's Facebook data. And there what we found was that consumers or people with lower income, lower education, priced their data lower. They had lower levels of information about the data economy in general. And when we provided them with information, so as part of an information intervention, we saw them update their beliefs significantly more. I think this was also alluded to probably in the second panel, but it seems as if when markets are not really well defined necessarily, then it's the lower education, lower income sort of consumers that might be suffering the most.
I think on this note, I really love this Catherine Tucker story about the potholes in Boston and how they were sort of reported disproportionately across like income neighborhoods. And so these data deserts where you only get data on subsets of the population. And so everything we're talking about here is sort of conditioned on the people you have data on. And there's this whole sort of gap of people who you don't. And how are those people affected by the system? And I think that's like a great area for future research.
We were discussing a few moments ago how hard it was to get data on specific harms. If you want to get data on how to separate harms by different populations, it's even more difficult. So I don't think there is very good empirical data, but there are some indications that would suggest some groups may be affected differently. A couple of things that come to my mind, similar to what Ananya said. I think there is probably a very big divide between people that have more understanding of how the system operates and what are their privacy rights and what are their privacy choices and exposure to harmful targeting. The example that comes to my mind is the adoption of ad blockers by different groups of people. The cybersecurity professionals, like about 70–80% of people use it. The other group that's very interesting that have a very high adoption are advertising professionals. So people that work on advertising, studies show a great majority of them use ad blocking tools. lower income populations typically don't use privacy enhancing tools. Now, yeah, I mean, this is with the big caveat that, yeah, this is under the assumption that these tools are really welfare enhancing, which it is an open empirical question. There is evidence in this direction, but as I was trying to argue in the beginning, we need more evidence to really understand how it works.
Great. Well, I think we're going to skip ahead a question just in interest of time. So I think one reality of regulation of behavioral advertising is that if firms aren't doing behavioral advertising, they'll have to raise revenues some other way or cut back spending. One example of this is there's a recent study that showed that after YouTube restricted targeted behavioral advertising on content for kids after a settlement with the FTC, that then the amounts that YouTube content creators made content for kids went down significantly. So when we think about this as in terms of what alternatives that firms face, what are the sort of both the benefits and costs as alternative ways to both earn revenue or cut back costs, and what do we know about what firms might actually do? Nils, do you want to?
Yeah. One thing that comes to mind first is this substitution to subscription models. And I really like the growing body of literature on how that changes platform incentives. So if I'm optimizing for time spent watching ads versus a decision about like a monthly subscription, how that changes how I rank content, the content I show people. And I think a lot of this, this area really boils down to like carefully designed experiments to understand magnitudes here, because you could say, oh, well, this company could just shift from advertising to subscriptions. And it turns out sometimes that's like very hard for companies to do. So this paper Avi mentioned earlier today on Facebook, where we looked at willingness to pay for users who saw versus didn't see targeted ads. That suggests a subscription model for Facebook would be quite unprofitable, right? If people aren't willing to pay. And so I think when we're thinking about policy recommendations in this space, we should be thinking about the specific context and the implications that would have for both the people on the platforms itself, and the people who use the platform, like advertisers.
Yeah, I guess in the same way, and I completely agree that it's like, is the alternative to behavioral ads just like subscriptions? And not necessarily. I don't think it works for everyone. When I think of publishers, it works for the New York Times, but there are loads of like local news outlets that are shutting right now because they can't get enough subscribers. So I think completely agree that need to think through this carefully. But it's also like this question about like this was COPPA violations, right? Like the Made for Kids. It also made me think again, about the larger sort of perspective we take as a society, I guess. Something that maybe as quantitative researchers or economists we generally don't necessarily always have the right take. But it's like, do you necessarily need to use personal data to target ads to kids? That's a call you take, sort of collectively. And when it comes to like kids content in particular, which makes it kind of like context dependent, it's like a lot of the content creators like make money through merchandise deals and stuff like that. But again, sort of context dependent, though that can also seem like a cop out a little bit. It's like, okay, everything is context dependent. So how do we, what is the policy then, right? It's like how do we scale this up? But just maybe that's a way of saying that we need to think carefully that the sort of automatic alternative might not be the answer.
So so about that, the study, on COPA and the reduction of content for kids. I mean, I like that study. It's very well done. I think the effect is very real. I also think that we need to think more deeply on what that result actually means. I mean, as someone that has young kids and that in moment of despair give my personal phone to my kids so they can watch something on YouTube, I see what type of ads they were getting before that and what happens now. What happened a lot before that is that the ads they were getting were behaviorally targeted to me. They were not behaviorally targeted to the kids. So I always wonder if that specific results is not because advertisers lost their interest on showing ads to kids. It's just correcting a market imperfection in which the ads were being targeted to the owner of the device and effectively being shown to kids. And once that inefficiency was removed, yeah, I mean, that had incentives, changed the incentives to produce content for kids. So I think it's important to take into account what it really means, what is the mechanism that's really driving, what is that we're taking away when something like that is reached. It also makes me think on how much, again, as a parent of young kids that spend some time looking videos on YouTube Kids, it also makes me wonder, like, what is the efficient level of production of content for kids on YouTube? I mean, yes, there was a reduction, but does that mean that there was a huge welfare gain compared to the reduction on advertising revenue that was generated by that intervention? So I think extrapolating from a result like that towards restricting targeting is going to have negative consequences for the production of content, that's going to have negative welfare consequences. It's not direct. I mean, that is what I was trying to also to argue in the beginning, that we need to understand kind of the system-wide implications of this. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is like my own work with different co-authors on what has happened with content provision after things like GDPR, after things like ATT. In those studies, we don't find any significant effect on the reduction of the production of content. So before the GDPR, there was a lot of concern that this is going to be the end of the internet as we know it. The way the internet is financed is going to be broken. Now, many years after, we know that the internet did not collapse in the EU. The production of content did not collapse in the EU. There have been adjustments on monetization strategies, but they're not has been as extreme as some of those studies may suggest.
Maybe if I can add to this and use this as also an example about thinking through, like, the optimal levels of product variety. We care about the long tail. I think, I think that is very important. And, the fact that smaller sellers, for example, get affected through privacy restrictions. But, again, thinking about the context, it's like, you think about content for kids. As a dad of two small kids, they see the same thing over and over and over again. So, like, what's the demand for variety there? In the same way, is the demand for variety, the same across markets? It's like.
Thank you. Kind of following up on a point, Cristobal, that you started to share, is that other countries, states within the United States, or even tech companies themselves, have limited the collection of consumer data or otherwise regulated behavioral advertising, such as GDPR, ATT. Could you speak more about what have your papers or any papers that the panelists know tell us about the outcomes of these regulatory actions?
Okay, so I can speak more of my own research and work that I sat on the research. So I have done two large studies on the effects of, one was on GDPR, one was on the effect of Apple tracking transparency. In the GDPR study, our motivation was to determine whether the GDPR was going to change the incentives to produce ad-supported content in the EU. And what we did was, before the GDPR went into effect, we started scraping data from a large set of ad-supported websites in the EU and a large set of ad-supported websites in the US. And we collected several things. We collected from one side what they were doing from the technical perspective, so what was happening to first-party cookie, to third-party cookies, what consent mechanisms were being shown to people visiting those websites, and also like kind of more downstream effects, like how many new pages were appearing on newspapers, how long they were, what was the quality of the writing, how many visits they were getting, etc. So we really try to distinguish between, like, are they responding from a technical side, and what are the downstream consequences on the quantity and the quality of content that was being produced. And we did this, we tried to do it for a fairly long time. So we kept doing this for 18 months after GDPR was enacted to sort of understand not only what happened right after, but also how the industry adjusted over time. The main result of that work is that there isn't any catastrophic consequence for the quantity and the quality of these ad-supported websites. So they don't go out of business more than in the US. The number of pages that are being created, the engagement with those pages seems to stay the same. From the technical perspective, we do see that there is a response. There is an initial response that's very strong, that then it gets, the intensity goes down over time, and then it also goes up over time. So in the beginning, there was a lot of dark patterns, a lot of interfaces that were not really giving people choices. Over time, we observe that those interfaces start being, there are more of them, and they start being more transparent on allowing people to opt out more quickly. I did another study in very similar motivation with what happened with free apps on Apple devices when Apple came up with the tracking transparency framework. The results are very similar. We don't see huge changes. We do see some adjustments in monetization strategies, but these effects are for the most part minor. So the number of apps that are being created, how people value these apps, has continued to work. So I would say those two studies together seem to indicate that ecosystem can adjust to privacy regimes that are more restrictive. Like over time, they find ways to continue producing content. Consumers don't seem to mind in terms of their downloads, in terms of their visits, in terms of their review of this content.
I think like Cristobal's studies are great, and it's I've got some work in progress with Alessandro Acquisti and Yuan An, who's a PhD student at Heinz College, where again trying to take this sort of ecosystem, ecosystem-wide sort of effects seriously. We've got extremely sort of rich browsing and purchase behavior from Comscore. There's some new data that they have. And what we are trying to do is look at consumers' browsing and purchase behavior over a 4 or 5 year period across different states in the US, where there have been state-level legislations, et cetera, that have been passed. Again, with the caveat that this is still very much work in progress, subject to robustness checks and stuff like that. Based on some of the confirmed purchase data that we have from Comscore right now, we don't really see any change in expenditure or number of purchases. We have to dig deeper into what type of substitution might be happening, or are we missing sort of merchants or whatever. But we were seeing null results across, like, I don't know, Connecticut and Virginia and even like CCPA, to the extent that, Yuan, the doctoral student, was kind of worried that, we're only getting null results. And I was like, the null results are informative. They are important. Maybe there is, nothing that's changing on a system-wide. But again, just trying to sort of take these concerns seriously and build out further.
Yeah, I guess my sort of reading of the literature is that there have been a number of papers that have documented some pretty sizable negative impacts of both GDPR and ATT. And I think in sort of doing these ex post program evaluation of these, I think, I think we can sort of weight by, representativeness of the sample and the kinds of outcomes that are looked at. But my read is there certainly have been benefits to these policies, but that the negative outcomes have been pretty substantial. Not catastrophic, not like the world is falling apart, but that the downsides are quite real and things to consider.
Okay, well, we're a little short on time, so let's ask one last question, which is about the future of research in this area. So what do you see as important topics for further study?
So I would argue that future studies should really try to take this like system-wide ecosystem effect understanding. It's really important not only to understand what are the effects on like one specific stakeholders, but in different stakeholders. I mean, whenever you do any sort of intervention, there is going to be costs. There's going to be benefits. If we just look at the costs, yeah, I mean, it's obvious there's going to be costs. I mean, you're doing an intervention that's changing how things operate. We also need to look at the side of the benefits and see if those benefits justify the cost, and also on the redistributed effects. I mean, who is the one that is enjoying the benefits? Who is the one that is suffering the costs? I would also add that we really need to look at kind of the long-term effects of these interventions. So in the case of GDPR, for example, in my own work, what I have noticed is that whenever I look, I don't know, in the 3 months after, in the 6 months after, the effects are dramatic and they're very big. But over time, the industry adjusts. Like talking with people in the industry, in the case of GDPR, for example, what they say are things like, yes, in the beginning we reacted very strongly because we didn't know what to do. We were very conservative. As there was more clarity, then as we learned how to do things in a compliant way, we started kind of going back into the market, and those effects are attenuated. The same thing with ATT. Like if you look at app entry, in the month after ATT, it completely craters. It's like almost zero. But then it goes back up again, and it actually goes back to kind of higher levels and then stabilizes to what it was before. I mean, that sort of indicates that, yeah, I mean, in the short term, people need to figure out what's going on. What we really need to look at is like, what are the long-term effects? So I would argue for those two things, is understanding the costs and benefits together, not because something has huge costs for some stakeholders, that is a bad thing. We also need to see what are the benefits on the other side, what are the redistributive consequences, and also what are the long-term effects of these interventions.
So completely agree with Cristobal. Like, these system-wide, potentially longer-term studies are required. I think, both on the consumer end, but like Nils's work on the firm side, matching data with Meta's data, I thought that was really cool. So I think we just need more of that. I'm going to reiterate my plea for, getting access to more descriptive data to potentially understand whether the potential nature of these harms, because that's important. If we don't have that, then we don't have any sort of ground truth. The third thing is that, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, but we're not, we're sort of completely sidestepping the issue of like measuring privacy benefits. If it's not really, quantifiable, I think we just need to do better and not just wish it away. I think that's what we're doing just because it doesn't suit our toolkit right now. And finally, I think, this whole conversation about personalization through behavioral ads, is going to the next level with large language models. And I think, we'll need to understand what's happening there. So I think those are sort of thoughts for the future.
Oh, this has been on the whole time. I'm sorry. I think a valuable direction to go in the future, privacy has been used as this sort of boogeyman of a term to justify all sorts of decisions. And I think it's sort of important to establish like a standardized framework so we can think about, okay, let's all agree upon these are definitions of things that people care about. This is how we should approach research questions going forward. It might be a crude analogy, but in machine learning, how they have these pre-specified data sets and they create these benchmarks for how well machine learning algorithms do by comparing across like the same data set, different algorithms. It would be wonderful if we get something like that for privacy. So we could say, this is what people care about, we all agree upon it, and now they can help us assess things in a more clear black and white way. I think until then, I'm sort of skeptical and worry that privacy will be used to justify all sorts of different decisions in a very sort of non-social surplus optimal way, both by companies, but also potentially by regulators.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists for the wonderful discussion. Okay, in the interest of time, let's take about a 7-minute break and come back at 3:50 p.m. for the final panel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I think we're going to get started here in a moment. If everybody could take their seats. Thank you. Oh, that was fast. Thank you. Welcome to panel 5. On this panel, we'll be in the final panel for the day, we'll be discussing the measurement of consumer preferences, beliefs, and decisions. For those who may have just tuned in or weren't here earlier, my name is Eric Jones, and I'm an attorney in the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection. I want to thank our panelists for joining us today. And I want to flag that, as I mentioned, this is our final panel of the day. And then immediately following this panel, we will hear closing remarks from Chris Mufaraj, the director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection, and then that will close out our workshop. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague Eric from the Bureau of Economics to provide an overview of our panel.
Okay, so in this final session, we're hoping to kind of more closely examine the tools available to regulators and enforcers in measuring consumer preferences, beliefs, and the resulting decisions in privacy contexts. In addition, we're kind of looking for, specifically our panelists to shed light on how these different measurement tools can give us different answers and give way to different conclusions about these preferences, and how they can be used kind of holistically or which parts of them should be used to help us evaluate consumer informational injuries. So with that, we're going to start with our first speaker to my left. Baby Lee is a professor of IT and management at Carnegie Mellon University. She received her PhD with distinction from Stern School of Business at NYU. Her research interests lie in the intersection between social and technical aspects of information technology, especially interested in the interaction between human decisions and recent technological disruptions in the markets. So, Baby.
Thank you very much. I would like also to thank FTC to organize this event, and thank Eric to invite us for this last panel. My main research focuses on sort of understanding users' preferences and behavior across both digital and physical environments. And I'm studying how people make choices from the choices about economic consumptions or their mobility and movement or their information sharing behavior and privacy. And also how these different choices interact with digital platforms and policies and what that means for privacy, welfare, market power, and policymaking. And through this process, I'm also extremely interested in how consumer preferences are formed and are revealed and sometimes might be miscalibrated. So through my opening remarks, I would like to highlight maybe 3 points. I think we have a really insightful discussion through the day. I also personally learned a lot, really enjoyed the discussion. So what I want to highlight here is that this is a very complex problem, right? So measuring this basic kind of zooms into how we should do this, right? So measuring this user preferences is extremely challenging, partly because one, user preferences itself is not static, right? So it's highly contextual. I believe a lot of panelists has mentioned that. It's highly contextual and also highly dynamic, right? So one thing I want to also highlight here is that by contextual, there's different levels of it, right? So there's micro level context, what I would term it, where it's highly contingent on the platform design, the design of the platform, and also the design of the choice architecture, where Tesri will talk about that more, right? And I also want to highlight this also really related to the macro level of context, right? So this is, for example, that one of basically what I would refer to as the macro is you think about the societal level benefit and the pressure that would also affect users' behavior and preferences in the privacy and data sharing process, right? So one of my recent work with my co-authors, Anino Ghosh and Natasha, so we kind of analyzed over 22 billion individual level location, digital location trace from smartphone data before and during COVID time, right? So we picked this time because it's a very interesting natural disaster time that kind of really affect people's behavior. So what we found is basically this is a individual level data across the entire US, and we sort of observed them for quite a long time, right? And we observe what happened is people's opt-out behavior for location tracking significantly dropped during COVID time compared to the pre-period, right? Basically, that indicates people are more willing to share their location data during disaster times like COVID, right? So this is something very interesting because we find this is something, seems like when people are making the choice or making kind of behave, sort of decide whether to share the data, that sort of the societal level or the macro level environment sometimes may also alter their consideration of benefit versus risk, right? And then the crisis time, like COVID time, seems to really also add an actual layer of these societal level consideration beyond individual level consideration of the benefit and cost, which we found very interesting, right? So that's one thing. The context really matters, right? And the level of context also matters. So number two, I also want to highlight, this is also a point that we have repeatedly hearing from the panels through the day, is that this user preferences and user behavior towards how they want to handle privacy and information is extremely heterogeneous, right? So what I want to highlight here is that it's not only their perceived preferences or a perceived risk that are heterogeneous, like what user thinks it is different, right? So these are very heterogeneous, but also the actual risk itself is also heterogeneous, right? So in one of my other work that we, again, in the context of location data, so we analyzed a random sample about over 1 million location samples from the users and trying to really quantify what is the individual level risk versus individual level benefit from the location data to the users, right? So what we find is from the individual user level, we actually are able to quantify the risk, the privacy risk, exposure risk, right? So cross users. And we see that distribution is very wild, right? And we actually can plot the distribution of the individual level risk. It actually follows a nice bell shape, right? So majority of users have medium level risk, and there's a small portion of them that has extremely high levels. This is our actual risk that we analyze this risk. I can go into that a little deeper during the discussion, where we basically look at there's a data exposure risk, where how likely you're identified in the database in a data set or re-identified, right? So, and also there's an inference risk where we basically try to analyze how likely your sensitive attributes like where you live, your home neighborhood, or your demographic information, how likely those are being inferred, right? So we actually see there's a strong heterogeneity in the actual realized risk in the data as well, right? So that's two. So that adds the complexity of really measuring this because it's highly heterogeneous. So the other thing I want to mention is that because of this, privacy option should not be a binary choice, share or no share, but it kind of, it should be a optimization problem in this case that really balance between the individualized risk and individualized benefit, right? And then the one size fits all approach for the privacy policy may be economically inefficient and sometimes may be behaviorally misaligned. Right? And that's number two. And finally, number three, given all these challenges, what should we do and how should we measure? So I think the how problem itself is very challenging. And my point here is that I would like to encourage all of us to be open-minded and creative in terms of looking at the theories and new data source and the methodology. How should we do that? Right? I'll give you one example. In another study that we did recently with my co-author Wen Wang from Maryland, what we did was, in the past, usually we could, and there's a lot of actually large body of literature on how do we measure people's privacy preferences through stated preference, for example, or revealed preference, right? So these are sometimes looking at their behavior indicators and then trying to understand, like through their app usage or their interaction with the privacy setting. But sometimes you don't have the luxury or access to these kind of data, right? These are usually first-party data that you may not have it, right? So, and what we did was we actually take a different approach and we look at publicly available data on social media, right? So we just look at, we recruited about 1,000 users and then we asked for their consent to share their Twitter account. And we go to their Twitter account and collected their Twitter post data, right? And then we use machine learning and AI algorithm to extract, we call it social cycle traits for these users, right? So that includes, for example, their potential risk preferences based on how they talk about things, and their personality, their emotion, their lifestyle, their economic preferences, and then even their linguistic style, etc. Right? So we basically build this predictive model and say, hey, based on this publicly available data, how well can we predict their behavioral preferences of privacy, right? It turns out the answer is yes, it's highly predictive. We found it's very, very predictive and highly associated with their privacy preferences, right? So I think this is basically, it just kind of trying to approach the same problem with some new angles, and then these provides a potential scalable approach, more scalable approach, and a more cost-effective approach for companies, for platforms, for policymakers to really estimate consumers' individual level preferences at a much bigger scale. Right? So yeah, that's all my 3 points, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward to discussing all of that in a second. Next up, we have Tesri Lin. Tesri is an assistant professor of marketing at Boston University, where she studies the role of consumer data and privacy in the digital economy. In her recent work, she's been studying how choice architectures and privacy regulations have influenced data markets and consumer welfare. So, Tesri.
Well, thank you, Eric. I want to thank the organizers for having me, and I want to thank FTC for organizing this fantastic conference. So I'm going to start with a question that I think sits underneath a lot of the discussions today, and also make it especially salient from the last panel, which is how are we going to understand whether there are consumer injuries if we don't know what consumers really want? And I think that there are, broadly speaking, 2 different ways to tackle this question. And the first way is just like sidestep that question altogether. And historically, there is a priority put into measuring harms that are more tangible and say, well, kind of we are going to pick up the harms when they are data breach. But data breach is a small percentage compared to, say, kind of, well, compared to how widespread the data collection practice actually is. On the other hand, if we want to be serious and say, well, we think that consumers actually care about privacy, then I think it really makes sense to make an effort to put a number so that we can actually, like try to assess the benefits and harms, well, kind of, to actually kind of access the trade-off. And without that number, we don't really actually know. And the good news, and I think if I look across kind of, like different fields, the good news is that, well, today we actually have a lot of people trying to measure privacy preferences. So we here are kind of sitting in the kind of privacy measurement panel, but in a lot of previous panels, so for example, kind of, from Ananya, from Avi, like from Jeffrey, kind of, you all mentioned papers about kind of, where you measure privacy preferences. So I think the good news is that, well, kind of, we actually have a lot of people working on that today. The bad news is that I think the kind of, the field is still a bit fragmented. And sometimes my personal feeling is that, well, the terms, sometimes kind of, the field is using occasionally borderline creating confusion. I'm going to kind of give you an example to kind of to illustrate what I mean. This is my personal perspective. So Bebe earlier mentioned a term, context dependence. I think the term is technically correct, but it is often used to mention two different things. So one common type of context dependence is that, well, people say, I'm very happy to share my data with the health professional, but I'm not willing to share data with the car dealer. Now, this is the type of context dependence that is reflecting meaningful, deliberate decision-making. On the other hand, there is a second type of context dependence, which is that, well, I choose to share data with one website, but not the other, just because the first website kind of hides the reject all button into the settings, make it very hard to click. Now, the second type of context dependence reflects the effect of choice architecture, the nudges that often is viewed by us as the distortion of the choices. So I will argue that these two are fundamentally different. And by conflating these two and use the same term context dependence, we sometimes risk the idea of, well, actually treating them as kind of both equal to the noise and kind of even thinking that, well, privacy preferences are incoherent and unmeasurable. So that's why I don't particularly like kind of using the same term context dependence to refer to these two different constructs. Now, this is a measurement panel. So the next question is, well, is there a way for us to actually separate these two? I think this is where kind of the empirical research starts to get into a kind of conundrum because, well, you can think of different ways to approach the measurement question. Now, you can use the observational data. If you use the observational data, it's kind of tricky because, well, people are often making choices under the influence of choice architecture that the websites and companies are giving to them. So they have the type of second type of context dependence, the choice architecture that we don't want. On the other hand, you can use the stated preference. Now, that actually abstract away both. It actually reduces and sometimes actually eliminates the economic context dependence that we actually care about. So that is also not very helpful. So the question is, what are we going to do? And I think the answer to this question is that we are going to rely on experiments, and the experiment is going to try to collect consumers' privacy choices in the field, but also the experiment is going to try to remove and kind of separate the effects of those choice architectures from the decision making. So then it will allow you to actually kind of separately capture these two types of context dependence. I'm going to talk about one paper, a recent paper that I'm working on with Chiara Fenonato and Andre Fracking that does exactly that. And we are trying to do that at a larger scale. So what we are doing is that we use a browser extension that we actually develop. And we recruit the participants so that they can install our browser extension. We can actually observe kind of how they interact with cookie consent banners for a week when they're organically browsing the internet. And furthermore, because this is an experiment, so it actually allows us to kind of randomize what kind of choice architecture they are seeing. That allows us to kind of separate out the effect of choice architecture on their data sharing decisions. So what do we find? First of all, there are actually systematic kind of variation in terms of kind of the consent behavior across different websites. In particular, we see that people overall, so again, this is kind of abstract away from the impact of choice architecture. On average, people are more willing to share websites with popular and familiar websites, websites that they have visited before. There are variation across different website categories. In particular, they are more willing to share data with news websites, educational websites, and also e-commerce websites as compared to the other end of the spectrum, which are more kind of websites that feature political content. On the other hand, you can also look at choice architecture effects. So this is where the term, quote-unquote, dark patterns comes in. I think the term dark patterns naturally has a kind of negative connotation because, well, by using the term dark, it automatically assumes that, well, kind of collecting the data is harmful to consumers. What we find is that actually not all choice architectures are made equal. The type of designs that introduces and exacerbates choice friction is very effective in distorting people's choices. On the other hand, the type of designs that only changes the visual salience of certain options, they are not very effective in changing people's choices. So people's choice probabilities actually change very little. And the observation that, well, kind of choice frictions matter a big deal to consumers is a meaningful observation to us because that also implies that any kind of policy intervention that simplifies the consent choices could potentially bring large consumer welfare again. And we actually did a counterfactual analysis that allows us to simulate whether, for example, if you look at, say, kind of compare the current side-by-side consent regime is implemented by the GDPR versus the alternative, which is global privacy control. If you ask consumers to kind of make one choice that applies to all websites, in which situations would the consumer welfare be higher? And the short answer is that, well, global privacy control wins by a wide margin. So I think the overarching lesson from this body of work is that I think we want to be very precise about what we mean when we say consumer preference. We want to be very precise in measuring them. And we want to be precise in measuring the trade-off, in giving people choice, and kind of making the choice simple to reduce the choice burden. With that, I am going to stop here. Happy to talk about it more and look forward to hearing the perspectives of the other panelists.
Thanks so much, Cesare. Our next panelist is Andrei Simonov, and he is the Gary Winnick and Martin Granoff Associate Professor of Business at Columbia Business School. His research covers topics related to the marketing and economics of media products, such as measuring advertising effectiveness, media persuasion, product design, and competition in media and digital product markets. Andrei?
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for organizing this panel. Thank you for FTC for putting this together. It's been a great day with a lot of interesting discussions. I like how we ended our last panel with Ananya saying we need to do better in measuring value of privacy, and here we are having a panel about how we can measure it. So there's a little bit of pressure here that we need to do better now. But we'll get to how we can do better, hopefully, in the discussion. Let me first repeat some of this and maybe summarize why it's so hard to measure really value people have for privacy. How do we measure willingness to pay in traditional markets? We estimate demand. How do we estimate demand? We look at for variation in price. We see how much people buy, don't buy, and so we back out demand curve. This gives us willingness to pay. In a lot of digital products, including products which have privacy, we don't have prices, so we need to take a different approach to understand what's the value for consumers. And there is different ways literature have been trying to do it historically. One approach is to try to see how people's engagement or time use is changing in the marketplace, and then translating that time use into dollars. The paper example, Tessera's paper that she just talked about with browser extensions, they rescale with co-authors the measure of time change using the wage, like some expected wage for different consumers, and that's one way you can do it. Different work, so historically you can try to estimate change in time and try to see some other decisions consumers are making which will involve prices. So that's Crawford Eurocoglu looking at bundles of channels which are chosen, and within the bundle how people allocate time. You can try to get willingness to pay for content. So that's one line of approaches. A different line of approaches is a nice sequence of work from Avi Collis and Causes, who we've heard together in the first panel, who say let's ask consumers for their willingness to accept, to deactivate some of the products, to like give up some of the digital products. And we can do it in different ways to try to establish the value these products give to them. The challenge there is that we see we need to incentivize people really well to do it. So we need large samples, and we need issue of context came up. This will be a bit different in different contexts. So there is work showing that willingness to accept and willingness to pay metrics wouldn't agree, maybe because of endowment effects, because of different contexts. So it comes with its own challenges. There is also recent evidence that effect on time use doesn't often agree with, so changes in time use because of some changes in the market don't agree with changes in willingness to accept. Also from Niels's paper, which was on the panel, so this is an overlap of different panelists now summarizing this research, also with Avi Collis and co-authors, where they show that removing ads from Facebook for a subset of consumers who don't see ads, the time on the platform increases without ads by 9%, which is not twice, but something we can measure, something substantive. But willingness to accept doesn't react that much. In our separate work, where we have also a browser extension experiment looking at ad loads on Facebook, this is not in collaboration with Facebook. This is independent, similar to work of Tessary, where we recruited people into a browser extension study. We changed the ad loads on Facebook, and we changed the volume of ad loads, and also see that people react by using Facebook a bit more. Effects are small. We don't see detectable changes in willingness to accept. We also changed targeting. So we take your targeted ads on Facebook and replace them with completely randomized ads. We see that people on average spend a bit less time on Facebook if we replace targeted ads with completely random ads. Again, we don't see changes in willingness to accept. So this is just to say that even these different measures might not agree in terms of reaction to some changes of the platform. Now, why might this be this difference between time use and welfare? There can be different theories you can have. Maybe this extra 9% of usage of Facebook that's not very valuable for consumers. It's really valuable for me to be on Facebook because I message my friends on Facebook, but maybe this incremental 9 minutes don't give that much value. So shouldn't you think about welfare as proportional to time use? Maybe there is some less engagement. I engage with the platform because it takes me longer to search now with the ads. Maybe I engage because I react to some part of content. There is nice work on toxic content on social media where engagement, or if there is a toxic content, goes up, but maybe it goes up because people just argue against toxic content. So it's not about utility. It's about now I feel like I need to address something which I see. And privacy can be similar. I can see something which is maybe I feel intrusive and I need to address it, so I spend more time, which doesn't necessarily capture welfare. So this is a type of challenges on the time use. On the willingness to accept, again, it's context. It's kind of hard. We need really to incentivize people. We need to be able to kind of have the service well done and sample size. We need big enough sample size to measure this. Let me pocket the question of how we can address it to discussion, also for the sake of time. But one last comment, a separate point I'll make, and this might come up later as well, is this question about taste heterogeneity for privacy, which is a slightly different discussion. This heterogeneity came up in previous panels as well. But so what we see often in studies of privacy preferences is that a lot of people don't care that much about privacy, but there is a tail of consumers who really cares a lot. And if we have market with few platforms, what would platforms be incentivized to do? They'll want to tailor the product maybe to the mass, to the median consumer, to a place where to preferences of the majority of consumers, which means that for minority of consumers, the platform is not necessarily incentivized to really address their tastes. So with two solutions, we can try to give some extra choices to consumers and help minority of consumers to tailor the products to them, but now this creates cost for everyone else. Or we can just ignore it, but then the platform is not always incentivized to address preference of minority. And this is what Joel Waldfogel coined as a preference externality story, as an effect of majority of consumers and minority. Let me stop here, and we'll continue the discussion later.
Great, thanks so much, Andre. Our next panelist is Serge Egelman, and he is the research director of the Usable Security and Privacy Group at the International Computer Science Institute, and also holds an appointment in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Sciences at the University of California, Berkeley. He leads the Berkeley Laboratory for Usable and Experimental Security, and his research focuses on the intersection of privacy, computer security, and human-computer interaction. Serge?
Thanks for the intro. Let me turn that on. Thanks for the intro. It's great to be back here. I was going to offer a few comments based on prior studies that I've done in this area. So I guess I'm the only computer scientist here. I specifically look at how people make decisions about privacy and security online and how that's influenced by the interfaces that they're given to make those decisions. I've also more recently been doing a lot of forensic studies to look at how different services actually treat personally identifiable data vis-a-vis the disclosures that the services make and consumer expectations. So starting, going back like 15, 20 years ago, I did a whole bunch of studies with Alessandro on willingness to pay for privacy. And so what we looked at was, I built a search engine that annotated search results with privacy information. And so we were using P3P, which was a standard for creating machine-readable privacy policies. And so the idea was to create this tool that could automatically annotate the search results. And we did a series of studies where we had people come to the lab. We advertised the studies as general online shopping studies so that privacy was not, at the forefront of their minds. And we had several different experimental treatments, one of which had the search results labeled as, having privacy indicators, whereas other conditions either omitted them entirely or labeled them as being other things that people might care less about. And what we observed was that, yes, in fact, when privacy information is made really accessible to people, they will act in accordance with their stated preferences. And so this, sort of gets into a longer diatribe of mine about the so-called privacy paradox, which, when you actually get down to it, really doesn't exist, and it's often explainable by other things, usually confounding factors and experiments. So, here's an example. By a show of hands, how many value your free time? So what are you doing here then? If I put it in, if I say that I'm an economist, I could say this is revealed preferences, indicate that you don't really care about your free time, given that, you're not enjoying it right now. And obviously that's a really stupid thing to say, because there are obviously lots of confounding factors why, you would be here and not enjoying your free time. Such is the case with privacy. So, people are making lots of different, are making a decision based on lots of different competing factors, of which privacy is one. But what we find is that, when the privacy information is hidden or, really inaccessible to people, it's often dismissed, but that doesn't mean they don't actually care about it, or when they said they have strong privacy preferences and then, willingly used a service that violated those preferences, that there might be other things at play other than the fact that, their stated preferences might not be accurate. And so this comes up a lot with, usability problems, and that's often the case, why people, fail to, configure privacy controls correctly or engage with, data sharing that they, state otherwise that they would object to. It's usually because of information asymmetries. They don't really understand that, in that moment, this is a decision that concerns privacy and what the ramifications of it might be. One framework that's really framed my thinking about this is Helen Nissenbaum's theory of contextual integrity. And basically it states that privacy violations can sort of be modeled as information flows that deviate from situational norms. And there are several different factors for modeling this, such as, the recipient of the information, what the information, is, transmission principles, which would include, various properties that impact that flow of information, like the data can only be used for this specific purpose, or the data must be encrypted, and so forth. And so you can frame a lot of data flows using this theoretical framework to reason about whether consumers would view this as a violation. And this is where there's a big disconnect with current technologies, is that a lot of the decisions that people are asked to make in the moment don't have all the information that they would need to make a fully informed decision. So take location sharing, for instance. Right now on the mobile platforms, when the users ask whether or not they want to share the location, they're really given two data types. One is, well, they're told it's location data that's being requested, and they know the app that's requesting it. And beyond that, it's it's ambiguous. It doesn't tell you the context and how the data is going to be used. It doesn't tell you whether or not it's going to be shared with additional third parties. And so many consumers, when they don't have all of the information that they can use to make an informed decision, make assumptions, and oftentimes those assumptions are very wrong. So when a user is asked to share location in an app for, say, delivering food, that doesn't mean that they were also okay with the fact that that also meant that the location was shared with advertising companies, right? It was just that that's a secondary use of the data that they were never explicitly asked about. And so a lot of this also, there's been a lot of literature showing that a lot of these decisions also involve learned helplessness. A lot of consumers don't believe that what they respond really matters. They think that, if they don't allow the location data to be shared or whatever other type of data, it's going to be collected anyway outside of their control. And so, they often engage with services because they don't really feel they have a choice. The data is going to be collected anyway, and so might as well extract some benefits from the service if the data collection is unavoidable. Joe Turow at Penn has written extensively about this. In terms of privacy risks and harms to consumers, I've done a lot of studies on that. We've done studies thinking about contextual integrity where we do randomized vignettes. We give people scenarios and we randomize the data type, the recipient, the purpose of collection, so that we can then build big regression models to see how people, how these different factors impact the decision ultimately to share the data. And we find that, yes, privacy absolutely is contextual, but to a point. There are certain things that are absolutely homogeneous. So, one behavior that we've regularly found, people almost universally object to is a non-consensual recording of audio and video within the home, for instance. We find that almost everyone, says that they strongly object to that. You don't need to do additional studies. There's no individualized inquiry that's really required, in those scenarios. The other thing is when consumers are outright lied to about what's going to happen to the data. Most people, universally object to that. But these are the types of cases that the commission faces. And so, yes, privacy is contextual, but to a point. There's one really last quick point I was going to make. Recently, I've been doing a lot of studies on privacy regulation and also data brokers. We did a survey last year where we got data from data brokers that was advertised as anonymous. We re-identified 97% of the people in the data sets, and then we contacted them with a survey to ask how they feel about all of this. And one question, which was relevant to the last panel, was we explained that this data is being sold, in marketing ecosystems, often used for personalized advertising and ad targeting and that sort of thing. How do they feel about that? And what we found was that of around 350 respondents, one person said that they were very in favor of this. I don't know if that's experimental error, the sole person. There were, I think, 8 others who said that they were somewhat in favor. But the bottom line was that about 2% of our sample said that they were in favor of their data being used for these purposes. We separately asked them whether they, regardless of how they feel about this, do they think that they actually get any benefits from their personal data being used for advertising purposes, and we found that it was fewer than 20%. So, this indicates that, there are 2% of the people who are actually in favor of this. There seem to be, I guess, another, 16% who still recognize there might be some benefits, but nonetheless object to it. I guess I'll just leave it at that. I mean, the bottom line is a lot of the privacy paradox and the discrepancies between revealed preferences and stated preferences, it usually just comes down to information asymmetries.
Great, thanks, Serge. So now we'll turn to the questions portion of the panel. And what I'll do here is I'll start with Tesseri on this one, but please other panelists weigh in as well, because you've all spoken about this, and this is a concept that's come up several times today in other panels as well. And it's the concept of heterogeneity. I knew I was going to get that wrong. Tesseri, have you observed so tell me about the privacy preferences you've observed when collecting data and who it's from and what the sources are and if that impacts it.
Right. So thank you for the question. So I briefly, in my opening remark, talks about kind of one study where kind of this is about cookie consent behaviors across websites. And so I think like one thing that we observed from that particular study is that so to give some context, the baseline sharing rate when we remove the deliberate nudges is 60%. Now, this should not be taken as evidence that people don't care about privacy. I think just to quote kind of Jeff in kind of the earlier panel, this is the result of the net trade-off when people are kind of, thinking of what is kind of, the potential benefit versus the cost when they interact with each website. What we see is that, well, first of all, if this is a website that kind of they are on average more popular, that are kind of higher ranking, people are more willing to share kind of their data by clicking kind of the sharing all. If it's a website that they are they have visited before, they are more likely to share. If you ask them why they share kind of data to certain websites but not the others, oftentimes they kind of quote two common reasons. The most common is the trust, and the second common reason is that, well, I expect to come back to this website a lot. Across categories, so you can also compare kind of the consent behavior across different types of websites. If this is, well, these are websites that kind of are kind of classified. So the kind of content category comes from Who Checks Me. They actually have a taxonomy that kind of categorizes the websites into 10 different categories. Websites with kind of, more political content, well, we observe kind of lower consent rates. Adult websites, of course, low consent rates. Those are lower than 50%. On the other end of the spectrum, people are generally kind of more comfortable sharing when they interact with, say, kind of the news websites, entertainment websites, and educational websites. But educational websites, so caveat, there is a higher variation in there. I think potentially if these are kind of educational websites where kind of, these are serving educational content for children, then kind of, kind of either the children or their parents may be less willing to share. And lastly, for the e-commerce website, people are generally happy to share. So that is kind of, related to Eric's question about kind of, well, how the kind of, privacy behavior varies by who collects the data. There is a separate study that this is more about kind of, across kind of types of data. We ran an experiment at some point asking people, kind of consumers, well, across different types of Facebook data, kind of how much do you value these different types of Facebook data when it comes to kind of, well, kind of sharing this data to advertisers. And interestingly, the highest ranking data is their data about kind of their network. So kind of, if we ask them, well, are you willing to pay, kind of, receive this much amount of money to share this data with advertisers? The friends and family data are valued the most. This is valued even higher compared to, say, kind of their own post history or kind of, their own photo history, which is, I think, something that is also interesting to observe.
Thank you. Andre, let's move to you. What does the heterogeneity of privacy preferences suggest for welfare calculations?
So I think this relates to the last kind of quick point we discussed in my opening remarks, that there was a lot of heterogeneity in taste for privacy that Tessa and us all work as well document. I think the most obvious takeaway is that it's important to account for heterogeneity of preferences for privacy. So if we estimate some average treatment effect, which we often do in empirical applied micro work, we can get something close to zero, but the zero can mask both a lot of people who just don't care that much and some people who really care, or it can match, and I think Niels talked about something related in the last panel, some people like this, some people don't like this, so on average we just get a net zero, but it doesn't mean people don't have strong preference into one of the sides. I think that's one tangible takeaway from this existence of heterogeneity. Another takeaway is that it's important to be careful what kind of sample we study when we study customer tastes, because if there is a lot of heterogeneity, which sample we select for the study, we can get really different estimates just based on who we're asking. And just in this, it seems like it's a context where it's particularly important to keep in mind.
Thank you. Bebe or Serge, would you like to add anything?
Not really.
Fair. Okay.
So I have another question for probably everybody could answer it, but I think Serge and Andre might touched upon it in their remarks, so I'll direct it to them. Both of you argued about limitations of empirical data or like observational data on inferring consumer privacy preferences. So Serge, you mentioned this with respect to decisions, and then Andre, you mentioned this with respect to platform time. Often this is what enforcers have access to when we're looking at a case. So a question that we could be interested in hearing from you, answers from you, would be like, how do we measure the welfare costs of a breach in privacy in light of this? Either of you can take first stab.
Yeah. I mean, speaking about, I don't know about the welfare costs directly, but what was the first part of that?
Just given that we often have access to observational data.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the main point that I was trying to make, though, is that like a lot of the harms that the commission investigates, you know, it's like Section 5 stuff where it's, you know, outright deceptive practices, right? Where a company says they're not going to do X with your data and then they do X with the data. Like, you don't need to do any individualized inquiry there because, like, consumers don't like that sort of thing, like when being lied to, you know, specifically. And so I think, I don't know, I think that there's less homogeneity or less heterogeneity here than people are being led to believe. I think that a lot of the issues that the commission takes up, like that, it's not super relevant there. And also, like, in terms of harms, you know, courts have kind of already been dealing with this by just averaging, you know, the valuations across a whole class and so forth. But I'm not a lawyer, so.
I can add a bit to this. So like one is, I think there is two types of harms, I guess, we can talk about. One is related to more, I guess, what Tessera's work will call instrumental tastes, preferences for privacy, which have some, and I guess a part of them which have economic consequences we can measure. So if I can measure that because of breach of privacy, there was some dollar amount of harms, that's a bit easier. I think the challenge is when we talk about some intrinsic preference, like some taste for privacy which people have, so that's kind of where we get to this, what is the right metric. Let me caveat that, like, a lot of we started with downsides why it's hard, but still all of these matters are good measures. Like, it's a great first point to start, both time use, willingness to accept surveys, all of this. We know in terms of doing surveys, willingness to accept, that given better incentives helps a lot. So you can incentivize a percent of people, like the more people you incentivize, kind of the more attention people will pay, like a lot of other experimental survey work. Let me also say it might be useful to cross-reference some of these matters. So if you have a measure based on time of use, if you have an additional measure about sentiment of reviews or churn from the platform overall, or what's a good example? Complaints people might make to the platform. These are good ways to validate the measures and the metrics that you're looking at. So I think these are kind of several things which come to mind here.
Can I add one follow-up point?
Of course.
Like, in the context of coming up with, you know, the consumer, quantifying consumer benefits in many of these cases, I think that's actually the wrong way of thinking about it, because if you're talking about this, we're already talking about some violation, right? And now we're trying to, you know, quantify, say, in the context of, say, quantifying damages, for instance, right? There's some harm, and now you're trying to quantify damages. Basing that on consumer, you know, how consumers value their data, I think, is the wrong framing, and instead should be based on how the company collecting the data and violating consumers' privacy rights has valued that data, because otherwise you're not going to curb the practice, right? If consumers value the data less than the company does that's collecting it, fining them based on the consumer value of the data, well, that's just a cost of doing business at that point, right?
Thank you. Turning the discussion to a different topic, Bebe, I think you mentioned in your remarks that you had some really interesting research on how privacy risk preferences can change in times of crisis. You mentioned COVID in particular, but I'm sure there's many others. Do you just have some more information on, like, who you found are more willing to share data during times of crises, and what the potential explanations are for this behavior?
Yep. So in the specific study that I mentioned earlier, that we we kind of trying to understand, like we on a population level, we see average drop in the opt-out rate throughout U.S., right? So during COVID time, right? So the possibles we're trying to figure out, one is whether or not this is a uniform effect across all the population, and two, what are the potential explanations for that, right? So we actually find for the sort of like the Democratic leaning counties, these drop actually are more severe. That's one thing that we found interesting, and we seems like there's an indication for the potential, like higher trust in the public health institutions in these kind of areas, or it could be like stronger belief that data sharing can serve a collective good, because as we can see during that time that a lot of the mainstream medium can show that the heat map of using location data to measure the social distancing, people's compliance to like shelter at home, things like that, right? So basically, like there's a potential collective social benefit that people might take into consideration, and we see that more obvious in the blue states. The other thing that we find quite interesting is we also see there's a strong positive correlation with people's compliance to these policies. So during in the areas that higher compliance to these pandemic policies, like more compliance to social distancing, they also seems to are more willing to share the data, right? So we actually try to figure out, like, hey, is this something that could be like they might have less app data usage because of their staying home, and they're like kind of like that probably leads to some of the observed changes in their location data observations. So we actually controlled for the potential data usage, the app usage for the individual users, and also time, things like that, potential confoundings, and we still see that there's a significant decline, right? So and then this is moderated by how much people are willing to comply to these pandemic policies. So that somehow speaks to the kind of similar. So we kind of explain this by like potentially people are taking into consideration of the society level benefits and these like the collectivism during the pandemic using this kind of data, right? And also potentially privacy behaviors seems to co-moves with institutional trust and then the norm coherence. And then that's something we find quite interesting, like in this specific situation. The other thing we found is we also look at the indicators for how individualism versus collectivism across the United States, and we find indeed during those areas that people kind of express higher collectivism, they are actually more willing to share data during that process, right? So there's kind of like all these different angles of evidence seems to suggest that people become more pro-social and more open to sharing their location data during pandemic, right? One thing we found very interesting is also that this also changes during the pandemic, towards the later part in the pandemic, when the severeness of the crisis become lower, and then the opt-out rate like gradually recover. Right? So we see there's a dynamic trend in people's reactions and preferences in this case as well. So we find this is kind of like very interesting context to us, like how people change behavior during that time.
Great, thank you. I have a related question for Tesseri about change. Given the rapidly changing data environment that consumers find themselves in, and it continues to change, how have consumer beliefs about data collection, how are they evolving over time from what you've seen?
So I think if we look at, say, kind of, like Pew Research surveys or a lot of the earlier studies kind of 10 years ago, I think the common conclusion is that there are a lot of things that consumers didn't know. They didn't know kind of what data broker is. They didn't necessarily know kind of, what tracking cookie is and what it's used for. And I think today, if you kind of, again, ask consumers kind of, what kind of their data are collected for and what cookies is, or what cookies are, we generally see something that is, that suggests that consumers are getting slightly more sophisticated in the sense that, they understand the qualitative, kind of from a very big picture qualitative sense, kind of what cookies are for, kind of, again, in the kind of browser experiment. In the online survey, we ask consumers, kind of, what do you think kind of the cookies are collected for? Majority say, kind of, this is for personalized advertising. So that suggests to us that, kind of today, they do have a high-level understanding of the common tracking practices and advertising practices. And that could I think one interpretation is that, because of kind of, all these lemma privacy regulations, there are kind of more exposure about kind of, at least information about this kind of data collection practices. I don't want to say that, I believe consumer beliefs are kind of, already kind of approaching laser precision. I don't think that's true. I think that kind of, what Malika kind of earlier today suggests is that, kind of, there are still kind of a lot of places where kind of consumers don't get it exactly right. I think Ginger earlier today mentioned that, when it comes to the topic of, kind of website, kind of price discrimination, it's also kind of an area where it's very easy for consumers to get confused about kind of, is there kind of, a price discrimination, is there not? And I think kind of, generally, I think kind of where kind of, there are practices from the companies deliberately creating confusion, that could be an area where you see a lot of kind of consumer belief mistakes. In my own kind of paper, one thing that we also see is that if you ask consumers what do they think closing the consent banners would lead to, I think the number is like 66% of the consumers believe that closing window leads to rejecting cookies. I don't think this is true for a lot of the websites in the US because, kind of this is not the legal environment kind of in the GDPR. If you live in the EU, then websites are kind of, they are required to kind of not collect the cookies if you just close the banner. But in the US, because there is no requirement, the majority of the websites, if they can do they can do that, they will actually track consumers by default. So there is a gap in there. And I think another question is, consumers have a qualitative understanding about kind of, what the kind of, these website cookies do, but do they know how much it makes a difference? I think that is an open question. By we mean that, I mean that, kind of, this is the same team. It's with Chiara and Andre. So we are actually kind of doing a follow-up experiment to see kind of, if you give consumers experience about kind of what it's like to kind of, to compare personalized and not personalized advertising, how much would that actually change their preferences? And more importantly, perhaps from a policy enforcement perspective, how much does that type of intervention matter in terms of improving the decision quality? So stay tuned. I think we are going to have that kind of experiment result fairly soon.
Can I also respond?
Final thought, yeah.
Actually, regarding the cookie banners, I mean, this has already been studied, and regularly they've found that oftentimes the cookie banners are misconfigured so that all the cookies get sent before the user has interacted in any way with the banner. And that, the studies that I'm aware of, there have been a bunch in Europe that, even under GDPR, that's the case. I've seen this firsthand also looking at a lot of websites. And so the cookie banners often just don't really do anything. But to the original question about consumer beliefs about data collection, my lab has done a lot of consumer surveys where we ask people about what are their concerns online about privacy. And then we ask them, why do they think that, this thing they're worried about is or is not happening? And often we find that people say that, oh, well, they don't think this is actually happening because there are privacy laws that prevent it. And then when we probe them on that, it's clear that these laws are completely fictitious. When we ask, well, they'll say, oh, well, it's illegal to share data with an advertiser without my consent. I'm like, no, that's not exactly the case. And so consumers are generally pretty misinformed about the privacy protections. But this goes to a bigger finding, which is that with a lot of privacy, it seems to be that everyone thinks someone else is doing it. So with consumers, they think they're being protected by laws. We've done a whole bunch of organizational studies where we've interviewed software developers about their privacy compliance processes, and they say, oh, well, that's the job of the lawyers in the organization. We talk to the lawyers, and they say, well, we publish guidance. We assume the developers follow it. And so there's this huge disconnect where everyone thinks someone else is responsible for this.
Thanks for that thought. I'm sorry we're out of time. We have more questions, and we'd love to keep going through them, but we just have to keep moving on. So can everyone please join me in thanking our panelists from this panel? Okay, and finally, I'm pleased to introduce Chris Mufaraj, who is the Director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection, for our closing remarks. Thanks, Chris.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Mufaraj, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection. I would like to thank everyone who made today's workshop possible, especially the staff from the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection and the Bureau of Economics who organized today's event, and the thoughtful speakers and panelists we've heard from today. The Commission plays a vital role in preserving and facilitating the competitive market process. The goal of consumer protection is to respect consumer preferences and focus our enforcement resources on preserving consumers' ability to make well-informed choices based on truthful, not misleading information. We accomplish this goal by ferreting out the illegal conduct that distorts the market, the deceptive ad, the misleading cancellation mechanism that prevents competitors from operating on an even playing field and hobbles the consumer's ability to make an informed choice. Past commissions have strayed from this core function by attempting to remake markets in a planner's vision. History tells us that no matter how good the intentions, government is never better positioned to make decisions about consumers' lives than consumers themselves. And when government attempts to remake markets, such intervention hems in innovation, ultimately depriving consumers of choice. These principles are just as important in the privacy setting as they are for other parts of our economy. Too often I hear privacy described as a binary issue, that we must constrain innovation to preserve privacy. Framing the debate in these terms ignores the fact that privacy choices are context-specific. And consumers have different preferences about privacy, as they do with other attributes of products and services. To promote both privacy and innovation, our law enforcement agenda should be empirically driven. We need empirical evidence of both the injuries and benefits in the data-driven economy. Examining injuries in a vacuum or speculating about a potential parade of horribles without empirical evidence of harm ignores our statutory mandate to weigh the likelihood of substantial injury against the countervailing benefits to consumers and competition. Moreover, this myopic focus impedes innovation, harming the very consumers helped by our action. The empirical work done or highlighted by the panelists today is crucial to understanding the data-driven economy. But, as we heard today, there are many open questions, which means we have more to learn. The Commission has long played an important role in generating and fostering empirical work. We have our own Bureau of Economics, whose talented economists generate empirical work that informs our law enforcement choices, as my colleague Dan Wood highlighted today. In addition, the Commission holds workshops like this one to solicit and raise awareness about empirical work. I encourage all of you listening today to take this opportunity to advance consumer protection by supporting more empirical work about the data-driven economy. I would like to take a moment to thank the staff who made this such a fantastic event. From our Bureau of Economics, Dan Wood, Ben Smith, Eric Sperlino, and Laura Hoskin. From our Division of Privacy, Ben Wiseman, Mark Eichhorn, Eric Jones, David Walko. From our Media Events and Public Affairs team, Bruce Jennings, James Murray, Eliza Pierce, and Juliana Henderson. Thank you all for being here today, and I look forward to these important conversations continuing.